Chapter 720. The 10 Great Battle Realms have been famous for a long time. Naturally, Emperor Wu held an important position in the Bushan Palace. Hence, he did not fear Shimin Bao. Furthermore, the Shimin clan's Emperor Wu would not teach them a lesson over such a trivial matter. Everyone could imagine how precious Emperor Wu's time was. Dan Tianyu smiled sinisterly and said, "This old man is just a loose cultivator. At worst, I will just leave the Tianwu domain. Brat, you are too inexperienced to use this to threaten me." Shimin Bao's gaze turned sinister as rage burned in his eyes. This dragon-mark fruit held a great attraction to cultivators who did not cultivate the physical body. Just think about it. If one could obtain 150 tons of force without enduring the pain of tempering the physical body, it would be equivalent to raising one's overall strength by 10%. Shimin Bao said sullenly, "Give this dragon-mark fruit to me. If you want to fight for any other spirit fruits, I, Shimin Bao, will do my best to help you." Niu Deng laughed loudly, and a ferocious light flashed in his eyes. He said coldly, "Shimin Bao, who does not know what kind of person you are? How much is your reputation worth? This old man will tell you the truth. We Battle Realm cultivators are born with divine strength. With the help of the dragon-mark fruit, we're like tigers that have grown wings. This dragon-mark fruit belongs to me. No one can snatch it away from me." Dan Tianyu laughed softly and said, "How unfortunate. This old man has a friend who cultivates the physical body. This dragon-mark fruit can be used to exchange for a treasure that I have long been interested in. This old man will not give this dragon-mark fruit to anyone else." The three's auras surged, not giving way to each other. A huge battle could break out at any moment. Xiao Chun, who was standing on a rock in the distance, saw all this. He smiled gently and said, "Dragon-mark fruit. Unexpectedly, after entering the depths of the true dragon cave, I immediately ran into such a good thing." Roar. A dragon roar came from Xiao Chen's chest. He stood on a blue dragon image and executed the blue dragon tail whip. Xiao Chun moved in a huge arc and moved like a gust of wind, flashing above everyone's heads. In an instant, he arrived above the dragon-mark fruit. Before the three could react, Xiao Chun had already moved. With a suction force, the dragon-mark fruit flew into his right hand. When the blue dragon swung its tail, it was like a gust of wind blowing past. It was incredibly fast. Shimin Bao and the other two were currently focused on their opponents. However, their attention on the dragon-mark fruit had decreased significantly, giving Xiao Chun an opportunity. They had not expected someone to be so bold as to snatch the dragon-mark fruit right in front of the three of them. By the time Xiao Chun reacted, the dragon-mark fruit was already in Xiao Chen's hands. He had placed it in his universe ring. Seeing the dragon-mark fruit snatched away, Shimin Bao immediately became enraged. He roared, "Where did this dog come from? How dare he snatch my, Shimin Bao's things?" Clang! The sword was unsheathed, and the surging sword chi, along with the faint sword intent, emitted a buzzing sound as it shot toward Xiao Chun. The sword chi was like a pillar, like a rainbow that tore through the sun, and it swept out in all directions with unstoppable might. Niu Deng's expression sank, and he immediately leaped up. He clenched his fist and activated the ancient giant's bloodline. Then, he roared ferociously with a vast might. A sinister look flashed in Dan Tianyu's eyes. He drew a short sword and turned around, silently arriving behind Xiao Chun. The short sword gave off a cold light. Unexpectedly, Dan Tianyu wanted to cut off Xiao Chen's arm, which was wearing the universe ring. It was extremely vicious. When the cultivators below, who were originally anticipating the fight between the three experts, saw this scene, they were all dumbfounded. They had not expected such a scene to occur. Unexpectedly, someone was so bold as to snatch away the dragon-mark fruit, offending all three experts in an instant. The three attacked at different times. Xiao Chun did not panic. He circulated the 1,000 tons of force of vital chi in his body and executed the Dragon Claw Fist's third move, breaking armor. A sharp shockwave formed in front of Xiao Chen's fist. When Xiaochun punched, the breaking armor attribute of breaking armor shattered the thick and dense sword qi. After shattering the sword qi, Niu Deng and Dan Tianyu took advantage of this opportunity to charge toward Xiaochun. One of them carried the vast might of an ancient giant. His fist was like a mountain descending, wanting to smash Xiaochun into a pile of meat paste. The other person was sinister and vicious. He radiated a baleful aura as he brandished a short sword, wanting to chop off Xiaochun's arm and flee. When the two arrived before Xiaochun, their faces lit up with joy. At such a close distance, this white-robed brat of unknown origins would not be able to deal with the two of them at the same time. Xiaochun smiled faintly, and the strong ancient sovereign's bloodline in his body instantly activated. An ancient, noble, distant, and epic sovereign's aura spread out from Xiaochun's body. Before this mountain-like sovereign's aura, the ancient giant's bloodline and the baleful aura accumulated by loose cultivators were like fallen leaves in autumn, swept away. Niu Deng and Dan Tianyu showed startled expressions at the same time. The sovereign's aura at such a close distance struck them. They could not help feeling flustered, a fear that came from the depths of their hearts. Oh no! The two of them were experts who had experienced hundreds of battles. They immediately realized that something was wrong. They struggled free from the sovereign's aura and tried to retreat. Xiaochun's expression turned grave and stern. How could he give the two an opportunity to retreat so easily? Xiaochun stomped heavily on the blue dragon image. His body was like a ferocious tiger as he infused 1,000 tons of force into his right leg. Bang! 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 Xiaochun's leg moved like lightning. The instant his body soared into the air, he swept out. A strong wind blew, and his momentum was like thunder. Two muffled sounds rang out as Niu Deng and Dan Tianyu each received a kick to their cheeks. They vomited a mouthful of blood as their bodies spun in the air and fell miserably to the ground. In a few breaths, Xiaochun easily broke the attacks of the three experts. He even executed a beautiful counterattack, sending Niu Deng and Dan Tianyu flying back. Xiaochun's white robes fluttered, and his eyes remained calm like water. Then, he gently landed on the blue dragon image and looked at the three calmly. Damn it! Who is this person? Unexpectedly, he broke the attacks of three experts so easily. I have never heard of such an expert in the Tianwu domain before. Furthermore, he is so young. He seems to be cultivating his physical body. However, the quintessence in his body is very dense. Could he be a dual cultivator? The surrounding people were all stunned. They revealed doubtful expressions as they looked at the white-robed Xiaochun. No matter how they thought about it, they could not imagine when such an expert appeared in the Tianwu domain. When Shimin Bao clearly saw Xiaochun's appearance, he became thoroughly enraged. A murderous intent erupted in his eyes like a flood. He said coldly, First, you injure my Shimin clan's people. Now, you are here to snatch my dragonmark fruit. It looks like you're tired of living. Xiaochun's face sank. A large part of the reason why he did not immediately leave after obtaining the dragonmark fruit was to teach this Shimin Bao a lesson. The Shimin clan's people were arrogant and despotic. First, they wanted to snatch Xiaochun's earth essence fruit. Then, when they failed, they tried to kill him, setting up an ambush to kill him. He had never been a kind-hearted person. Even when he was bullied by others, he still had to swallow the humiliation. Xiao! A strong wind blew, and to everyone's surprise, Xiaochun took the lead. His aura was like a berserk dragon, not waiting for Shimin Bao to finish speaking before he charged over. The image of a blue dragon condensed on Xiaochun's fist. The dragon head roared ferociously as it charged at Shimin Bao. Shimin Bao smiled coldly and withdrew his sword light. Then he swung his sword, infused with vast quintessence, at the dragon head, trying to shatter it. However, Xiaochun was no longer the Xiaochun of half a month ago. His vital qi had already broken through 1,000 tons of force. Every 500 tons of force was a threshold. With every threshold, there would be a qualitative improvement. On the surface, Xiao Qian's strength had only increased by 100 tons of force. However, it was on a completely different level from before. The dragon head and the sword clashed, neither giving way to the other. An intense explosion resulted in a strong wind surging out in all directions, kicking up a large amount of dust. The fist and the sword were evenly matched. Then, Xiao Qian opened his left hand and formed a claw. Then, he pressed forward and clawed at Shimin Bao's chest with a berserk dragon claw. Shimin Bao showed a shocked expression. He could not understand how Xiao Qian could improve so quickly. Just based on vital qi, Xiao Qian could fight him to a draw. However, the azure-colored dragon claw already arrived. Shimin Bao did not have much time to think. He pushed off the ground and retreated, trying to put some distance between them. The fist and the claw switched places. Xiao Qian followed Shimin Bao like a shadow, not giving him any chance to put some distance between them. Xiao Qian forced Shimin Bao back continuously. Xiao Qian's fist and claw contained 1,000 tons of force. When their vital qi exploded, the entire cave trembled. The rocks above them fell off. Niu Deng and Dan Tianyu had stood up long ago. When they saw Xiao Qian and Shimin Bao fighting, they did not make a move to help. Their gazes flickered as they searched for an opportunity. To them, both Shimin Bao and Xiao Qian were opponents. It would be best if the two fought to the death. Shimin Bao's expression turned increasingly unsightly. After Xiao Qian closed in, Shimin Bao no longer had a chance. He could only keep dodging, unable to find an opportunity to put some distance between them. Dan Tianyu, Niu Deng, how long are you two going to keep watching? Damn it, this old man is going to be crippled soon. Feeling helpless, Shimin Bao shouted at Niu Deng and Dan Tianyu. Niu Deng and Dan Tianyu could not help but show startled expressions. What kind of character was Shimin Bao? He was someone second only to the 7 giants of the Tianwu domain's younger generation. Shimin Bao had always been arrogant, despotic, and unreasonable. Unexpectedly, he ended up begging for mercy like that. Dan Tianyu said sullenly, "Let's work together to defeat this brat first. Then, we can fight for the dragon mark fruit." Niu Deng touched the footprint on his cheek with his right hand. A grave look flashed in his eyes as he nodded heavily. Xiao Qian had been observing Niu Deng and Dan Tianyu with his spiritual sense. He was very familiar with their actions. Xiao Qian's gaze turned cold, and he stopped wasting time with Shimin Bao. He used the armor-breaking fist to shatter Shimin Bao's protective quintessence before executing, seizing the heart. Xiao Qian's 5 fingers turned into claws as he ruthlessly pressed them on Shimin Bao's chest. Dang! Xiao Qian's 5 fingers struck something hard. Xiao Qian's sure-kill strike did not succeed. He only managed to knock Shimin Bao back and vomit a mouthful of blood. It looks like the inner vest he is wearing is not ordinary. Xiao Qian frowned slightly. He guessed that Shimin Bao was wearing a life-saving secret treasure. He looked coldly at Shimin Bao, who fell to the ground, and ignored him. The blue dragon under Xiao Qian's feet circled around and turned around. When he saw Niu Deng and Dan Tianyu pouncing over again, Xiao Qian waved his left hand, and a lunar shadow saber appeared in his right hand. It is too late to think of working together now. At this moment, Niu Deng and Dan Tianyu no longer held back. They both used their trump cards, heaven-ranked martial techniques. Xiao Qian's gaze remained calm, not showing any fear. He silently circulated his energy for Soaring Dragon, and his vast quintessence flowed like a river in his body. Chapter 721. Hidden Dragon in the Depths. A gentleman takes action after planning. Soaring Dragon in the sky. Its might shakes the surroundings. A surging energy surged throughout Xiao Qian's body. The blue dragon martial spirit hidden in his dantian moved gently and leaped out. Xiao Qian also took a gentle step in the air. With a light step, he caused the void to tremble and the entire space to shake. The blue dragon martial spirit soared up. Just as it was about to break out of his body, Xiao Qian finally drew the saber in his hand. Xiao Qian transformed into a true dragon. His body merged with his saber like a true dragon that had been in hibernation for a long time. The sharp saber light was like a soaring true dragon swinging its claws in rage. The dragon soared into the sky. The man and the saber merged perfectly. There were no openings at all. At this moment, Xianxia was like a dragon, a soaring dragon. No one could stop him or block him. Xianxia's saber was the claws of this dragon's rage. Xianxia completely grasped the feeling of drawing his saber when soaring dragon in the sky, which he had been unable to find. On the contrary, Xianxia's mental state was clear. Aside from Yo Deng and Dan Tianyu executing their heaven-ranked martial techniques, he saw nothing else. Bang! The unparalleled saber disappeared in a flash, shattering Yo Deng's and Dan Tianyu's incomplete heaven-ranked martial techniques. Although they were both heaven-ranked martial techniques, one grasped the move while the other only imitated it. At this moment, they were on completely different levels. From a distance, in that instant, Xianxia looked like a true dragon, carrying an unparalleled might as he soared into the sky. Yo Deng and Dan Tianyu, who were blocking the true dragon, got knocked back in one exchange. The berserk saber chi easily broke their protective quintessence shields. The saber chi left countless wounds on their bodies, causing blood to spurt out. Horrifying wounds covered their entire bodies. They were so deep that their bones could be seen, excruciating pain. Clang! Xianxia sheathed his saber. Then, he turned around and stood calmly in the air. He glanced at the two groaning people on the ground. Then, he looked at Shimin Bao, who was not far away, frightened silly when he climbed to his feet. An indiscernible look of disappointment flashed in his eyes, but he remained silent. After a while, Xianxia rode on the blue dragon and left, leaving only his back to Shimin Bao, Yo Deng, and the others. These people didn't know that from now on, they could only see Xianxia's back. Once he surpassed her, she would never have the chance to catch up. Shimin Bao was very excited. Shimin Bao caught the imperceptible disappointment in Xianxia's eyes. That was contempt. Shimin Bao's talent was outstanding, second only to the 7 giants of a younger generation. However, today a 5th-ranked white-robed bladesman looked down on him. Shimin Bao's emotions fluctuated too much, affecting the wound on his chest. He could not help but cough a few times. The more he coughed, the more painful it became. In the end, he actually coughed out a large mouthful of blood. In reality, he didn't know that even before Xianxia's cultivation and strength increased, Xianxia was already able to easily escape from his hands. It wasn't as simple as he thought. Now that Xianxia's cultivation had increased significantly, his quintessence had refined twice. His vital qi had crossed the threshold of 1,000 tons of force, and he had comprehended the essence of soaring dragon. Naturally, it would be easy for Xianxia to defeat Xianxia. Everything was within reason. Now, among the younger generation of the Tianwu domain, only the 7 giants could suppress Xianxia. I know who he is. Suddenly, an excited shout came from the crowd behind Xianxia, sounding very anxious. He is that white-robed bladesman from the Haotian sect, the one who challenged by Wuxia. The challenge that Xianxia issued to Bai Wuxia, Giant Sword Peak, had already spread throughout the Tianwu domain. Everyone knew about it. However, most people just took it as a joke and did not care too much about it. Some even called Xianxia a madman. However, at this moment, after seeing Xianxia defeat Shimin Bao, Yo Deng, and Dan Tianyu, no one dared to look down on Xianxia and say that Xianxia was a madman. Is that him? This is incredible. No matter what, he is now qualified to challenge by Wuxia. It has been so many years. The 7 giants of the Tianwu domain are like a mountain, suppressing the younger generation. Perhaps the situation of the Tianwu domain, which has not changed for many years, is about to change. He should be going to the burial grounds. Bai Wuxia went there long ago. Come, let's go and take a look as well. Let's stop searching for treasures and go take a look. I really want to see what kind of sparks will fly when Bai Wuxia meets this brat. The disciples of the various sects felt excited, their blood surging uncontrollably. They all gave up on searching for treasures and chased after Xianxia. Soon, all the cultivators in this place had left. Only Shimin Bao, Yo Deng, and Dan Tianyu remained, making the place seem rather deserted. Previously, the three of them had been the focus of everyone's attention when a huge battle was about to erupt. Who could have imagined that in the blink of an eye, everyone's attention would be snatched away by Xianxia? They no longer paid any attention to the three of them, losing all interest in them. Niu Deng struggled to his feet. His earlier rage had already vanished. His gaze was calm as he cursed softly. For a heaven-ranked martial technique, power is the most important. I have to go back and comprehend my own power. Otherwise, I am nothing. After Xianxia spoke, he did not care about anything else. Unexpectedly, he headed back, giving up on the fortuitous encounter in the True Dragon Cave. Shimen Bao suffered a heavy blow as well. He muttered, I finally understand the difference between me and the 7 giants. The experts of the Tianwu domain, second only to the 7 giants. Smiling self-mockingly, Shimen Bao said, In the past, I was very happy about this title. Now that I think about it, it is really laughable. There are at least 80 people who are second to the 7 giants. However, there are only 7 of the 7 giants. What do I count for? Shimen Bao felt incomparably fatigued. He shook his head and followed Niu Deng's footsteps, heading back. Perhaps losing the Dragon Mark fruit this time was not a bad thing. As for Dan Tianyu, he could not just leave like that. He was already very old. He needed to make use of this opportunity to see if he could find an opportunity to break through to half-sage. If he could not find one, he would remain a peak late-stage superior-grade martial monarch for the rest of his life, until he died. The burial ground has the remains of a true dragon. However, the competition is too intense. I will definitely not get a chance to obtain the good stuff. Coincidentally, the people here are all gone. I will search around. Dan Tianyu treated his injuries and started a search around the area. He hoped to find a few good treasures that he could exchange for some resources when he left. Riding on the blue dragon, Xiaochun moved up and down. With a map to guide him, he moved very quickly. The burial ground had the remains of a true dragon. The entire skeleton of a true dragon was a treasure. Any piece of true dragon bone could be forged into a superior gray bone weapon. It could also be ground into medicinal powder or refined into all sorts of precious medicinal pills. As for the vertebrae on the back, they could be forged into a bone dragon whip, a powerful bone weapon. To Xiaochun, what he needed was the dragon marrow hidden in the vertebrae of a true dragon. However, the dragon marrow depended on the probability. Not every skeleton had the dragon marrow, which was why it was so precious. If nothing unexpected happened, all the half-sage experts who came for experiential training would appear in the burial ground. Not only the 7 giants and loose cultivators of the Tianwu domain, but also the half-sage loose cultivators of the fiend race. Xiaochun could foresee that the competition in the burial ground would be incredibly intense. With so many half-sage experts watching, it would be incredibly difficult for Xiaochun to obtain the dragon marrow. Whether he could obtain what he wanted was still unknown. After about 7 or 8 minutes, the burial ground appeared before Xiaochun's eyes. It was an extremely spacious cave. When Xiaochun looked up, he saw that the ceiling was at least a kilometer above the ground. The vast cave was filled with dense, true dragon chi. A vast dragon might was everywhere, assaulting one's face and making breathing difficult. There were 5 true dragon remains in the cave. There were at least 2 teams fighting intensely for each true dragon skeleton. This was especially so for the largest true dragon skeleton in the middle. There were 7 or 8 half-sages engaged in a horrifying battle. No one dared to approach rashly. The terrifying energy ripples in the air did not stop for even a second. The sound of weapons clashing could be heard continuously. The scene was extremely chaotic. Occasionally, the miserable cries of cultivators rang out. For the sake of the most precious treasures in the true dragon cave, everyone's eyes turned bloodshot. Xiaochun looked around and finally found Shui Lingling. She led Hu Hai's group and fought with the extreme insect disciples led by Wuxia, fighting for a true dragon skeleton. However, the situation did not look good. Xiaochun and Bai Wuxia were evenly matched. However, the extreme insect disciples forced Hu Hai and the others into a retreat. The situation was grim. If Hu Hai and the others were defeated, the remaining true inheritors of the extreme Yin sect will be able to free themselves and break the stalemate between Shao Chun and Bai Wuxia. Then they would no longer be able to obtain that true dragon skeleton. When Shao Chun noticed Wang Cheng, he paused for a moment and suppressed the murderous intent in his heart. Then he grasped his lunar shadow saber and calmly flew in the direction of Shui, Lingling, and the others. The extreme Yin sect was one of the 9 ranks of the great families in the north. There were 2 publicly known Emperor Wu in the sect. They had deep accumulations and were stronger than the Haotian sect. The true inheritors of the extreme Yin sect were stronger than the Haotian sect. Hu Hai, Jun Si, Wang Cheng, and Chen Xiao each had to fight 1 person each. It was very taxing for them. All of them had a few wounds on their bodies, and their combat prowess plummeted. The situation was dire. Hee Hu Hai, you can't hold on for much longer. In that case, you should give up. This true dragon skeleton is definitely our extreme Yin sect. The one fighting Hu Hai was a tall and skinny disciple of the extreme Yin sect. He wore blue robes and held a 1-meter-long sword in his hand. His exquisite sword techniques and deep cultivation completely suppressed Hu Hai's huge axe, preventing him from bringing it out. The huge axe was originally focused on large swings, advancing indomitably and tyrannically. However, at this moment, Hu Hai's movements were flustered and he could only defend passively. The extreme Yin sect swordsman completely grasped the rhythm of the battle, forcing Hu Hai into a sorry state. If he was not careful, his protective quintessence would break and a sword wound would appear on his body. Hu Hai clenched his teeth and did not say anything. He stubbornly resisted the other party's attacks, doing his best to find an opportunity to turn the situation around. Chapter 722. The cultivations of the other 3 were even lower than Hu Hai's. Clearly, they were in an even worse state. They were surrounded by danger, like fallen leaves in a strong wind. They could fall at any moment. Shui Lingling, who was fighting by Wuxia, wanted to help. However, she could not free herself. After all, Shao Chun was best at mid-range and long-range combat. If she could distance herself from Bai Wuxia and fight one-on-one, she would definitely be stronger than him. However, at this moment, Shui Lingling was in close combat, swinging her purple bow. She simply could not free herself to do so. It was already very difficult for Shao Chun to remain undefeated against Bai Wuxia. Bai Wuxia had a relaxed expression. Snowflakes drifted around him as he stood amidst the wind and snow. He smiled faintly and said, "Shui Lingling, I admit that you are stronger than me. Unfortunately, your junior brothers are not up to standard. I advise you to give up on this true dragon remains, lest you humiliate yourself in the future." Shui Lingling showed a slightly angry expression as she thought to herself, "If Shao Chun were here, I would not be in such a passive position." Thinking of Shao Chun, Shui Lingling immediately blamed herself. If she had not insisted on going through the true dragon storm back then, Shao Chun would not have died in there. Xiao, Bai Wuxia's eyes lit up. He immediately caught on to the opening that Shui Lingling revealed while she was distracted. He pressed forward, and snowflakes gathered in his palm. His palm immediately turned as smooth as jade as he pressed it towards Shui Lingling at lightning speed. It was silent and contained a strong killing intent. By the time Shui Lingling reacted, it was already too late to dodge. She could only receive this palm strike head-on. The cold chi poured into Shui Lingling's body like a gust of wind. Her red lips turned pale, and a faint layer of frost covered her fine black hair. Shui Lingling vomited a mouthful of blood and quickly retreated 100 meters. Then, she quickly circulated the profound yang art, and a white mist rose from her body. Only after she expelled the cold chi from her body did her complexion improve. The wind and snow did not stop, and cold chi spread everywhere. Bai Wuxia smiled coldly and said, "Shui Lingling, to think that you would make such a low-level mistake. You really disappoint me." Bang! Suddenly, a painful cry came from below. It was the Haotian sect's Jun Si. She finally could not hold on any longer, and her weapon was knocked out of her hand by her opponent. After that, Xianxia was sent flying with a palm strike. She vomited a mouthful of blood, her face pale. The person who injured her laughed sinisterly. With a flicker, he wanted to give her the final blow. When Wuxia saw this scene, he could not help but laugh loudly. He shouted coldly, "Shui Lingling, you have already suffered a crushing defeat. Are you still going to persist?" Reluctance appeared on Shui Lingling's pretty face. However, now that the situation had turned around and she no longer had any chance, she could only give up. The hearts of Hu Hai and the others were filled with despair. It was not easy for them to arrive at this burial ground, but in the end, it was all for naught. They could not obtain anything. Huff! Just at this moment, a gust of wind blew past and swept up Xianxia's body. The wind spun around and pounced toward the person who had injured her. Boom! Suddenly, a thunderous explosion resounded in the calm air, causing space to tremble. That extreme insect disciple cried out miserably. His ribs broke, and he went flying back in a sorry state, crashing into the huge true dragon remains. That extreme insect disciple's face twisted in unbearable pain. Blood flowed out of a corner of his mouth like a fountain, and a deep reluctance appeared in his eyes. The sudden appearance of a strong wind shocked everyone. They could not help but pause as they looked over. The strong wind stopped. Xiao Chun, who was riding on 3 blue dragons and executing the cloud-soaring art to its limits, slowly revealed himself. "Junior brother Xiao Chun, you are not dead." Xianxia, who was in Xiao Chen's embrace, opened her eyes wide, filled with boundless joy. Xiao Chen smiled faintly. Then, he extended his hand and sent out a gentle energy, slowly pushing Xianxia's body down. Hu Hai's and Chun Zhao's faces lit up with joy when they saw that Xiao Chun had returned alive and that his strength had improved significantly, even injuring an extreme insect disciple with 1 palm strike. Their spirits were lifted. Only Wang Chung paled. His heart trembled as if he had seen a nightmare. He muttered, "How can this fellow not be dead?" However, Wang Cheng's opponent did not care at all. Taking advantage of Wang Cheng's state of confusion, he kicked Wang Cheng's face and sent him flying. Xiao Chun gently drifted over to Shui Lingling's side. He said, "First senior sister, leave this person to me. You go down and deal with those bugs." When Shui Lingling saw that Xiao Chun was not dead, the knot in her heart immediately loosened. A smile finally appeared on her cold face. However, when she heard Xiao Chun say that, she asked somewhat worriedly, "Can you really do it?" Xiao Chun smiled confidently. Then, he looked at Wuxia and said, "Naturally, it is impossible to defeat him. However, blocking 100 moves from him will be easy." After 100 moves, Shui Lingling would definitely deal with the problem below. At that time, she would surround Wuxia and defeat him without a doubt. "I believe in you." Shui Lingling smiled gently and floated down. She gently pulled back her bowstring and forced Hu Hai's opponent to retreat quickly. Wuxia was expressionless as he looked coldly at Xiao Chun. He smiled in disdain and said, "I really wonder what fortuitous encounter you had to give you such confidence that you want to die so badly." Xiao Chun smiled gently and drew the lunar shadow saber with his left hand. Then, he stood on the blue dragon image and said calmly, "I will stand here. Let's see how you're going to kill me." Great ice palm. The snowflakes drifting in the air suddenly gathered together and formed a huge ice palm. It appeared out of nowhere and pressed towards Xiao Chun like an ice mountain. This move appeared out of nowhere and was untraceable. However, it was extraordinarily mighty. It had once reduced Xiao Chun to a sorry state. The purple clouds gathered and Xiao Chen's dantian scattered and turned into surging quintessence. They flowed through Xiao Chen's meridians like a surging river. Instantly, Xiao Chen's quintessence surged, and his clothes fluttered without any wind. He circulated all his quintessence at this moment. The immortal state of thunder and the perfect 70% comprehended saber intent all gathered together. Xiao Chun was extremely focused. A saber light flashed, and a purple bolt of lightning tore through the sky. It lit up the dark burial ground. Saber intent, state, quintessence. Everything gathered on the lunar shadow saber and turned into a resplendent purple saber, light surging out. Kassier. The light paused, and the great ice palm was chopped in half. It brushed past Xiao Chun and shattered, turning into ice shards filling the air. The residual static in the air crackled and exploded into water droplets, falling to the ground. Pointing his saber at Bai Wuxia, Xiao Chun stood on the blue dragon. His white robes fluttered, and a boundless fighting spirit filled his heart. Seeing Xiao Chun break his great ice palm so easily, Bai Wuxia's pupils constricted. He was clearly surprised. He clearly remembered that half a month ago, when Xiao Chun faced his great ice palm, he was in a sorry state. Xiao Chun had to use his trump card before he could barely block it. How could Xiao Chun improve so much in such a short time? They're fighting. They're really fighting. When the sect cultivators who had chased after Xiao Chun saw Xiao Chun pointing his saber at Bai Wuxia, they immediately cried out. There were 5 true dragon remains in the burial ground. Naturally, the place where the most intense battle took place was the one in the center, where the thunder and lightning palaces in Xianxia fought against 5 fiend race loose cultivators. And Xianxia's strength was as strong as the rumors said. As electric light flashed around, he easily fought against the 5 fiend race loose cultivators. And Xianxia stood proudly on the dragon skeleton. With 1 person and 1 whip, he firmly suppressed the 5 fiend race half-sage loose cultivators, keeping them at bay. However, Xianxia had been famous for a long time already. Although such strength was shocking, it was within reason. The fight was not as exciting as the one between Xiao Chun and Bai Wuxia. The 7 giants of the Tianwu domain had not met with a proper challenger for many years. These 7 giants held noble statuses and were famous far and wide. There were rumors of them everywhere. They had stood strong for more than 10 years, and their golden reputation was deeply rooted in everyone's hearts. Originally, everyone treated Xiao Chun as a joke. However, when they saw Xiao Chun defeat Shimin Bao, Niu Deng, and Dan Tianyu, 3 experts, no one dared to think that way anymore. Chapter 723. The many cultivators who followed all focused their gazes on Xiao Chun and Bai Wuxia, clearly excited. After not seeing you for some time, you have become more capable. However, in the end, you will not be able to escape death. Bai Wuxia snorted coldly. His figure flashed, and a boundless snowflake appeared. In an instant, he arrived before Xiao Chun and sent a palm strike at Xiao Chun's head. 3 azure dragons circled around Xiao Chun as he took 3 steps back. His saber light danced around, giving off resplendent electric light. It blasted the drifting snowflakes into raindrops, which fell to the ground one by one. The other party's state of ice was extremely strong. It had already touched the boundary of the will of ice. If Xiao Chun could not use his state of thunder to neutralize it, it would severely affect his speed. When the cold chi entered the body and accumulated to a certain level, it would turn into a cold poison. At that time, he would lose even if he did not lose. Although Xiao Chun's state of thunder was weaker than his opponent's, it contained the immortal attribute. It would not crumble that easily. Bang! Bai Wuxia's palm was as smooth as jade, giving off a cold light. When it touched the saber, it gave off a cold light and instantly sealed the lunar shadow saber in ice. A frost-like white mist spread from the tip of the saber to the hilt, trying to seal Xiao Chun in ice. Xiao Chun clenched 2 fingers on his left hand. His expression did not change as he placed them on the bottom of the saber. The dense lightning-attributed quintessence turned into a lightning-attributed fire that soared upwards. The fire immediately melted the cold chi, and the hot chi scattered like a white mist. However, Bai Wuxia did not even bother to look at it. He continued forward and used his palm as a saber, hacking at Xiao Chun's head. The drifting snowflakes condensed into a line and formed a saber light that was as cold as metal. When the cold light appeared, it gave off a dazzling, snow-white light. Xiao Chun leaned back and quickly dodged, not giving Bai Wuxia a chance to get close. Xiao, Bai Wuxia's earlier saber light turned into an ice mirror. If Xiao Chun had been too fast, he would have been stuck in the ice mirror. Snowflakes drifted down, and lightning flashed everywhere. The two people in the air moved faster and faster, so fast that it was hard to distinguish them. He could only see two blurry shadows, one white and one blue. The blue shadow was cold and threatening, while the white shadow was filled with electricity. The saber chi and the palm wind clashed. Boundless energy flew in all directions and blasted deep pits on the ground. Strange, who exactly is it? Even after Bai Wuxia used his full strength, he could not land quickly. Wang Ming, who had already won, stood on a true dragon corpse, looking confused. Wang Ming was the most flamboyant of the seven giants. Even if he met Nguyen Muyun, one of the three holy masters, he would not back down. He asked his fellow disciples behind him, "Who is that white figure? Do any of you know?" The others scratched their heads, unable to figure it out. A younger female disciple said uncertainly, "Could it be that madman from the Haotian sect? That person also likes to wear white. He is also a bladesman." When that female disciple finished talking about Xiao Chun, Wang Ming's expression changed slightly. An excited expression flashed in his eyes as he said, "Interesting." Unexpectedly, such a madman appeared in the Tianwu domain. Unexpectedly, Wang Ming, did not know about it. Across from Wang Ming was another of the seven giants, Xianxia. He had lost to Wang Ming in the fight for the true dragon corpse. At this moment, he focused his attention on the battle between Xiao Chun and Bai Wuxia. Xianxia held a spear and revealed a contemplative expression. He smiled and said, "This person's saber intent seems to have reached 70% comprehension as well. Are you not afraid that he will surpass you?" Wang Ming carried a dragon tooth saber on his back. He smiled and said, "Aside from Feng Xingxing, I look down on all the bladesmen of the Tianwu domain. I can't wait for more people like him. The more, the better. My saber has not met an opponent for a long time." On another true dragon corpse, Feng Xingxing, who defeated the scions of the Zhang clan and the Jun clan of the Tianwu domain's four noble clans, entered deep thought as he watched Xiao Chun fight with Bai Wuxia. A disciple behind Feng Xingxing said with some astonishment, "First senior brother, this white-robed bladesman really fought with Bai Wuxia. Furthermore, he did not lose." Feng Xingxing slowly sheathed his saber and sighed softly. "Originally, I intended to challenge Bai Wuxia among the seven giants. It looks like I will have to change to someone else this time." Back when Feng Xingxing learned that Xiao Chun was going to fight Bai Wuxia, he had been interested in taking a look. However, he had not expected Xiao Chun to win. Now that Feng Xingxing saw Xiao Chun's strength, it was hard to say. Given another half a year, even if Xiao Chun could not defeat Bai Wuxia, he might be able to match Bai Wuxia. If that was the case, there would be no point in challenging Bai Wuxia. The scions of the Zhang clan and the Jun clan focused their attention on this battle as well. Challenging the seven giants was the dream of many outstanding talents of the younger generation. However, after so many years, as the seven giants became more and more dazzling, no one had taken this step for a long time. They were all afraid of humiliating themselves and losing their reputation. Now, there was a person who was only a medial grade martial monarch, yet he could fight with Bai Wuxia to such a degree. This was a huge blow to both of them. And Xianxia, who was currently fighting with the five fiend race half-sages on the skeleton in the center, also paid some attention to the battle between Xiao Chun and Bai Wuxia. And Xianxia did not think much of the seven giants. The main reason was the immortal state of thunder that Xiao Chun used, which attracted his attention. The immortal state of thunder. If I have time, I should exchange pointers with this person. Even several sage elders of the Thunder and Lightning Palace have not comprehended the immortal state of thunder. Wuxia, a fiend race loose cultivator, wanted to take advantage of the moment, and Xianxia was distracted to forcefully charge in and take him down, snatching away the most precious dragon skeleton. And Xianxia smiled coldly and flicked his wrist. The electric whip became like a berserk dragon, showing its ferocity. The other four loose cultivators cried out in pain. Originally, This was in Xianxia's opening. However, when the five worked together, one of them left the formation and immediately turned the situation around to his advantage. The fiend race loose cultivator, whose sneak attack in Xianxia was startled and quickly fled. The five fiend race loose cultivators regrouped, no longer daring to move rashly. Dance of Snow, 100 Flowers Bloom. Bai Wuxia attacked for a long time, unable to take down Xianxia. Finally, he got angry and executed a heaven-ranked martial technique, wanted to take down Xianxia in one move. If Bai Wuxia could not take down Xianxia in front of so many people of the same generation, then his reputation would be ruined. Under Bai Wuxia's control, the snowflakes drifting down from the air all turned into white flower buds. The flower buds bloomed and quickly absorbed the ice-attributed spiritual energy in the surroundings. The formless ice-attributed energy seemed to turn solid at this moment. Thousands of tiny, crystalline white lights appeared in the air, reflecting the light. The light illuminated the ice flower buds, making them crystalline and beautiful. The thousands of flower buds covered the sky, preventing anyone from dodging. Bai Wuxia looked at Xianxia and smiled coldly. 100 flowers bloom. Bloom. Right after Bai Wuxia spoke, many crystalline ice flower buds suddenly bloomed. They were like pure and holy women revealing their charming faces and smiling faintly. The thousands of flowers bloomed. This scene was pure and beautiful. However, it contained a fatal threat. The thousands of flower petals danced around, forming a bone-chilling wind current. The ice flowers shot toward Xianxia. Every petal contained a formidable ice-attribute true essence. These tens of thousands of ice flowers were like ice flowers. These thousands of ice flowers were like a snowstorm. As long as one landed on a person, it would result in severe internal injuries. Xianxia could not let the ice flowers get close to him, not even one. Xianxia's expression turned grave. At the crucial moment, he held his saber with his right hand and executed the upgraded version of Saber Light Thunder Shadow, Ghostly Image Chop. Saber lights danced around. In an instant, Xianxia sent out 72 saber lights. Each saber light quickly split into 3. Instantly, saber images containing the state of thunder filled Xianxia's surroundings. The saber images were densely packed, encasing him tightly without any gaps. Bang! 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 In the blink of an eye, one ice flower after another collided with the blade shadow, causing a loud sound to erupt. It was like an avalanche, dull and deep. In the spacious burial ground, the sound reverberated unceasingly, causing the entire ground to shake violently. The snowy mountains exploded, shattering like rocks for 500 kilometers. Such a scene seemed to appear before everyone's eyes. They felt like they were there. The dull sounds did not stop for even a moment. Every time an ice flower exploded, it would release horrifying ice-attributed energy. Dance of Snow, hundreds of flowers bloomed. They were as magnificent as light, so beautiful that they could break one's heart. The many cultivators watching from a distance were astonished. Bai Wuxia truly lived up to his reputation as one of the 7 giants. A strong wind blew, and snowflakes fell. Xianxia's figure was completely hidden in the snowstorm. No one knew if he was dead or alive. It's over. This Xianxia will probably be severely injured, even if he does not die. Bai Wuxia is getting serious. It's been so many years since I saw Bai Wuxia use a heaven-ranked martial technique. For this Xianxia to be able to force Bai Wuxia to this extent, it is worth it. After all, he is one of the 7 giants. Xianxia was too rash. He should have stopped while he was ahead. The disciples of the various sects outside the burial ground discussed the situation. They all felt deep admiration for Xianxia for being able to force Bai Wuxia to this extent. However, they all thought that this was as far as he could go. Xianxia, one of the 7 giants, held his spear and smiled gently. This fellow is still a little rash. However, since he did not die and managed to survive, he is quite a character. However, Wang Ming, who was on the true dragon remains, shook his head slightly and said, "It might not be what you think." Jiang Ziyuan frowned and said, "Could there be other variables?" Bai Wuxue's Dance of Snow can already bring out 70% of its might. If he executed it, it would be difficult for us to deal with him. Wang Ming did not bother to argue. He smiled and said, "Keep watching and you will know." As the ice and snow flew, Bai Wuxue's expression relaxed somewhat. He was very clear on the might of his Dance of Snow. Bai Wuxue glanced at the battlefield below. Two powerful people from the extreme insect were currently holding back Shui Lingling. She would not be able to extricate herself for a while. Good. In that case, I will take this opportunity to end this scourge. Bai Wuxue's gaze turned cold. He made up his mind. After this move was over, he would eliminate the severely injured Xiao Chun, not leaving behind any future problems. Just at this moment, a strand of purple electric light suddenly appeared in the white world of ice and snow. Following that, the sound of surging water came from the ice and snow. Boom! The sound of water grew louder and louder. It was like a boundless ocean, vast and boundless. When it erupted, it crushed all the ice and snow into dust. Chapter 724. A purple sea appeared in front of Bai Wuxue. This was a sea made purely of electricity, sweeping away all the ice flowers. What's going on? A sea of lightning has appeared. It's Xiao Chun. That sea of lightning is a phenomenon created by Xiao Chun. He actually blocked that move. Exclamations rose one after another. Everyone's expression was slightly startled. They never expected Xiao Chun to be so powerful and unexpectedly block the attack. Jiang Zuan was stunned and said, "Wang Ming, already knew?" Wang Ming smiled faintly and said, "I'm the same as you, unable to see through that world of ice and snow. It is only the purest feeling of a bladesman." Xiao. Suddenly, a strand of saber light shot out of the sea of lightning from somewhere. It was like a rainbow piercing through the sun, disappearing in a flash. It was so fast that no one could catch it. This elusive saber strike made Bai Wuxue feel the threat of death for some reason. At this critical moment, Bai Wuxue's rich combat experience, which he had accumulated for many years, made him feel the threat of death. Coupled with his half-sane cultivation and sharp reflexes, he quickly dodged to the side in the time it took for a spark to fly. Chi! A dim light flashed, and a few strands of hair fell from Bai Wuxue's forehead. They drifted to the ground, brushing past the Grim Reaper. Dragon subduing slash, Blue Dragon goes to sea. Seeing that his first move had failed, Xiao Chun immediately switched to another one. His feet stepped on the Blue Dragon shadow. Xiao Chun suddenly braked in the air and flew past Bai Wuxue. Then, he immediately stopped. The sudden stop produced a thunderous sonic boom that exploded in everyone's eardrums. The mysterious phenomenon of a vast sea materialized behind Xiao Chun. 990 dragon pillars soared into the sky, and a blue dragon leaped out of the sea. Xiao Chun brandished the dragon-shaped saber chi and used the aura of a blue dragon emerging from the sea to attack Bai Wuxue. The battle happened in a breath of time. That strand of saber light chopped off Bai Wuxue's hair and immediately turned into a dragon-shaped saber light, attacking. He did not give his opponent any chance to execute his martial technique. At the crucial moment of life and death, Bai Wuxue remained extremely calm. He brought out his half-sage cultivation to its limits. His clothes fluttered wildly, and his hair suddenly turned white. A cold light blossomed on his hands, and the radiance overflowed in all directions, dazzling and glaring. "Ka!" When Bai Wuxue saw the incoming saber blade, he shouted. His hands, which were glowing with a cold light, clapped down and clamped down on the saber blade. Boom! A horrifying clump of energy immediately burst out behind Bai Wuxue. 100-meter-wide pit appeared in the cave wall, turning pitch black. However, Bai Wuxue's body did not move at all in midair. He used his strong cultivation to receive Xiao Chen's heaven-ranked martial technique head-on. People couldn't help but sigh at the profound cultivation and courage of the 7 tycoons. Blood leaked out of a corner of Bai Wuxue's lips as he clamped down on the saber. He looked at Xiao Chun and smiled. "White Robe Bladesman, you really surprised me." However, suppressing the cold qi in your body must be very painful, right? Xiao Qian's lips paled slightly. It was indeed, as Bai Wuxia said. There was no way to completely dodge that dance of snow. Even though Xiao Qian managed to dodge the ice flowers, the cold qi that appeared from the start had already silently entered his body. Just take care of yourself. Xiao Qian's blood surged as he instantly activated the sovereign's bloodline in his body. A distant, noble, ancient, heavy, and epic sovereign's aura surged towards Bai Wuxia. With the sovereign's aura at such a close distance, Bai Wuxia could not help but take a step back. However, he quickly recovered. However, Xiao Qian took advantage of this opportunity to draw the lunar shadow saber from Bai Wuxia's hand. Then, he quickly executed the second move of the dragon, subduing slash. Xiao Qian turned into a true dragon, and his body merged with his saber. Then he stomped on the air, causing space to tremble endlessly. A saber light flickered like a true dragon baring its claws in rage as it flew at Bai Wuxia. Bai Wuxia's expression changed slightly. With one glance, he could tell that this move was different from the previous one. It required a martial technique. Dance of snow, 100 flowers contend. Bai Wuxia's hands formed hand seals, and the dancing snowflakes in front of him suddenly condensed into all sorts of ice flowers. There were azaleas, peonies, roses, white flowers, and hundreds of other flowers. They formed 100 flowers formation made of ice and snow. They competed with each other and formed a strange aura, firmly locking down the space. The true dragon and the 100 flowers formation clashed and gave off a loud sound. The two each took 100 steps back. For the first time, the aura of soaring dragon did not knock anyone away. Instead, it barely managed to fight evenly. The flowers withered and turned back into dancing snowflakes. The blood at the corner of Bai Wuxia's lips was very eye-catching in the white snow. What kind of monster did I provoke? Unexpectedly, he even grasped the aura of a heaven-ranked martial technique. Bai Wuxia stared at the pale Xiao Qian. The shock in his heart could not be described with words. Incredible. Unexpectedly, he even comprehended the aura of a heaven-ranked martial technique. The passionate young master, Murong Lingfeng, who fought to a draw with Luo Zixiao on a true dragon corpse, gently waved his folding fan. Luo Zixiao, who was holding a sword beside Murong Lingfeng, said calmly. However, his situation is not optimistic. The dance of snow contains cold poison. The cold poison that has accumulated in his body has probably reached a certain level already. Murong Lingfeng smiled faintly and said, "It's fine. Shui Lingling is already free." Bai Wuxia gently wiped away the blood at the corner of his lips. Then, he looked at the pale Xiao Qian, who was clearly suffering from the cold poison. Just as Bai Wuxia was about to make a move, he suddenly felt an extremely dangerous gaze on him. As long as he made any strange movements, he would immediately face death. Bai Wuxia already guessed what was going on. He looked around, and it was indeed as he expected. Shui Lingling, who was on the ground, had already dealt with the few ruthless people of the extreme Yin sect. She had already drawn her purple bow, which contained immortal qi, into the shape of a full moon. An arrow made of pure, profound sun, true flame, was knocked on the bow. Shui Lingling's purple robes fluttered as she looked at Bai Wuxia coldly. Her meaning was clear without saying. Bai Wuxia glanced at the extreme Yin sect true inheritors lying on the ground, firmly subdued by Hu Hai and the others. He knew that he had lost his advantage. The priceless and inestimable true dragon corpse was no longer of any use to him. Then Bai Wuxia raised his head and looked at Xiao Qian. He sighed ruefully. When he first met Xiao Qian, he had used less than 50% of his strength to force the other party to flee. When Bai Wuxia heard the other party challenge him, he had treated it as a joke. He felt that it was an insult to his reputation and only wanted to kill this person casually. Bai Wuxia had never truly treated Xiao Qian as an opponent. He had never felt that Xiao Qian was dangerous, so he had not taken Xiao Qian's challenge to heart. However, in a mere 2 months, Xiao Qian's strength had advanced by leaps and bounds. Bai Wuxia had used close to 100% of his strength, but he had still failed to deal with Xianxia quickly. Instead, he had gotten injured. Now, Bai Wuxia had no choice but to seriously consider this challenge. Bai Wuxia withdrew his hand and scattered his state of ice. Then, he looked at Xianxia and said in a cold voice, "The Haotian sect Xianxia, as the top true inheritor of the extreme sect, I ask you, are you really willing to challenge me?" Xianxia waved his hand and scattered his immortal state of thunder. Then, he sheathed his saber and said calmly, "I already said it long ago. I will not repeat myself." Bai Wuxia narrowed his eyes and smiled coldly. "Very well. In that case, I formally accept your challenge before all the younger generation of the Tianwu domain. I'll give you 1 year. Within this 1 year, the extreme insect will not send anyone to seek trouble for you." After saying that, Bai Wuxia flung his sleeves and led the extreme insect's true inheritors away from the burial grounds with cold expressions. Looking at Bai Wuxia's departing figure, the disciples of the various sects were deep in thought. Since Bai Wuxia became famous, countless people had challenged him, wanting to use him as a stepping stone for their own fame. However, without exception, all these people fell at his feet, seeking their own humiliation. Bai Wuxia had accepted hundreds of challenges. However, he had never formally accepted any of them. Today, he had accepted Xianxia's challenge before all the younger generation of the Tianwu domain. This was truly surprising. As they looked at Xianxia, they all felt envious. After this, the name of the white robe bladesman, Xianxia, will spread throughout the entire Tianwu domain. That goes without saying. Bai Wuxia officially accepted this challenge. This is unprecedented. In the future, this battle will definitely attract everyone's attention. Strange, Bai Wuxia has met opponents before as well. However, he never acknowledged them. Could it be that Xianxia is really that strong? Bai Wuxia gave Xianxia 1 year. I wonder what he is thinking. As one of the 7 giants, he definitely has his own pride. He does not fear a true challenge. He probably did not take Xianxia seriously in the past. Bai Wuxia's acknowledgement of Xianxia's challenge was like dropping a bomb into a calm lake. It immediately incited a lot of discussion, making the place extraordinarily bustling. Xianxia's gaze was as calm as still water. He did not think that Bai Wuxia's acknowledgement was a big deal. Xianxia had always been indifferent to his reputation. He only knew that Bai Wuxia had injured him, bullied him, and humiliated him. So, he should return the favor. That was all. Xianxia gently drifted down and landed beside Shui Lingling. He said softly, "First senior sister, fortunately, I did not disappoint you. I managed to block a few moves from Bai Wuxia." Shui Lingling smiled and said, "Don't say anything first. I'll use the profound Sun True Flame to help you purge the cold poison in your body." Bai Wuxia's cold poison had already entered Xianxia's body. However, it was not as severe as others guessed. Xianxia's physical body had already reached rank 1 sage body. His skin, blood, bones, and meridians had all been tempered several times. It was extremely difficult for the cold poison to break through the layers of defense and enter his internal organs. Furthermore, Xianxia cultivated lightning-attributed quintessence, which was somewhat effective against this cold poison. As long as Xianxia did not continue fighting and did not purposely treat himself, the cold poison would slowly be purged over time. Xianxia was aware of his own situation. However, since Shui Lingling wanted to help, it would be unreasonable of him to reject her. So, he allowed Shui Lingling to send a clump of gentle, profound sun, true flame into his body. Qi. The profound sun true flame circulated through Xianxia's body and easily purged all the cold poison. The process was so smooth that it shocked Shui Lingling. After the cold poison left his body, Xianxia's somewhat unsightly expression immediately recovered its luster, and he became spirited. Shui Lingling withdrew her hand and smiled. "Your physical body is really terrifyingly strong. I wonder if you're a half-sage who in the younger generation of the Tianwu domain can stop you." Chapter 725. When Xianxia heard this, he smiled faintly. However, he He looked at the true dragon remains in the center without any pride in his eyes. The 5 fiend race loose cultivators there had already revealed their fiend forms. However, Xianxia still held the initiative. He stood on the head of the massive true dragon skeleton and lashed out with a lightning whip, beating the 5 fiend race loose cultivators into submission. Let's not talk about this anymore. Let's split this true dragon remains. Hopefully, we will be lucky enough to find a few drops of dragon marrow. Shui Lingling smiled as she called everyone over. The others had already gone far away, but Xiao Chun did not move. Everyone could not help but look at him strangely, not knowing what Xiao Chun wanted to do. This person, he is not qualified to split the true dragon remains, Xiao Chun said calmly and coldly as he looked at Wang Chung expressionlessly. When Hu Hai and the others heard this, their expressions changed. They felt very confused. Xiao Chen's words were rather hurtful, not in line with his character at all. Sweat appeared on Wang Cheng's forehead as his heart trembled. What should have happened had finally happened. Xiao Chen really did not intend to let him off. When Wang Cheng saw Xiao Chun return and the strength he displayed, he had already anticipated his ending. However, now that it really happened, he could not help but feel extremely nervous. Chen Xiao said, "Junior brother Xiao Chun, although Wang Cheng said some unpleasant things and was somewhat disrespectful to you, we are all from the same sect. There is no need to be so ruthless." Shui Lingling's gaze wandered around. When she saw the pale and trembling Wang Cheng, she felt that something was wrong. She frowned and said, "Don't say anything first. Let Xiao Chen finish." Xiao Chen's eyes flashed with murderous intent as he stared at Wang Cheng. Then he enunciated every word clearly. "Back in the true dragon storm, I did not fall down by accident. Instead, he sneak attacked and kicked me down." Buzz. Right after Xiao Chen said that, everyone's minds buzzed. They could not believe that what Xiao Chen said was true. Junxi's pretty face turned cold. She immediately said angrily, "Wang Cheng, is what junior brother Xiao Chun said true?" Hu Hai remained silent. He looked at Wang Cheng helplessly. Given Hu Hai's understanding of Xiao Chen's character, there was no need to accuse Wang Cheng. Furthermore, when Xiao Chun fell into the true dragon storm, it was indeed very strange. Even Junxi, the weakest among them, had not been pulled out. How could Xiao Chun have been pulled out by the storm? However, despite their suspicions, no one thought that it was Wang Cheng. No matter what, they were Wang Cheng. They were Xiao Chun. Wang Cheng glanced at Shui Lingling's expression. Shui Lingling's murderous aura was restrained, without the slightest trace of emotion. The last trace of hope in his heart was completely dashed. Now there was Shui, Wang, Xiao Lingling Xiao No, and he, Shui, Ling, Xiao Chun Tian, Chun, Xiao, and Ling Xiao Chun of Chun Xiao, and Ling. Run. Wang Cheng could not be bothered with Junxi's question. Without saying anything else, he turned and ran. Only by leaving this place could he survive. Given Wang Cheng's movement technique, as long as Shui Lingling did not make a move, he would not be able to catch up to him in this chaotic burial ground. If the others wanted to catch up to him, they would have to put in a lot of effort, including Xiao Chun. Boom! However, Wang Cheng underestimated the rage in Shui Lingling's heart. He had only moved 200 meters when a fiery light flashed like a meteor. Then, Wang Cheng's head exploded into a pool of scarlet light. Shui Lingling gently put down the bow in her hand. She had a complicated expression as she sighed. "Originally, I prepared the flowing light arrow to deal with by Wuxia. Unexpectedly, I used it on my own people." Wang Cheng's headless corpse slowly fell over. When the people in the surroundings saw this scene, they were startled, not knowing what happened. How strange. Shui Lingling would actually attack her own people, Murong Lingfeng said suspiciously as he jumped down from the true dragon's remains. Luo Zixiao, who fought Xiao Chun to a draw, said indifferently, "The internal affairs of the Haoyan sect have nothing to do with us. Let's see if this true dragon remains have dragon marrow first. If there is, this trip will be worth it." Murong Lingfeng counted the vertebrae of the true dragon remains one by one. When he reached the 9th vertebrae, he stopped. I advise you not to get your hopes up. These are all secondary dragons. The chances of them having dragon marrow are not high. The one that Xianxia is fighting for is the one with the highest chance. Murong Lingfeng said calmly as he removed the 9th vertebra with a faint smile. Among the true dragons, there were also ranks. Generally speaking, a true dragon cave would only have one master, and the rest would be its subordinates. Clearly, in this burial ground, the largest true dragon skeleton under Xianxia's feet was the true master of this place. The chances of this true dragon skeleton containing dragon marrow were also the highest. Otherwise, the loose cultivators of the fiend race would not have worked together to make a move. Nor would Xianxia be so interested. Naturally, Luo Zixiao understood this as well. He walked forward with his sword in hand and gently stroked the true dragon skeleton. Then, he said indifferently, "It doesn't matter. Along the way, the spirit fruits, herbs, and rare ores I picked are enough. Just treat it as a pleasant surprise if there is dragon marrow. It is not a loss even if there is none." Murong Lingfeng held the segment of true dragon skeleton and shook it up and down. However, the bone was empty. There was no sound at all. He could not help but feel disappointed. If there was dragon marrow in it, when he shook it gently, the dragon marrow would flow. It would give off a resonant and vast true dragon roar, resounding throughout the world, extremely shocking. Clearly, there was nothing in this true dragon skeleton. However, this true dragon skeleton was already very valuable. Even if they split it evenly, they would not lose out. Be it exchanging it for resources, selling it for spirit stones, forging bone weapons, or refining medicinal pills, it would be very useful. On the other side, Wang Ming held the 9th vertebra of the true dragon skeleton as he looked at the white-robed Xiao Chun. However, he did not make a move. Jiang Zhen, who was at the side, frowned slightly. He said unhappily, "Wang Ming, are you afraid that I will try to snatch it if there is dragon marrow? Why are you not testing it yet?" Wang Ming recovered his wits. However, he ignored Jiang Ziyuan's words. His gaze turned grave as he muttered, "So it is him, that white-robed brat, who snatched my half-drop of dragon marrow. It looks like I have to negotiate with Shui Lingling later." When Jiang Ziyuan saw the situation, he could not help but repeat what he said. He did not mean anything else. He just wanted to see whether there was dragon marrow or not. If there was, he could use resources to exchange for it with Wang Ming. Physical defense had always been Xiao Chen's weakness. He really needed the help of dragon marrow. Wang Ming laughed loudly and casually tossed the vertebra over. He said, "In that case, do it yourself. Why would I, Wang Ming, be afraid of you playing any tricks?" Jiang Ziyuan could not be bothered to say more. He caught the vertebra and shook it. It was empty. There was no sound at all. Xiao Chun could not help but reveal an expression of extreme disappointment. He looked at the huge skeleton in the center, wherein Xianxia and the fiend race loose cultivators were still fighting. "It looks like only that set of dragon bones will have dragon marrow," Jiang Ziyuan said calmly. Wang Ming's lips curled up slightly. He said, "That might not be the case. However, even if there is, you would not be able to exchange for it. And Xianxia wants to use the entire vertebra to forge the true dragon lightning whip. Taking out the dragon marrow would destroy the integrity of the whip." Jiang Zhen sighed slightly and said, "I know that as well. However, Xianxia is becoming increasingly stronger. He will probably comprehend the will of thunder soon. At that time, he will be able to face the 3 holy scions head-on." Wang Ming said sullenly, "It is not that soon. He has already comprehended it. The problem now is how much of the will of thunder he has comprehended." When Jiang Ziyuan heard this news, his body paused visibly. He asked, "How do you know? Have you fought with him before?" Wang Ming's expression slowly turned grave. He nodded gently and said, "Do you think I am the kind of person who would give up the title of the strongest of the 7 giants so easily? I fought him once 3 years ago and lost within 100 moves. I fought him again 2 years ago and lost within 100 moves. I fought him again 1 year ago and lost within 10 moves. Defeating Wang Ming in 10 moves, Xianxia could not help but reveal deep shock in his eyes. He said, "Their cultivation and martial techniques are about the same. There is only one explanation for losing so quickly." Wang Ming casually waved his hand and put away the entire set of true dragon remains. Then he looked at the set of remains in the middle and said, "Just wait and see. In the next Sage War of the Proud Son of Heaven ranking, the top 3 positions will probably change." Before the anticipating gazes of his many junior brothers and sisters, Feng Xingxing gently shook the 9th segment of the true dragon bone. In the end, it was still empty. There was no sound at all. Aside from the one in the middle, 3 of the remaining 4 sets of true dragon bones did not have dragon marrow. The rarity of dragon marrow was evident once again. A true dragon cave would not be exposed at any time. Even if it was exposed, most of the dragon bones would not have dragon marrow. It was even possible for the entire true dragon cave to not have dragon marrow. First, senior sister, don't touch this segment first. Shui Lingling had already removed the 9th segment of the true dragon bone. However, Xiao Chun stopped Shui Lingling from doing so. The blue dragon martial spirit in Xiao Chen's body had recondensed. He had a strange connection to this true dragon bone. His spiritual sense and mental energy could not see through this true dragon bone. However, Xiao Chen had a hunch that this segment of the true dragon bone might contain dragon marrow. Once it was exposed, it would definitely attract attention from many places. At that time, there would be endless trouble. Shui Lingling was stunned for a while, but she still obeyed. Then, she handed the true dragon bone to Xiao Chun for safekeeping. As for the remaining true dragon bones, Shui Lingling divided them according to their individual strengths. Xiao Chun and Xiao Chun each took 40%, and the remaining 20% was divided equally among Hu Hai and the other 2. No one objected to such a division. Without Xiao Chun and Shui Lingling, it would be impossible for the others to obtain even 1 segment of the true dragon bone. Boom! Suddenly, an extremely resonant, divine thunder resounded. That thunder imprinted itself in everyone's sea of consciousness, reverberating endlessly and causing their seas of consciousness to churn endlessly. There was clearly only one thunder, but resounded endlessly in everyone's minds. It was like they were in a sea of lightning. Everyone felt like bolts of lightning were circling them. The sky changed color, and the winds and clouds churned. It felt like the heavenly might of the lightning could shatter their souls at any moment. Xiao Chun stabilized his mind. His surging mental energy instantly allowed him to extricate himself from the illusion. Chapter 726. After that, the other 7 giants woke up from the illusions one after another. When they looked at the owner of the shocking thunder, they all appeared somewhat dazed. Shui Lingling frowned slightly and muttered to herself, "Will of thunder." And Xianxia really comprehended the will of thunder. Xiao Chen frowned and entered deep thought. The might of a will was truly terrifying. It could even intimidate a cultivator's soul. If Xianxia really made a move, even if everyone here worked together, they would not be a match for him. He had already left the others far behind. If they could not comprehend a will as well, then even if they were half-sages, they would be like ants before him. And Xianxia's lightning whip flickered with a silver electric light. The whip looked like a dignified, silver holy dragon as it swept out. The whip knocked the 5 fiend race loose cultivators, who had revealed their true forms, into the air. Their fiend bodies trembled in the air. After they landed, they reverted to human form. Strands of black smoke came out of their bodies, making them look very miserable. "Why are you still not scramming?" And Xianxia shouted as he stood on the dragon's head. He had a stern expression as he held the silver lightning whip. After exposing the will of thunder, and Xianxia was not in a good mood. He did not show any politeness when he spoke. If these 5 fiend race loose cultivators dared to continue pestering him, he could only kill them. The 5 half-sage fiend race loose cultivators trembled as they climbed to their feet. Their eyes revealed deep fear as they headed out of the burial ground without looking back. When Xianxia landed on the ground, he casually swung his whip and shattered the huge true dragon skeleton. leaving only the 9 segments of its spine intact. As the skeleton shattered, the entire burial ground shook violently. Rocks continuously fell from above, rumbling as they fell. Quick, let's go. This place is going to collapse. If we do not go out, we will be buried forever. Shui Lingling's expression changed slightly. Then, she led Xiao Chun and the others towards the exit. The cave collapsed, and huge rocks fell from the sky. The entire place turned chaotic. Fortunately, the cultivators who came here all had high cultivations. In such a crisis, other than some extremely unlucky cultivators who could not circulate their quintessence in time and got crushed by the rocks, most would be fine. After exiting the cave, the ground behind Xiao Chun and the others collapsed. Accompanied by a rumbling sound, the true dragon cave was completely covered in dust and turned into ruins. He could no longer continue searching, and it would be impossible for him to continue trying his luck here in the future. Several cultivators stood in front of the rubble, unwilling to leave for a long time. Some people obtained heavenly treasures and mystical resources that they wanted. It could be said that they had obtained their own fortuitous encounter. There were also people who paid with their lives here, turning into the earth, falling just like that, dying on the path of martial arts that was filled with difficulties. Shui Lingling sighed gently and said, "Let's go. The demonic barrier around the savage battlefield will recover after a while. At that time, it will be difficult to leave." The crowd slowly dispersed. At Xiao Chen's suggestion, Shui Lingling took an extremely desolate path. 1 hour later, after scanning the area with his spiritual sense several times and confirming that there was no one within 5 kilometers, Xiao Chun took out the dragon bone. Jun Si smiled gently and said, "Junior brother Xiao Chun, you are so cautious. Could it be that there is really dragon marrow in this dragon bone?" The others looked at Xiao Chun curiously as well. They did not understand why Xiao Chun was so insistent. After all, the chances of dragon marrow appearing were extremely low. This was especially so for a subordinate dragon. It was practically impossible. Previously, when Wang Meng and the others checked for dragon bones in front of so many people, they had not held much hope. If they were sure that there was dragon marrow, they would not have shown it to so many people, seeking trouble for themselves. Xiao Chun smiled faintly as he held the true dragon's 9th vertebra with his right hand. He said, "That is hard to say. Perhaps a miracle will happen." Drip. As Xiao Chun held the dragon bone, he shook it gently. The crisp sound of liquid sloshing came from the dragon bone. The 4, including Shui Lingling, all showed astonished expressions. They even suspected that they were hallucinating. Roar. Before they could question it, the crisp sound of liquid sloshing suddenly turned into a resonant dragon roar. That dragon roar contained a boundless dragon might. True dragons had long since disappeared, and the ones that still existed in the world were only some drakes. Even the draconic might of the most powerful draconic dragons was worlds apart from this. This was the purest true dragon might. The instant the dragon roar appeared, aside from Xiao Chun and Shui Lingling, the other 3 were immediately sent flying. Right after the dragon roar sounded, another dragon roar followed. This time, Hu Hai and the other 2 could no longer hold on. They all vomited a mouthful of blood and fell to the ground, trembling. Even Shui Lingling had a somewhat grave expression. She shuffled her feet slightly. After the dragon might dispersed, Shui Lingling walked over joyfully. She said, 2 dragon roars. There are 2 drops of dragon marrow in there. Xiao Chun, how did you discover it?" The others walked over with pale complexions. Their eyes were still filled with disbelief. Hu Hai muttered, 2 drops of dragon marrow. If Wang Meng and the others knew about such a harvest, I wonder how jealous they would be. The value of 1 drop of dragon marrow was sufficient to offset all the precious spirit fruits and ores that those people had collected along the way. 2 drops of spirit stones completely surpassed the gains of the others. This was especially so for the genius cultivators who came here specifically for the dragon marrow. This was a fatal temptation. To them, if they could not obtain the dragon marrow, no matter how many treasures they collected, it would be useless. 5 kilometers away, Wang Ming's body paused for a moment. A strange look flashed in his eyes as he carefully sensed the faint fluctuations in the air. After a while, Wang Ming's eyes lit up. His lips curled up in a smile as he said, "It's dragon marrow. What a coincidence." After Wang Ming recognized Xiao Chun, he wanted to end his relationship with Xiao Chun. He did not want to lose half a drop of dragon marrow for nothing. However, when Wang Ming followed Xiao Chun, he quickly sensed a spiritual sense that was much stronger than mental energy. Wang Ming was very knowledgeable. The first possibility that came to his mind was that Xue Lingling had obtained a rather powerful mental energy martial technique. After Xiao Chun dodged once, he chose to follow far behind a group of people, back to where Xiao Chun and the others were. Hu Hai and the others rejoiced at first. However, they quickly calmed down. No matter what, the 2 drops of dragon marrow would not end up in their hands. "First, senior sister, we will not split this dragon marrow. You and junior brother Xiao Chun can have a drop each," Hu Hai and the others said calmly. Xue Lingling nodded and said, "All right. I will compensate you with some medial-grade spirit gathering pearls later. However, I have no use for this drop of dragon marrow." Xiao Chun looked at Xue Lingling suspiciously. Since there were 2 drops of dragon marrow, he definitely had to give one away. He did not know why Xue Lingling did not want it. Dragon marrow mainly strengthens a cultivator's physical body's defense. 1 drop of dragon marrow can raise my defense by about 20%. Xue Lingling carried the purple bow on her back and stroked the hair on her forehead. She chuckled and said, "However, I mainly cultivate archery and movement techniques. The dragon marrow is not very useful to me, so I might as well help you, junior martial brother. In the future, you have to take out a natural treasure of equal value to the dragon marrow and return it to me." Xiao Qin never liked to put on airs. The dragon marrow was indeed very useful to him. He performed a cupped fist salute and said, "Many thanks, senior sister. Xiao Chun will remember this favor." Just as Xue Lingling was about to say something, she frowned slightly on her pretty face. She looked up and said, "Someone is coming." The group turned their heads and saw a dim light shooting through the air, looking like a beam of light rushing over. This person did not hide his strong aura at all. Before he even got close, a strong wind blew, kicking up sand and rocks. Xiao Chun and the others could not help but close their eyes. When the strong wind dissipated, the arrogant and tyrannical Wang Ming, carrying the dragon-tooth saber on his back, appeared before the group with a smile on his face. "Xue Lingling, congratulations to your Haotian sect. You have gained another proud disciple." Wang Ming casually drew his dragon-tooth saber and placed both hands on its hilt as he stood upright on the ground. Of the 7 giants, Wang Ming had the most arrogant temper. He never hid it, so his relationships with others were poor. Xue Lingling could not be bothered to speak nonsense with him. She removed the purple bow with her right hand and said coldly, "You are here for the dragon marrow, right? I really do not know where you get your confidence to appear before me in such an open space." Wang Ming, who had fought alongside Xue Lingling in the Bushan Palace, knew better than others how mighty the bow in Xue Lingling's hand was. Many cultivators of the foreign races and demonic world experts had died to this bow. Wang Ming looked at Xiao Chun with some fear and smiled faintly. Then he pointed at Xiao Chun and said, "I am here to look for him, not to cause trouble for you. You should know that he won half a drop of dragon marrow from me, right?" Xiao Chun smiled bitterly to himself. He knew that half a drop of dragon marrow would not be that easy to obtain. Trouble finally came looking for him. Xue Lingling narrowed her eyes and said coldly, "You can't look for him either. As for the matter of the half a drop of dragon marrow, if you want to look for it, go look for Nguyen Muyun. What is so great about looking for my junior brother?" Wang Ming had not expected Xue Lingling to be so unyielding. His gaze turned cold, and he released an indistinct killing chi. He said, "No matter what you think, we have to settle this grudge. Otherwise, I will not be able to calm down. Bai Wuxia gave him 1 year. I will not bully the weak. As long as he can receive 1 move from me, this matter will be settled. If he does not want to receive it, that is fine. In that case, Give me one drop of dragon marrow to end this matter. Otherwise, Shui Lingling did not show any fear. Her gentle and pretty face was covered in frost, and her killing chi had not been released yet. She asked indifferently, "Otherwise what?" Wang Ming smiled coldly and said, "Otherwise, he might not be able to live past 1 year, unless he stays in the Haotian sect and does not come out." "Good. In that case, I will kill you now." Earlier, when Bai Wuxia threatened Shui Lingling in the cave, she had already been suppressing her anger. Now that she was in such an open area, she was in danger from Wang Ming. Shui Lingling could no longer hold back her rage. She did not say anything more and unleashed all her killing chi. Her purple robes fluttered, and her fine black hair fluttered in the wind. Then, she suddenly released the bowstring in her right hand. A fiery light flickered like a meteor, illuminating the dark space of the savage battlefield. In the blink of an eye, it arrived before Wang Ming. The fiery light illuminated the sky. The light disappeared in a flash, and the dark space returned to normal. Chapter 7:27. No one could describe how fast that arrow was. If it wasn't for the shock brought by the strong light to the eyes, it was very likely that they would think that it was just an illusion. Although Wang Ming's gaze wandered, it never left Shui Lingling's right hand, which was drawing the bowstring. Before Shui Lingling let go, Wang Ming had already dodged. The instant the light vanished, Wang Ming had already retreated 100 meters. A finger-sized hole appeared where he originally stood. It was dark and deep, and no one knew how deep it was. The entire place was calm, except for the sound of the wind. The air froze and lingered for a long time, looking very strange. Hu Hai and the other two knew Shui Lingling's strength. The instant she released the arrow, they immediately retreated. Xiaoqian followed suit, following his instincts. Bang! Indeed, everything that happened earlier was just the calm before the storm. The profound yang arrow, which had penetrated an unknown distance into the ground, suddenly exploded. The flat ground suddenly cracked, and the crack extended for a kilometer. Countless pieces of mud splattered in all directions like fairies scattering their wings. Rumble! The ground trembled, and mud poured down like a torrential rain. When one looked up, they saw many huge pieces of mud the size of small hills. Supported by the shock waves, the mud floated up into the sky. The scene was very chaotic, spectacular, and shocking. First Senior Sister is really angry. In the cave, First Senior Sister could not bring out her strength at all. Now that she is in such an open space, she has nothing to worry about. Hu Hai and the other two were flabbergasted. They had not seen Shui Lingling this angry in a long time. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Mud and rocks flew everywhere. Wang Ming held his dragon-tooth saber in the chaotic sky as he calmly leaped from one huge rock to another, approaching Shui Lingling. Her fine black hair fluttered like a waterfall. Shui Lingling's gentle face turned cold. Her purple robes fluttered, and killing chi radiated from her body. Xiaoqian drew back the bowstring and let go. 3 beams of fire each flew out in arcs. Her movements were as smooth as flowing water, direct and efficient, without any pause. Bang! The 3 streams of flames shattered a huge rock under Wang Ming's feet. The flowing light turned into a blazing flame that swept out. Wang Ming's body swayed in the air like a kite. Shui Lingling pushed off the ground with her toes, and her graceful figure quickly jumped up from the ground. She pulled the bowstring, and a stream of fire shot out. The red light shone in the dusky space like fireworks blooming, the light never extinguishing, never extinguishing. Amidst the boundless flames, Wang Ming's agile body could be seen weaving through the arrows, trying to get closer to Shui Lingling. However, the terrain here was wide and flat, stretching out endlessly. Her fine black hair fluttered in the wind. That graceful purple figure was like a fairy, nimbly leaping about. She did not give Wang Ming any chance to get close at all. Instead, she forced Wang Ming to deal with her. The direction in which Shui Lingling shot her arrows was very particular. Her figure jumped and formed a huge circle. In the end, the radius of the circle continued to shrink and the space that Wang Ming could dodge to was getting smaller and smaller. The situation did not look good for Wang Ming. Although the arrows did not hit Wang Ming, the shockwaves from the explosion of the flowing light drained his protective quintessence. The arrows were like light, flickering and disappearing. They were extremely fast, making everyone tense up at all times. They did not dare to relax at all, putting immense mental pressure on them. Damn it, to think that I'm fighting with Xue Lingling on a plane. It looks like I really went crazy. Wang Ming could not help cursing in a low voice when he dodged an arrow. However, the shockwaves sent him flying. After thinking for a while, Wang Ming gave up on his original plan. He charged out of Xue Lingling's formless encirclement and flew back. After thinking for a while, Xiaochun gave up on his original plan. He charged out of Xue Lingling's formless encirclement and flew back. Xue Lingling held up her bow and gave chase. As the flowing light shot out, a 1,000-meter-long pit occasionally appeared on the flat ground, flabbergasting everyone. The two of them disappeared from Hu Hai's and the other's sight for a long time. However, they could still occasionally hear loud explosions coming from the distance. Xiaochun looked into the distance for a long time before withdrawing his gaze. He said, "There's no need to chase so far, right?" A smile flashed on Junxi's face. She said softly, "First senior sister, this is to help you deal with this problem. Wang Ming has always been insolent. He is the kind of person who will vent his anger. If you only chase him away, he will come and seek trouble for you sooner or later. You have to make him back off." Hu Hai said, "Let's go as well." The direction that Wang Ming fled in is also the exit of the savage battlefield. The group followed the battle marks that Xue Lingling left behind and quickly gave chase. Who would have imagined that they would walk for 3 days and 3 nights? Explosions and flares occasionally rang out in front. After chasing for 3 days, Xue Lingling still did not give up. Wang Ming was in a miserable state as well. There were many cultivators outside the exit of the savage battlefield. These people did not have the strength to enter on their own, but their fellow sect members or friends did. Hence, they waited here for news, hoping that the people they knew would return safely. Move aside, move aside. On this particular day, a loud sound suddenly came from the exit. A man in tattered clothes and covered in dirt, looking like a beggar, rushed out in a hurry while holding a dragon-tooth saber. Holding a dragon-tooth saber, he rushed out from inside and shouted at the people blocking his way. A strong aura spread out from his body, forcing everyone to move aside. Who is this person? He is so strong, but why is he in such a sorry state? That person's hair was char-black, and his face was covered in dirt. His appearance could not be seen clearly, which confused the others. Only when someone recognized the signature dragon-tooth saber did they exclaim in shock, "That is Wang Ming, the most arrogant of the 7 giants. Who is so powerful to be able to force him into such a state?" It was like a stone that caused 1,000 ripples. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone's gazes were immediately drawn over. Wang Ming's clothes were tattered, his hair was charred, his face was covered in dirt, and his body was covered in wounds. His eyes were bloodshot, and he looked dispirited. He looked like a refugee. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Just as everyone was shocked, 9 resplendent, meteor-like fiery lights shot out from the entrance. Each strand of fiery light was an arrow made of profound, yang, true flame. They were so dazzling that no one dared to look at them directly. Wang Ming, who was running forward, sensed the 9 swift fiery lights behind him. His eyes were filled with an extremely impatient expression. He seemed to be quite resentful, but there was nothing he could do. Wang Ming grasped the dragon-tooth saber tightly and quickly turned around. Saber lights danced, and the dragon-tooth saber seemed to come to life as he swung it 9 times. Every time Wang Ming swung the saber, the arrow would explode. The huge impact blasted a horrifying deep pit in the ground. Shockwaves surged and kicked up a lot of dust. After 9 loud explosions, the place where Wang Ming stood was already covered in dust. Thick smoke and dust filled the air. A series of coughs could be clearly heard coming from inside. Xue Lingling, You are really ruthless. You chased me for 3 days and 3 nights. I have had enough. As for the matter of the half-drop of dragon marrow, I will not seek trouble for that brat anymore. Can you stop now?" Wang Meng roared with all his might amidst the surging dust cloud. Shui Lingling floated down from the air, holding her purple bow. A gentle expression appeared on her frosty face. She smiled gently and said, "Wouldn't it have been fine if you had said so earlier? Why did you have to seek trouble for yourself?" When the dust cloud settled, Wang Meng looked at Shui Lingling, who was still in high spirits. She looked like she had no problem chasing him for 3 days and 3 nights. Wang Ming glared hatefully at Xiaochun and quickly left. This time, he had shown weakness in front of so many people. He had completely lost face. So, he was targeted by Shui Lingling in the plains. Wang Ming deserves to be unlucky. After Shui Lingling pulled away, even in Xianxia, one of the 7 giants, would have a hard time dealing with him. After Shui Lingling appeared, the others finally understood. They felt that Wang Ming's encounter was reasonable, and there was nothing to be surprised about. After another 4 hours, Xiaoqin's group of 4 arrived with fatigued expressions. When they saw Shui Lingling's figure, they heaved a sigh of relief. For the past 3 days, they had chased relentlessly without any rest. They were indeed very tired. If even they were in such a state, it was easy to imagine how Wang Ming, who was constantly in danger, had endured the past 3 days. Wang Ming's matter allowed Xiaochun to see another side of Shui Lingling. He could not help but sigh ruefully. Sometimes, when a woman became ruthless, no matter how arrogant or domineering you were, you would have to lower your head and show weakness. Honestly speaking, Xiaochun did not feel that there was anything wrong with Wang Ming's suggestion. Ending all grudges with one saber strike was something he could accept. Only after Shui Lingling explained did Xiaochun understand. Of the 7 giants, Wang Ming's explosive power in close combat was the most horrifying. Xiaochun was not liked by Wuxia, whose state of ice paid particular attention to the aftermath, using cold qi to kill without anyone realizing it. Xiaoqin's horrifying explosive power could take someone's life in one move. This matter was just an interlude. It did not disrupt the group's journey. The group of people on the profound sunbird continued on their way back to the Haotian sect. Since there was nothing to do along the way, Shui Lingling and the others could not help but ask about what happened after Xiaochun was swept away by the true dragon storm. How did his strength improve so rapidly in just half a month? Naturally, Xiaochun could not speak of the matter of the Blue Dragon Palace. He hid it, only saying that he found a peak-grade Earth Essence fruit and refined his quintessence twice. Right, that makes sense. In history, the cultivators who succeeded in refining their quintessence twice would usually erupt with horrifying combat prowess above their cultivation. After Shui Lingling heard everything, she analyzed seriously. Furthermore, with your physical body's strength and your accumulations, you can shock the world with one brilliant feat. Out of curiosity, Junsi asked, "First senior sister, according to what you said, Xiaochun will be able to defeat by Wuxia easily in 1 year." Shui Lingling pondered this. Then, she shook her head slightly and said, "It is hard to say. For a cultivator's life, 1 year is too short. However, this is a special era. Too many things can happen in 1 year." Hu Hai and the others exchanged glances. Then, they asked doubtfully, "What special era? The Age of Geniuses?" Shui Lingling nodded and said, "That's right. The next year will be the most crucial year. You spend most of your time in the Haotian sect and do not have enough contacts. This is the information I obtained from Bushin Palace." Chapter 728. Be it the geniuses from the lower realms or the young experts of the Tianwu domain, there are several people who are even more talented than Xiaochun. However, they lack accumulations, so they did not come to the savage battlefield. A strange look flashed in the eyes of Hu Hai and the other 2. They found this somewhat incredible. It would be hard to find 10 heaven-defying people like Xiaochun in the Tianwu domain in 100 years. However, Shui Lingling said that there were several geniuses who were even stronger than Xiaochun. This was too shocking. Shui Lingling continued. There is an insurmountable bottleneck between half-sage and martial sage. Relying on treasures like spirit-gathering pearls will not have any effect. One can only rely on one's own comprehension and experience. Within 1 year, if the so-called 7 giants of the Tianwu domain do not improve, at least half of them will be defeated by the newcomers. Xiao Chun entered deep thought. Shui Lingling's words might be a little exaggerated, but they should be true. The savage battlefield was just the start of a great era. After this, there would be an endless stream of newcomers. Half a month later, the Haoyan city appeared in the distance. After a long time, Xiao Chun saw the familiar city walls and people again. This made him feel like he had returned home. He did not need to think about anything and could rest properly. Before everyone went their separate ways, Shui Lingling asked Xiao Chun to stay behind. She said, "Junior brother Xiao Chun, do you have any plans for the future? If you are willing, I can make you a true inheritor." True inheritor was a status that many people in the Haoyan sect dreamed of. Once one became one, not only would one be able to practice the heaven-ranked cultivation techniques of the Haoyan sect, but they would also obtain all sorts of resources and more freedom. If one's strength was outstanding, the sect would even send them to the Bushin Palace to interact with the elites of the entire Tianwu domain. They would compete with the cultivators of the other races and experience the even more majestic Kunlun Great World. Shui Lingling continued, "As long as you are willing, I can immediately bring you to the central province's Bushin Palace. That is the center of the Tianwu domain, where all the elites of the human race gather. While you are there, your strength will increase even faster. 1 year later, your chances of defeating by Wuxia will be even greater." There were many benefits to becoming a true inheritor. One could imagine the benefits one would receive if they entered the Bushin Palace. However, everything had a price. Once he accepted it, he would definitely have to bear some responsibilities or obligations. Xiao Chun was a free person and didn't like to be restricted. Moreover, he had promised Ao Jiao that he would go to a place. There was a conflict of time between the two, and there was no way to reconcile. He could only decline Shui Lingling's invitation. Shui Lingling smiled warmly and said, "All right, I won't force you. If you need anything, you can come to me at any time. I'll be in the Haoyan sect for the next month. Farewell." Xiao Chun cupped his hands and left. As Shui Lingling watched Xiao Chun leave, she revealed a contemplative expression on her gentle and pretty face. She muttered, "Perhaps only the sect master can convince him." When Xiao Chun returned to his courtyard, he did not do anything. First, he took a hot bath, completely relaxing his body and mind, which had been tense for the past few days. Then, he made a table full of dishes and had a good meal. After everything was done, he went back to his room. After everything was done, Xiao Chun slowly organized the treasures that he had not used in time. Naturally, the first was the dragon mark fruit, which could increase one's vital qi by 150 tons of force. However, Xiao Chun had some doubts about the medicinal energy of this dragon mark fruit. Right now, his physical body was already a rank 1 sage body. Whether it could increase 150 tons of force of vital qi was still a big question mark. Xiao Chun estimated that he could increase his vital qi by 50 tons of force at most, and that would already be pretty good. Naturally, the second item was the dragon bones containing the 2 drops of dragon marrow. Dragon marrow was good stuff. After Xiao Chun consumed half a drop of dragon marrow, he could clearly feel the changes in his bones. During the battle, Xiao Chun had experienced it firsthand. Bai Wuxiue's cold poison had not seeped into his internal organs. This had a lot to do with the dragon bones that had been modified by the dragon marrow. The 2 drops of dragon marrow could strengthen Xiao Chun's bones further improving his defense. It might even undergo a complete transformation. The third item was the Dragon Tone Art, a soundwave-type martial technique that countered the deity race's mental energy martial techniques. In the future, when Xiao Chun left the Tianwu domain, he would definitely be able to use it. As for the last item, it was that mysterious painting of the Qing Emperor. This item was too strange. Even until now, Xiao Chun did not have the courage to open it again. That incomparably realistic feeling of death was not a good feeling. However, the exquisite drawing the saber of the person in the painting had an incredible allure. One could not help but want to take a look. This was simply too contradictory. Aside from this, there was a large pile of true dragon bones in the ring. However, those things could only be used to exchange for resources. Xiaochun had no use for them. The 4 treasures were placed before Xiaochun. He had indeed gained a lot from this trip to the savage battlefield. Not only had his strength soared, surpassing his expectations, but his gains were also gratifying. Fortuitous encounters. No wonder the cultivators of the world loved fortuitous encounters so much. Even at the risk of death, they still rushed forward. Xiaochun held the dragon mark fruit in his hand and thought for a while. In the end, he gave up on consuming it. The foundation of his physical body was too strong. He would not be able to bring out the full medicinal energy of the dragon mark fruit. He might as well keep it and give it to Xianxia when the time came. Xianxia specialized in fist techniques. Her vital qi could increase by 150 tons of force. This would definitely be of great help to her close combat. Xiaochun took out 2 jade bottles and broke open the true dragon bones. 2 drops of golden dragon marrow containing pure dragon might fell into the jade bottles. Xiaochun smiled faintly and swallowed the 2 drops of dragon marrow, which others coveted. Then, he sat down cross-legged and quietly waited for the dragon marrow to take effect. When Xiaochun looked within himself, he discovered that his entire skeleton was covered in a layer of dazzling golden light. That was the dragon marrow slowly seeping into his bones. The previous half-drop of dragon marrow did not have such a mysterious phenomenon. It was probably too diluted. The amount of dragon marrow that had seeped into every bone was too little. Kassier. As the dragon marrow slowly seeped into Xiaochun, every bone in his body gave off soft sounds. Every bone seemed to be changing from the inside out. When all of the dragon marrow had seeped into the bones, the golden light on the bones finally disappeared. When Xiaochun looked carefully, he discovered that the color of his bones had changed. They now glowed with a faint golden light. The golden light was very faint. However, it gave his fragile bones a texture. With one look, he could tell that they had become much sturdier. Xiaochun sensed that there seemed to be something more in his entire skeleton. He carefully sensed for a long time and finally discovered that his entire skeleton was connected. There was an indistinct barrier of light, forming an internal layer of defense in his body. After withdrawing his consciousness, Xiaochun's face lit up with joy. He muttered to himself, "It looks like when I consumed the half-drop of dragon marrow, it already formed an internal layer of defense. This is the secret to blocking by Wuxia's cold poison." However, the effect of the half-drop of dragon marrow was too little. It could not form a visible barrier of light. Xiaochun only had such an effect after consuming another 2 drops of dragon marrow. If he ran into Bai Wuxia again in the future, the other party's cold poison, which gave him a headache, might be completely ineffective against him. Furthermore, with an additional internal layer of defense, Xiaochun's overall defense was much stronger than before. As Xiaochun held the dragon bones with the dragon marrow removed, he thought to himself, the barrier of light is still too faint. This internal layer of defense still has a lot of potential. Just as Xiaochun was experiencing the benefits of consuming the 2 drops of dragon marrow, a group of uninvited guests came to his courtyard with hostile gazes when they heard that he had returned. This group was led by Hua, Tianhe, the true inheritors of the other sect. Xiaochun put away the dragon tone art. For now, he did not intend to learn this martial technique. He did not have the time to do so. Looking at the painting of the Qing Emperor drawing the saber, Xiaochun hesitated for a long time. In the end, he decided to unfurl the painting. The drawing of the saber of the person in the painting was simply too tempting. It was clearly just a casual posture. However, Xiaochun could see several directions from which the saber could be drawn. There were even some that he did not know of. Such a drawing the saber gave Xiaochun a significant impact. If he could learn it, his saber techniques would definitely improve. Suddenly, Xiao Chun frowned and casually placed the painting of the Qing emperor drawing the saber into his universe ring. Xiao Chun looked out of the courtyard and muttered to himself for a while. Then his figure flashed, and he quickly drifted out. Standing on the blue dragon image, Xiao Chun arrived outside the courtyard. Then, he expressionlessly sized up Hua, Tianhe, Yun Feiyu, and the others. The eyes of the other five contained a murderous intent. Their expressions were cold, and they placed their right hands on their swords. Clearly, they did not come with good intentions. Xiao Chun looked up and said calmly, "Senior brothers, I wonder what brings you to this small courtyard." Hua Tianhe and the others sized up Xiao Chun. Shock immediately appeared in their eyes. In a short 2 months, Xiao Chun's strength had become somewhat unfathomable. However, in the end, Xiao Chun was only a peak medial grade martial monarch. Hua Tianhe felt slightly more at ease. He was a late-stage superior grade martial monarch. Of the other four, the weakest was a middle-stage superior grade martial monarch. In terms of numbers and cultivation, they could completely suppress Xiao Chun. Thinking of this, Hua Tianhe's face sank. He could not be bothered to speak any nonsense. He said in a cold voice, "Xiao Chun, let me ask you, were you the one who sneak-attacked us in the savage beast forest that day?" Xiao Chun's expression did not change. He smiled faintly and said, "If you do not have any evidence, I hope senior brother Hua will not speak nonsense." A blue-robed swordsman behind Hua Tianhe stepped forward and pointed at Xiao Chun. He said, "Do you want evidence? After the incident, Wang Cheng personally told us that you were not with them. Instead, you were sneakily hiding. You are the most suspicious." Xiao Chun had not expected Wang Cheng to do such a thing. This somewhat surprised him. However, that was then, and this was now. Whether there was evidence or suspicion was no longer important. Xiao Chun did not deny it. He said, "Just say what you want to say. There's no need to beat around the bush." Hua Tianhe smiled and said, "Since you already admit to it, I will be straightforward. You caused us to lose the right to go to the savage battlefield. You have to bear the responsibility for this loss." "That's right. You have to bear the responsibility. Hand over all the treasures you obtain from the savage battlefield and give each of us 1,000,000 superior grade spirit stones. Otherwise, we will not have a good time in the Haotian sect." A person behind Hua Tianhe shouted sternly. The matter of Xiao Chun exchanging 100 moves with by Wuxia and remaining undefeated had not spread yet. Hence, these people all believed that they already had Xiao Chun in the bag. Hence, their words were not polite at all and were overbearing. Chapter 729. I finally revealed my foxtail. Xiao Chun smiled coldly to himself. He said indifferently, "Sorry, I will use what I can use for myself. If I cannot use it, I will give it to my friends. I will not give it to a bunch of trash." The five had expected that Xiao Chun would not give in obediently. One of the people behind Xiao Chun smiled coldly and said, "Ha, since you call us trash, then junior brother Xiao Chun must be very capable. I, Lien Cheng, am here to seek some advice." "Xiao." Lien Cheng drew his sword light and soared into the air. A white mist appeared on his sword, giving off a cold chi. Unexpectedly, Lien Cheng's state was the same as by Wuxia's. A cold wind blew, and the temperature plummeted. Frost immediately covered the ground, spreading up from under Xiao Chen's feet. Lien Cheng was very confident in a state of ice. Not only could it reduce his opponent's speed, but it could also reduce his opponent's speed. Not only could it reduce the opponent's speed, but it could also formlessly infiltrate the opponent's body and form a cold poison, killing the opponent without them realizing it. When the sword light arrived, Xiao Chun circulated his vital qi and gently pushed out with his hand. A surging force struck the tip of the sword. Wong! The 1-meter-long sword started to tremble, and the force flowed along the blade and into Lien Cheng's right hand. The vast force pulled Lien Cheng back, nearly causing him to lose his grip on the sword. Lien Cheng was shocked. He could not understand why his state of ice did not have any effect on Xiao Chun. Furthermore, since when did Xiao Chun's strength become so great? With a gentle push, Xiao Chun easily broke Lien Cheng's flying sword strike. The scene immediately caused Hua Tianhe and the others to stare with their eyes wide open and their mouths agape. However, what shocked them even more was yet to come. Xiao Chun grasped this opportunity and unleashed his state of thunder. Electricity instantly tore apart the frost on the ground. Bang! Xiao Chun took a step forward, and a blue dragon image appeared under his feet, carrying him into the air. Vital qi surged in Xiao Chen's body like a raging river, surging endlessly. His qi and blood surged, and his aura looked like a rainbow piercing through the sun. His white robes fluttered in the wind, his long hair dancing in the wind. Xiao Chun was like an ancient god of war, stepping on a blue dragon. Lien Cheng, who hadn't even had time to turn around, had a trace of fear in his eyes when he saw Xiao Chun flying towards him. He hurriedly retreated. "Do you think you can escape?" Xiao Chun reacted quickly. He moved at lightning speed and grabbed Lien Cheng's wrist in an instant. 1,000 tons of vital qi surged and roared in his body, giving off a rumbling sound like that of a stormy sea. Looking at his body, one could feel a clump of raging flames burning. That was the invisible pressure produced when one's physical body was powerful and their qi and blood were vigorous to the extreme. Lien Cheng felt as if his wrist was being clamped down by a pair of iron pincers. His face turned red, and no matter how much Zhenyuan he used, he was unable to break free. Xiao Chun casually pulled and then quickly let go. Lien Cheng was thrown high up into the air like a sandbag, falling towards the lake behind him. "You are indeed not talented. You can't even be considered trash," Xiao Chun said calmly as he watched Lien Cheng fly away and land on the ground. Unexpectedly, Xiao Chun flung Lien Cheng into the air. Hua Tianhe and the other four felt a chill run down their backs. They were in disbelief. How was this the strength of a peak medial grade martial monarch? "The few of you, if you think you're not trash, then come with me," Xiao Chun said casually. Then he soared into the air and summoned out 3 blue dragons. Xiao Chen's figure flickered, and the berserk dragons danced around. In an instant, he caught up to Lien Cheng in the air. Xiao Chun casually raised his foot and stomped on Lien Cheng's ribs, sending him flying like a cannonball into the lake, creating a large splash. The entire process was very simple. A middle-stage superior-grade martial monarch was toyed with by Xiao Chun, unable to resist at all. Hua Tianhe and the others were both shocked and enraged. Xiao Chen's casual words trampled on their dignity so badly that they could not bear to look at them. As true inheritors, they were respected everywhere they went in the Haotian sect, worshipping them. However, today, Xiao Chun did not care at all, directly saying that they were just a bunch of trash. The most important thing was that the contrast was too great. Originally, the few of them had intended to consider Xiao Chen's improvement. Given their strength, if they worked together, it would be easy to subdue Xiao Chun. However, the development of the situation exceeded their expectations. In just one exchange, Xiao Chun used the most tyrannical method to toss Lien Cheng out. Hua Tianhe quickly analyzed the situation. Then he said calmly, he probably consumed some natural treasure to strengthen his physical body in the savage battlefield. Even if we do not get close to him, we will still be able to defeat him if we fight him with quintessence. That's right. This fellow is too arrogant. If we cannot suppress his arrogance this time, and he becomes a true inheritor in the future, we will not be able to survive in the Haotian sect. Let's work together and trample on him. The other 3 also revealed ferocious gazes as they agreed with Hua Tianhe. Xiao Chen's rise terrified them from the bottom of their hearts. No matter what, they had to trample on him. Xiao, Xiao, Xiao. 4 beams of light shot out and landed on the water, surrounding Xiao Chun. They feared Xiao Chen's horrifying physical body, so they did not dare to get too close. Xiao Chun glanced at them and figured out their intentions. He drew out his lunar shadow saber and calmly placed his right hand on its hilt. There was no wind or waves on the calm surface of the lake. Under the strong auras of the 5, the flowing water seemed to have stopped, not moving at all. Hua Tian's group of 4 placed their hands on the hilts of their swords as they looked coldly at Xiao Chun. A heavy murderous intent appeared in the depths of their eyes. Ka! Ka! The 4 swords were drawn at the same time. Surging sword chi kicked up waves as they flew at Xiao Chun. Each strand of sword chi contained a different state. Some were like strong winds, some were like surging flames, some were as heavy as earth, and some were as sharp as metal. The state of wind, the state of fire, the state of earth, and the state of metal supported the sword chi of the 4 states. From a distance, it looked very majestic amid the splashes of water. Towering waves and layers of water appeared. Under such a scene, the white-robed Xiao Chun looked as insignificant as an ant. Xiao Chun did not show any fear. He quickly drew his saber with his right hand, and the immortal state of thunder surged out. Thunderclouds filled the sky above, and electric light shot out from the saber. Bang! 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 Xiao Chun's figure moved as he swung his saber 4 times, shattering the 4 strands of sword chi. Quintessence surged out, and a huge pillar of water shot up into the sky from the lake. Hua Tianyu's group of 4 made up their minds not to get close to Xiao Chun. Their nimble figures leaped quickly on the water, sending strands of sword chi at Xiao Chun. They wanted to use their advantage in cultivation to exhaust Xiao Chun to death. When Xiao Chun ran out of quintessence, they would be able to do whatever they wanted to him. Xiao Chun understood. He had already condensed his quintessence twice. In terms of quintessence, he had no less than any of them. If they really wanted to fight like this, Xiao Chun would be happy to do so. By the time he ran out of quintessence, he would be able to use the strength of his physical body to crush this group of people. Electric light surged on the calm lake, a strong wind howled, and flames surged. All sorts of quintessence shot out from the surface of the lake. They kicked up huge waves and boundless ripples. The entire lake turned chaotic. Such fluctuations immediately startled the inner sect disciples living nearby. When they saw the faces of the 2 sides fighting, they were all startled. What's going on? Unexpectedly, Xiao Chun is fighting with Hua Tian's group. He is fighting 1 against 4, and he is not at a disadvantage. Since when did Xiao Chun become so strong? More cultivators gathered at the lakeside to watch. Intense shock filled their eyes. The difference in status between the 2 sides was simply too great. Xiao Chun was just an inner sect disciple who had just joined the sect half a year ago. On the other side, there was a strong, true inheritor with a noble status. Although Yin Feiyu had not officially become a true inheritor, his strength was already recognized to be on the same level as a true inheritor. 4 true inheritors had to fight so bitterly against 1 inner sect disciple. Such a situation had never happened before in the history of the Haotian sect. Boundless sword chi shot at Xiao Chun like cannonballs. Xiao Chun did not panic, only brandishing the saber in his hand. He broke the various sword chi coming at him one by one. Then, he kept his quintessence and did not react. He only calmly watched the 4 people who wanted to knock him down immediately. Hua Tianhe and the other 3 gradually felt that something was wrong. Almost 1 hour had passed, but Xiao Chun did not have any quintessence left. Senior brother Hua, this brat is strange. I have already exhausted 2/3 of my quintessence, but he still looks fine. I have exhausted more than half of my quintessence as well. If this continues, I will be completely out of combat prowess. The 4 sent voice projections to Hua Tianhe one after another. Some fluster appeared in their hearts. They could not figure out Xiao Chun at all. Hua Tianhe said sullenly, "Never mind. Let's cut off all means of retreat and use our heaven-ranked martial techniques together. I don't believe that we cannot destroy him." The combined attacks of 4 heaven-ranked martial techniques were so mighty that even a half-sage would not dare to underestimate them. If a weaker half-sage got struck, they would immediately be severely injured. Xiao Chun looked around the 4's faces and guessed what they were thinking. It is time to end this. These people are much weaker than Shimen Bao. Now that I have consumed 2 more drops of dragon marrow, they're no longer on the same level as me. After making up his mind, Xiao Chun looked around and fixed his gaze on Yun Feiyu, the former top intersect disciple. The blue dragon swung its tail, and a strong wind blew, creating an arc. Xiao Chun stood on the blue dragon and instantly arrived before Yin Feiyu. Yin Feiyu's face sank. Before he could react, Xiao Chen's attack arrived. Ghostly image chop. Saber lights danced around, sending out 72 saber images. The real and fake were hard to distinguish, looking like phantoms. Each saber image contained the immortal state of thunder and Xiao Chen's great perfection saber intent. Its might was unfathomable. Dang! 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 The saber and sword clashed, creating intense sparks. Yin Feiyu blocked 72 saber strikes. With each strike, he was pushed back 100 meters. By the time the others reacted, Xiao Chun had already pushed Yin Feiyu back more than 7 kilometers. Chase! We cannot let him defeat us one by one. Hua Tian's expression changed drastically as he quickly led the remaining 2 people in pursuit. However, the group only advanced 1 kilometer before they heard a miserable shriek. A boundless sea of lightning blasted Yin Feiyu, inflicting internal injuries. He vomited a mouthful of blood and sank to the bottom of the lake. A boundless sea of lightning appeared in front of them. With a glance, all they saw was electric light. Xiao Chen's figure was nowhere to be seen. Chapter 730. Hua Tianhe was the first to feel that something was wrong. He felt like a venomous snake was staring at him. He did not know where his opponent was hiding. Retreat. Quickly retreat. The group rushed over. However, when they were less than a kilometer away, they immediately retreated. This baffled the many disciples at the lakeshore. However, they soon realized why Hua Tianhe and his 2 lackeys had decided to retreat. A strand of saber light appeared from somewhere in the boundless sea of lightning. It was untraceable and swept through the area. Pu Ci. As the saber light flashed, finger-sized bloody holes appeared in the chests of Hua Tianhe's group. Blood spurted out like a fountain. The wounds were less than 2 centimeters away from their hearts. If Xiao Chun had not shown mercy, the 3 would have died on the spot. Hua Tianhe paled as he looked at the white figure in front in disbelief. His group really lost to an intersect disciple who was only a peak medial grade martial monarch. Xiao Chun slowly turned around and looked coldly at the 3 who were doing their best to cover their wounds. There was no trace of sympathy in his eyes. Then, Xiao Chun sheathed his saber and stepped forward, letting the sword chi that the 3 sent fly at him. Xiao Chun stomped 3 times with boundless force, sending the 3 flying like cannonballs into the bottom of the lake. The 3 strands of sword chi struck Xiao Chun's protective quintessence, and the remnant energy entered his body. First, his skin and flesh blocked half of the sword chi. Then, the light barrier on his bones blocked the remaining half. Most of the sword chi had already entered his internal organs. It did not cause much damage to Xiao Chun. Xiao Chun's internal organs churned slightly, and he was fine. When Xiao Chun looked around, he saw that the raging lake had already calmed down. He could no longer see any opponents. Hua Tianhe's group of 5 only dared to poke their heads out of the lake. They looked at Xiao Chun in horror, not even daring to fly out. When did Xiao Chun become so strong? Looking at the situation, apart from Shui Lingling, perhaps only those true disciples who went to Bushin Palace can suppress him. I really can't believe it. 4 true inheritors, in addition to Yin Feiyu, are not a match for Xiao Chun even after working together. And looking at Xiao Chun's situation, it's obvious that he didn't give it his all. The battle had ended so cleanly, leaving the inner disciples at the shore in disbelief. The discussions entered Xiao Chun's ears. However, he did not feel that there was anything to be complacent about. If it were any of the 7 giants here, they would not be satisfied. Both of them were able to face the 5 of them more easily than him. The difference in strength between the 2 of them was already on a completely different level. Moreover, from the very beginning, Xiao Chun's goal had never been to become a true disciple of the Haotian sect. How vast was this world? When one looked around, there were countless geniuses and heroes. How could one narrow one's sights and be complacent? Xiao Chun glanced coldly at the heads popping out of the lake. This frightened Hua Tianhe and the others into quickly diving back down, not even daring to show their heads. Xiao Chan withdrew his gaze and ignored these arrogant trash. Then, he returned to the courtyard. High in the sky above the lake, Shui Lingling stood on a cloud. She smiled at the sky and said, "Master, you saw it clearly now, right? Lingling, I did not lie to you, right?" In the faint blue sky, the image of a pair of eyes slowly appeared behind Shui Lingling. This image was very large. The sky behind Shui Lingling was covered by this pair of eyes. Under the gaze of this pair of eyes, it seemed that no secret in the world could be hidden from them. The owner of the eyes said, "He is indeed a person with great luck. Unfortunately, this person cannot be used by the Haotian sect." Shui Lingling's gentle expression changed slightly. She said, "Why can't Xiao Chun be used by the Haotian sect? I can tell that he likes freedom. However, Master, you are a greater celestial Emperor Wu. If you speak to him personally, you will definitely be able to move him." It turned out that the owner of this pair of eyes was the sect master of the Haotian sect, the Haotian Emperor. 1,000 years ago, he successfully advanced from a lesser celestial to a greater celestial, Emperor Wu. He led the Haotian sect from a rank 8 sect to the 9 ranks of the great families. Furthermore, it was one of the best. The Haotian Emperor said in a deep voice, "That's not the reason. His background is too great. No sect in the world can bind him." Shui Lingling was confused. She said, "Master, since when did you look at the background of a disciple? Isn't it fine as long as he has great luck?" Without answering Shui Lingling's question, the Haotian Emperor's voice sounded again. He said, "Although he cannot be used by the sect, it will be beneficial for the Haotian sect to build a good relationship with him. Pass on my order. Let the great elders in the sect look after him secretly." The pair of eyes slowly disappeared. The clouds in the sky suddenly gathered together. Then, with a swoosh, they condensed into the appearance of a middle-aged man. The body formed by the clouds was no different from a real person. It looked full of flesh and blood, full of energy. It didn't feel illusory at all. Shui Lingling exclaimed in shock, "Master, you actually used a clone? What exactly is this Xiao Chen's background?" The Haotian Emperor smiled faintly and said, "There is no need to care about Xiao Chen's background. Just treat him as an ordinary genius. I believe that those major characters in the Bushin Palace think the same. Otherwise, they would have notified me long ago." The Haotian Emperor sighed and smiled. "Since I saw him, I should go and have a chat with those old friends. Unfortunately, I just saw a Starry Heavens brick, and I have to give up on it." After saying that, the Haotian Emperor's clone casually tore at the air. A crack immediately appeared in the stable spatial structure of the Kunlun realm. Space was like a complete building with a hole torn in it. When one looked at the hole, one could see the lines formed by space and time, forming a complicated three-dimensional diagram flickering with fluorescent light. The Haotian Emperor's figure flashed, and he leaped in the spatial crack that he tore open. The crack slowly closed. When it reopened, it had already traveled an extremely long distance, directly arriving in the central province from the Haotian province. Then, it landed in the Bushin Palace. Shui Lingling said softly, "Junior brother Xiao Chun is really unfathomable. Master actually gave up on experiential training in the Milky Way for him and sent down his clone." Inside the courtyard, Xiao Chun did not know that Emperor Wu had personally witnessed the earlier battle. Furthermore, that Emperor Wu seemed to have figured out his origins. At this moment, Xiao Chan was discussing with Ao Jiao where the mysterious place she mentioned was and what kind of benefits he could obtain if he went there. "Little Ao Jiao, for your sake, I rejected First Senior Sister's kind invitation. Now, you have to tell me where exactly you are going, right?" Inside the Immortal Spirit Ring, Ao Jiao was like a hard-working gardener. Her petite face had a cheerful smile as she meticulously took care of the valuable spirit trees in the Immortal Spirit Ring. Hearing Xiao Chen's words, Ao Jiao smiled disapprovingly. "You make it sound so nice. Do you think I do not know what you are thinking in your heart? Going with me will bring you more freedom. If you go with your First Senior Sister, you will definitely cause a lot of trouble. This was indeed one of the things that Xiaoqian was worried about. Shui Lingling was very beautiful and dazzling. There was no lack of suitors in the Bushin Palace. Xiaoqian had received such special treatment from her. If he went there would definitely be boring trouble waiting for him. Xiaoqian picked up the cup of tea on the table and drained it in one gulp. Then he smiled embarrassedly and said, "No matter what, you have to tell me what kind of test I have to undergo." Ao Jiao stopped what she was doing and nodded. "Indeed, I should tell you. That is where the Thunder King comprehended the will of thunder. After thousands of years, there should not have been any changes. The will of thunder." Hearing these words, Xiao Qian's eyes immediately lit up. How strong was the will of thunder? Back then, Zhuanxi's whip had shocked all the outstanding talents of the entire Tianwu domain. He had taken away the most valuable treasure in the true dragon remains, leaving everyone with no distracting thoughts. Aside from admiration, they did not have any other thoughts. Xiaoqian felt somewhat uneasy as he said, "Little Ao Jiao, don't lie to me. Are you telling me the truth?" Ao Jiao retorted angrily, "Since when did I lie to you?" Back then, the Thunder King did indeed comprehend the will of thunder there. Although I cannot guarantee that you will succeed in comprehending the will of thunder, there is at least a 50% chance of success. After Xiaoqian calmed down, he asked the most crucial question. Haha, don't be angry. I got a little excited. Where's that place? How long will it take to go there and back? After Ao Jiao thought for a while, she replied, "Very, very far. It is in a dangerous land in the Fiend domain. It will take at least 6 months to go there and back from the Haotian province." Xiaoqian frowned slightly. Such a long time and all sorts of unexpected surprises would take him at least a year to prepare. He would have to prepare for this trip for at least a year before he could deal with all sorts of things that might happen in the middle of the trip. However, a year's leave was not easy to apply for. The Haotian sect had a rule that those who had not been in the sect for 2 years could not leave the sect for half a year. However, the place that Ao Jiao mentioned was a place that Xiaoqian had to go to. Otherwise, it would be very difficult for him to surpass Bai Wuxia within a year. After all, Bai Wuxia would not wait for Xiaoqian to surpass him without making any progress. If Xiaoqian wanted to succeed, he would have to put in more effort than Bai Wuxia. No matter what, Xiaoqian had to comprehend the will of thunder. 3 days later, after Xiaoqian bought all the supplies he would need along the way, he went to Shui Lingling's residence and stated his intentions. Haha, you wanting to apply for a year's leave is not beyond my expectations. When Shui Lingling heard that, she did not feel surprised. Xiaoqian nodded and said, "Since first senior sister already expected it, I wonder if you will allow it." Naturally, there is no problem with agreeing to it. However, I am very curious. What kind of place is more attractive than going to Bushin Palace with me? Shui Lingling asked curiously as she looked at Xiaoqian with her bright eyes. Xiaoqian really did not know how to explain. Ao Jiao had not mentioned that place in detail. Even if he wanted to explain, he would not be able to do so. Seeing that Xiaoqian was in a difficult position, Shui Lingling did not pursue the matter. She took out a jade pendant and said, "This is my personal identity pendant. Take it to the inner city's hall to ask for instructions. No one should be able to make things difficult for you." Xiaoqian received the fragrant jade pendant and performed a cupped fist salute in thanks. Many thanks for First Senior Sister's help. Xiaoqian will definitely repay First Senior Sister's kindness in the future. Chapter 731. After Xiaoqian spoke, he left in a rush. When he reached the door, Shui Lingling suddenly called out to him. Xiaoqian stopped and asked, "First Senior Sister, is there something else?" Shui Lingling closed her eyes, and her gentle face sank into deep thought. After a while, she opened her eyes and said, "I will wait for you to return 1 year from now. At that time, not only will you have to face Bai Wuxia's challenge, but you should also be qualified to participate in the Sage War of the Proud Son of Heaven ranking. Finally, take care. No matter what, you have to return alive." Xiaoqian's body trembled slightly. He could feel the concern in Shui Lingling's words, so he paused for a moment. He wanted to say something, But in the end, he did not say anything and left. Starlight flickered, and the night became like a chessboard, showing many changes. In the periphery of the savage beast forest in the Haotian province, towering trees could be seen everywhere. The dense foliage blocked out the starlight, not letting it shine. Beast roars resounded in the dark forest, sometimes near and sometimes far. They sounded like the angry roars of ghosts. In this pitch-black world, it was exceptionally flustered. However, the cultivators who came to take the risk would not be frightened by the dark night. If they were timid, they would not have the guts to barge into the famous savage beast forest of the Tianwu domain. Somewhere in the forest, a bonfire burned fiercely. The flickering light from the fire gave this dark world a not-so-dazzling light. In the boundless darkness, the light of this fire could illuminate everything within 5 kilometers. Aside from newcomers to the savage beast forest, no one would be able to see it. Aside from newcomers to the savage beast forest, no one would light a bonfire at night. That was no different from suicide. The ferocious nocturnal spirit beasts would discover it immediately and launch themselves at you. However, at this moment, a kilometer away from the bonfire, pairs of green eyes stared at the white figure beside the bonfire. However, they hesitated, not daring to take any action. A few fire spirit monkeys with their stomachs cut open hung from a tree a kilometer away. The blood on their chests had yet to congeal, and a pungent smell lingered for a long time. Fire spirit monkeys were rank 8 spirit beasts. They were tyrants in the periphery, and no one dared to offend them. Seeing the corpses of the spirit beasts hanging on the tree, any spirit beast with the slightest bit of instinct would not act rashly. Next to the bonfire, there was an unfurled scroll floating in the air. The white figure half a meter in front of the scroll was staring at the person in the painting. A young girl with a petite and cute face and an extremely hot body was adding branches to the bonfire bit by bit. The flickering firelight caused her delicate face to turn red. The young girl smiled and softly counted 1, 2, 3 for when he counted to 9. The white figure in front of the painting seemed to have experienced something extremely terrifying. His face was filled with terror as he retreated dozens of steps. The man and woman were none other than Xianxia and Ao Jiao, who had left the Haotian sect. No sect would allow a disciple to go on a long journey after being in the sect for less than a year. Firstly, they were afraid of an accident. Secondly, they were afraid that the disciple would leave after obtaining some benefits. However, with Shui Lingling's personal jade pendant, the Haotian sect's intersect first elder had no choice but to agree to Xiao Chen's request. Yu Chenxi and Gong Yangyu had both gone on sect missions, so Xiao Chen cannot say goodbye. After entrusting someone to hand the dragon mark fruit to Yu Chenxi, he left on his way alone. The fastest way to the Fiend domain from the Haotian province was to head west through the savage beast forest. After passing the most remote Hunluo province of the Tianwu domain, one would arrive at the Fiend domain. When Ao Jiao saw Xiao Chen take a few steps back, she smiled and said, "Not bad. This time, you lasted for 9 seconds. Soon, you'll be able to break through 10 seconds." Xiao Chen smiled bitterly. He stretched out his hand and rolled up the painting of the Qing Emperor drawing the saber. He sighed and said, "I can already discover 32 directions to draw the saber." However, his starting stance seems to be ever-changing. There is always a direction that you cannot predict. After entering the savage forest, Xiao Chen had nothing to do. In the end, he could not resist the temptation of the painting of the Qing Emperor drawing the saber, so he unfurled the painting again. In reality, any true bladesman would be like Xiao Chen. After seeing a saber technique that defied their common sense, no matter how strange it was, they would try to figure out what it was. Slowly, Xiao Chen discovered that he could block the saber of the person in the painting. However, he had to guess where he would draw the saber first. Otherwise, he would still die in one strike. Even though Xiao Chen had experienced this many times before, he still had not gotten used to the feeling of approaching death. It was unbearable. However, Xiao Chen had benefited a lot from this kind of suicidal behavior. His understanding of drawing the saber was much stronger than before. The process of drawing the saber only took an instant. However, in that instant, as the body moved or the angle at which the saber was held changed, the trajectory of the saber would immediately become very different. The trajectory of Xianxia's saber immediately became very different. Even the surrounding environment changed. Even if the trajectory of the saber was the same, the situation would change. If one advanced to a higher realm and infused their state of mind into drawing the saber, there would be new changes. An even higher realm would be one with the world. The instant the saber was drawn, it would contain the comprehension of the world, the control of the heavenly Tao. At that point, the saber would no longer be a saber. Xiaoqian was still far from such a realm. He was still at the most basic stage, how to control the angle and the environment to make different changes. As far as Xiaoqian knew, there was no one in the younger generation of the Tianwu domain who had such a deep understanding of drawing the saber. If Xiaoqian could improve it further, it might become his new killing move. As Xiaoqian held the painting, he revealed a contemplative gaze. He muttered, "I keep feeling that this painting is not that simple. There should be an even greater secret hidden in it." Ao Jiao raised her eyelids slightly and said, "What is so special about it? I have seen many such treasures. They are just projections of one's comprehension of the martial technique onto a piece of paper. Many of the martial techniques that Emperor Wu passed on to the later generations are like this. The jade strip containing the dragon tone absolute art of yours has a similar effect. It is just that this drawing the saber is harder to comprehend." Xiaoqian smiled faintly and placed the painting in his universe ring. He said, "Perhaps. However, I have a feeling that if I can grasp all the positions of the saber, the answer will be obvious." Ao Jiao's lips curled up slightly. Clearly, she did not believe that there was any big secret. Xiaoqian swept his gaze around. When he saw the many pairs of green eyes, he said, "Get up. I have to get to work." Xiaoqian casually waved his hand and extinguished the bonfire in front of him. Then, he turned into a beam of dim light and returned to the immortal spirit ring. The surrounding light vanished, and night completely engulfed Xiaoqian. Xiaoqian stretched his arms and legs. After he locked onto his prey, he quickly ran and leaped across the ground. So. The darkness of the night did not hinder Xiaoqian's vision at all. A white figure leaped about in the forest like a nimble cheetah, leaping over obstacle after obstacle. Xiaoqian crossed a kilometer in an instant. A spirit beast covered in snow-white fur and looking like a stout tiger appeared before Xiaoqian. This was one of the more powerful rank 7 spirit beasts, the ice tiger. However, it did not pose any challenge to Xiaoqian. Xiaoqian had another purpose in making it his prey. Xiaoqian's strong aura was withdrawn in his body, not leaking it out, no different from an ordinary person. When the ice tiger saw Xiaoqian, its first impression was that he was somewhat strange. However, it was not as intelligent as humans. When the ice tiger no longer sensed any danger, it finally could not resist moving forward. The surging energy from its feet pounded the ground rhythmically. Dong, dong, dong. The ice tiger gave off ear-splitting sounds that traveled far into the darkness before slowly fading away. Seeing the ice tiger approach, Xiaoqian smiled faintly. He did not show any intention of moving. However, the purple clouds in Xiaoqian's dantian scattered and turned into vast quintessence, surging through his meridians like a gushing river. The path of the quintessence's flow was very strange. It only made small cycles in the 3 meridians in his chest. Eventually, the quintessence flowed faster and faster, spinning somewhat frantically. This spurred Xiaoqian's blood, bones, skin, and muscles to give off subtle clanging sounds. Dang, dang, dang. The sounds gathered together like a low and furious dragon roar. As the quintessence spun in Xiaoqian's chest, it did its best to find an outlet to release it. However, it could not go out. It could only spin, 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 and spin. That low dragon roar became increasingly urgent. The accumulated energy made Xiaoqian feel like his chest would explode at any moment. If Xiaoqian looked into his body at this moment, he would discover that the quintessence flowing in his chest had turned into an azure dragon image. The dragon image turned solid. As the low dragon roar became more urgent, the dragon image turned more solid. It was like all the sound gathered in this azure dragon image's quintessence. The swelling feeling in Xianxia's chest had already reached the critical point. If this energy could not be vented, it would explode Xianxia to death. The ice tiger's huge figure was only 5 meters away from Xianxia. It swung its claws at Xianxia. If Xianxia did not do anything, no matter how hard his head was, this attack from the ice tiger would turn him into meat paste. Break! Xianxia, who had not moved all this while, finally moved. However, he did not move his feet or his hands. Instead, he roared at the top of his lungs. The dragon-shaped quintessence that had been waiting in Xianxia's body for a long time, itching to charge out immediately, shot out with a shio sound. The dragon-shaped quintessence spun around and turned into a whirlpool of formless sound waves that quickly spread out from Xianxia's throat. A loud sound rang out together with this roar. This sound was even more intense than thunder. Dragon might spread out as if it could shatter mountains and rivers for 5,000 kilometers around. Blood leaked out of the ice tiger's ears, nose, and mouth 5 meters in front. Then, it fell over powerlessly. In the next moment, a strong wind blew, and all the towering trees within 500 meters exploded from the tree trunks. Along with the soil, the trees splashed out. The sky was filled with broken tree trunks, dancing in the air. The ice tiger on the ground was not dead yet. Its limbs twitched continuously. Blood flowed out of the corner of its mouth, and its eyes were wide open. Xianxia bent over and placed his right hand on the ice tiger's back. Then he sent out a strand of spiritual sense to check carefully. After a while, Xianxia revealed a dissatisfied expression. The ice tiger's internal organs did not shatter, only a crack appeared. At such a close distance, Xianxia executed the dragon tone art and still could not kill a rank 7 spirit beast instantly. It had to be said that there were many areas that Xianxia needed to strengthen. Chapter 732. Xianxia looked around and measured the distance. Then he said softly, 500 meters. This is much larger than a few days ago. Continue working hard. First, expand the range to 1 kilometer. Then, practice the angle of the sound wave. As for how to bring out the dragon might in the sound wave, Xianxia still needed to practice continuously. Leaping up, Xianxia vanished into the night, continuing his search for his next prey. The spirit beasts in the periphery of the savage beast forest were not very strong. The strongest were rank 8 spirit beasts. Xianxia could move about without fear here, cultivating the dragon tone art without any fear. Of course, if he was unlucky, he might run into a strong spirit beast from the inner area or other adventuring cultivators. That would be a different story. The mysterious roar resounded in the quiet night again, disturbing the spirit beasts and the nocturnal cultivators. That sound was like the roar of a true dragon, as startling as a clap of thunder. Several spirit beasts fled, and the periphery of the savage beast forest fell into chaos. Only when the sky brightened did the sound vanish. The chaotic situation slowly calmed down. However, several cultivators had already made up their minds not to come to the savage beast forest for the time being. Xianxia did not know that he had caused such a huge commotion. He sat cross-legged on a thick tree trunk, circulating his energy to recover his exhausted quintessence. Xianxia's thoughts were not idle, either. He carefully comprehended the results of last night's cultivation. When a beam of sunlight pierced through the dense foliage and landed on Xianxia, he slowly opened his eyes. A purple light flickered in the depths of his eyes. Xianxia stood up and spat out a mouthful of turbid qi. He felt refreshed. The fatigue from the previous night swept away. Perhaps I have been too superficial. Since the dragon tone art specifically counters mental energy martial techniques, the intimidation of the sound wave should not be my main focus. Last night, Xianxia tested it many times and discovered that no matter how much quintessence he exhausted, it was difficult to increase the dragon tone art's offensive power. The moment Xianxia thought of this, It was like a beam of light suddenly lit up in his mind. Several of his thoughts connected. That's right, the dragon tone art should use quintessential essence as a supplement and mental energy as the main. The true dragon's voice had to enter the other party's sea of consciousness to achieve its greatest might. Since it countered mental energy martial techniques, how could it rely on quintessence? It had to bring along mental energy as well. The cultivation of the Purple Thunder Divine incantation caused Xianxia's mental energy to be much higher than that of an ordinary person. If it was as Xianxia thought, he would not be able to break through the Heavenly Thunder Divine incantation. In his hands, the dragon tone art would definitely be able to display a might that far surpassed that of his predecessors. Thinking of this, Xianxia jumped down from the tree. Soon, he found an ordinary rank 7 lightning ox and circulated the dragon tone art. At the same time, the mental energy in his sea of consciousness began to boil. Xianxia squinted his eyes and let out a furious roar, uttering the voice of a true dragon. The mental energy in his sea of consciousness was reduced by 30% in an instant. The dragon's might in the sound wave rose infinitely in an instant, as if there was a real blue dragon roaring. Buzz! The lightning ox charging at Xianxia felt a jolt in its mind, as if it had been struck by lightning. Then it fell over. Xianxia quickly leaped over and arrived before the lightning ox. When he looked carefully, he discovered that the lightning ox's life force was still strong. However, its eyes were lifeless, and its body trembled. For now, it did not have any combat prowess, waiting to be slaughtered. Xianxia's face lit up in joy. He smiled and said, "Indeed, it is like that. When comparing spirit beasts to cultivators, the greatest advantage is their physical bodies. In the future, when I meet strong spirit beasts, I will have an additional means to protect myself. However, I wonder how effective it will be on cultivators. When cultivators advanced to martial monarch, they would open their sea of consciousness. Their mental energy was not something that spirit beasts could compare to. It would be difficult to achieve such an effect on cultivators." Seeing that the lightning ox seemed to have recovered, Xianxia circulated his quintessence and sent out a strand of purple saber chi, chopping off its head. After sorting out his emotions, Xianxia continued on his way. His destination was clear. He headed west. Just like that, Xianxia traveled during the day and cultivated the dragon tone art at night. Occasionally, he executed the blue dragon drawing the saber painting, comprehending the dragon's Gate Qing emperors drawing the saber painting. As the days went by, Xianxia became increasingly familiar with the dragon tone art. He also discovered 72 different directions for the Qing emperors drawing the saber. The more Xianxia delved into that mysterious painting, the more astonished he felt. No matter how he thought about it, there would always be an unexpected saber strike that would kill him. 1 month later, Xianxia calculated the distance he had traveled. He had already left several large provinces behind. As for himself, he was already deep in the inner area of the savage beast forest. The weakest spirit beasts in the inner area were peak rank 8, comparable to late-stage superior-grade martial monarchs. Occasionally, Xianxia would run into a few rank 9 spirit beasts. When he ran into such spirit beasts, Xianxia's dragon tone art would not be very effective. He could only stay far away to avoid trouble. Xianxia moved cautiously along the way. Fortunately, Xianxia was safe and sound. In reality, as long as he did not run into the rare rank 10 spirit beasts, Xianxia would be able to leave easily. After all, no matter how powerful a rank 9 spirit beast was, it could not be stronger than by Wuxia. Now, even by Wuxia could not stop Xianxia, much less a rank 9 spirit beast. After entering the inner area, the number of cultivators that Xianxia could run into decreased. However, when he occasionally ran into cultivators who were adventuring, he would be on high alert. The cultivators who dared to venture into the inner area could not be underestimated. Furthermore, the human heart was sinister. Human cultivators were far more terrifying than spirit beasts. Fortunately, Xianxia was not weak. Others would not be able to see through him. Furthermore, he did not have any treasures on him. so he did not have to fight with human cultivators. On this particular day, as Xianxia was walking on a small path in the forest, he suddenly heard panicked footsteps in front of him. Along with the footsteps were ragged breathing. When Xianxia heard the sounds, he guessed that someone was being chased. Furthermore, the situation did not look good. Not wanting to cause any trouble, Xianxia pushed off the ground and hid behind a towering tree. Indeed, as Xianxia expected, a young man covered in wounds appeared before him. His robes were stained with blood, and he held a sword in his hand. This young swordsman seemed to be an early-stage, inferior-grade martial monarch. Xianxia could not understand how someone with such strength could appear in the inner area of the savage beast forest. This was no different from suicide. Behind this young swordsman were 5 black-clothed swordsmen with the same emblem on their chests. They chased him closely, not letting him go. Wuxia. The young swordsman was too severely injured. When he saw his pursuers getting closer, he panicked and tripped over a tree branch, falling to the ground. The 5 black-clothed swordsmen laughed maniacally. Their figures flashed, and they surrounded the young swordsman in an instant. Situ Feng, do you think that we will not dare to chase you after you ran into the inner area of the savage beast forest? The leader of the 5 black-clothed swordsmen said coldly. The young swordsman's eyes were filled with horror. He quickly climbed to his feet, and his right hand, which held his sword, trembled. Under such circumstances, the young swordsman knew that he would lose his life here. It would be difficult for him to survive. You are too much. I'll fight it out with you. Knowing that he would not be able to escape death, the fear in the young swordsman's eyes vanished. He ferociously charged over, prepared to die, and started fighting with the leader of the swordsmen. Electric light leaped around Situ Feng's sword. As the sword light danced, thunder roared faintly. The combination of the state of the sword technique was rather exquisite. Perhaps the explosive power of Situ Feng's death was too scary, but the 5 black-clothed swordsmen did not want to get injured by a dying person. The 5 black-clothed swordsmen had mocking gazes as they slowly drained Situ Feng's final bit of quintessence. Xianxia only took one look and could not be bothered to continue watching. Both sides were only inferior-grade martial monarchs. Such a battle could not interest Xianxia at all. Furthermore, Xianxia was not so compassionate as to save a stranger when he did not know the situation. Xianxia, don't leave yet. Save that swordsman first. Just as Xianxia raised his foot, Ao Jiao's voice rang out in the immortal spirit ring. Xianxia had no choice but to change his mind. Situ Feng was already severely injured. How could his final burst of power last? Soon, before the mocking gazes of the 5 black-clothed swordsmen, Situ Feng's aura plummeted. Situ Feng's legs trembled, and the electric light on his sword disappeared. With one look, it was clear that his quintessence was completely drained. Kill him, the leading black-clothed swordsman said to the 4 behind him with a cold smile. 4 strands of sword light containing boundless killing chi headed for Situ Feng's body coldly, trying to chop him into 4 pieces. Situ Feng closed his eyes in despair. His heart was filled with regret. If he had not been greedy, he would not have ended up in such a state. Without his life, glory, splendor, wealth, and rank would be useless. Bang! 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 Fist winds howled, and 4 miserable cries rang out. Situ Feng opened his eyes and was startled to see what happened. The 4 black-clothed swordsmen flying at him all vomited a large mouthful of blood and went flying back. Their faces contorted in incredible pain. At some point in time, a white-robed cultivator had appeared before Situ Feng, staring coldly at him. The leading black-clothed swordsman revealed a startled expression. As he looked at Xianxia, he felt somewhat unfathomable. Xianxia's cultivation was not much higher than his. However, when Xianxia attacked, he injured 4 inferior-grade martial monarchs, rendering them completely defenseless. The black-clothed swordsman tried to recall all the experts in Hunluo province. However, he could not find a match for this person. He could not help but feel suspicious. Who are you? Why are you obstructing our Azure Peak City's Lu clan? The The black-clothed swordsman asked sullenly. Xianxia calmly lowered his hands and looked up at the other party. He said, "Who I am is none of your concern. You cannot kill this person now." Xianxia felt somewhat surprised. He had used a lightning-quick move to force the other party to retreat. After all, this place was close to Hunluo province's territory. If he offended a large faction, it would not be good to invite trouble for himself. However, that black-clothed swordsman did not retreat. Instead, he reported his clan. Could it be that the nearby Lu clan was a large faction? The black-clothed swordsman thought quickly. Xianxia defeated 4 inferior-grade martial monarchs in an instant. He was not a match for Xianxia. However, the first young master was rushing over with his men. If the black-clothed swordsman could delay this person, given the first young master's strength, he would definitely be able to block this person. Furthermore, Situ Feng knew the Lu clan's great secret. He had to die. Otherwise, there would be endless trouble in the future. Chapter 733. After the black-clad swordsman made up his mind, he wanted to charge forward and delay Xianxia. However, at this moment, a saber suddenly appeared in Xianxia's left hand. He placed his right hand on the saber and leaned forward slightly. In an instant, a boundless killing intent surged out. The black-clad swordsman felt like there were many eyes in the air, looking at him coldly and expressionlessly. This startled the black-clad swordsman. He quickly stopped, not daring to charge forward. Damn it! What's going on? It is clearly just a starting stance. Why am I so afraid? The black-clad swordsman's eyes were filled with horror. He could not help but want to retreat. Xiao! A saber light flashed, and the black-clad swordsman quickly swung his sword to block. However, he missed. Xiaoqian appeared at the black-clad swordsman's side, and blood spurted out. Xiaoqian had chopped off the black-clad swordsman's left arm. The black-clad swordsman cried out in pain. His complexion was as pale as paper as he retreated continuously. The 4 black-clad swordsmen lying on the ground felt confused. They had seen everything clearly. Xiaoqian's saber strike looked very ordinary. There was nothing special about it. Why did Big Brother not block it? This was the first time Xiaoqian used the starting stance of Qing Emperor, drawing the saber in actual combat. The effect was pretty good. Right now, the instant Xiaoqian drew his saber, he could move in 16 different directions. Against an opponent 1 grade lower, he could defeat them in an instant. Situ Feng's eyes widened in disbelief as he looked at the scene before him. An early-stage medial grade martial monarch actually lost so easily. Who exactly is this person before me? I have never heard of such a powerful white-robed bladesman in Clearwind City. No, Hunluo province. Let's go. Before Situ Feng could recover from his shock, he felt his body lighten. Then, he was carried into the air by Xiaoqian. The wind blew by Situ Feng's ears. As they flew, Situ Feng's mind was filled with questions, but he could not voice them. After flying for a long time, Xiaoqian slowly landed. Situ Feng stood firmly and immediately said, "Many thanks, friend, for saving my life. Would you tell me your great name?" After narrowly escaping death, Situ Feng could not help the joy in his eyes. When Xiaoqian interacted with strangers, he always kept his guard up. He did not say much and directly asked Ao Jiao's question from the Immortal Spirit Ring. "Where did you learn your sword techniques?" Situ Feng was slightly stunned. After he reacted, he said, "I learned my sword techniques from the Eternal Heavenly Sword School. I was once an outer sect disciple there. After failing to become an inner sect disciple several times, I returned to my clan in Clearwind City." What exactly are the origins of this person's sword techniques? You only took one look, and you wanted to save him? Xiaoqian asked out of curiosity. Ao Jiao replied softly, "That is the Thunder Light fleeing shadows sword that the Thunder King comprehended himself when he was young. He has never taught it to anyone. I'm just curious as to how he learned it." Naturally, Situ Feng could not hear the conversation between the two. He bandaged his wounds and looked at Xiaoqian. "Friend, you probably offended the Lu clan by saving me. How about returning to the Situ clan with me? Is the Lu clan very strong?" Xiaoqian asked interestedly. Sidu Feng had forgotten that Xianxia was an outsider, so he told him about this place in detail. This savage beast forest was already very close to Hunluo province. The nearest city was Clearwind City, a medium-sized city in Hunluo province. There were two major factions in the city. One was the Lu clan, and the other was their Situ clan. The two clans were like fire and water, fighting each other for many years. The clan heads of the two clans were half-sages. Although they had been fighting each other for many years, their strengths were equal. Neither could do anything to the other. Since the clan head was only a half-sage, Xiaochun relaxed. He rejected, "There is no need. I'll send you to the periphery of the forest and leave on my own." Sidu Feng exclaimed in shock. Their clan head is currently in this savage beast forest. If they discover you, you will not be able to escape death. In Situ Feng's opinion, although Xiaochun was strong, he was only a late-stage superior-grade martial monarch at best. If a peak late-stage superior-grade martial monarch came, things would not be good. If Xiaochun ran into a half-sage, there would be no chance of survival. He could only rely on the Situ clan to survive. Xiaochun shook his head and rejected this person's invitation. This person had not said why the Lu clan was after him. Clearly, he did not trust Xiaochun. At this moment, Sidu Feng was clearly trying to rope Xiaochun in. He wanted to use Xiaochun and the Lu clan to tie him to the Situ clan's war chariot. Seeing that Xiaochun had rejected his invitations several times, Situ Feng's attitude turned cold, and he did not say anything more. "We've arrived. Take care of yourself." After leaving the inner area of the savage beast forest, Xiaochun looked around. After he discovered that there was no danger, he planned to leave. Situ Feng looked around and thought for a moment. He said, "Friend, there is a stronghold of my Situ clan not far from here. How about you send me there? At that time, our clan head will reward you greatly. At this moment, I have not recovered from my injuries. Any spirit beast would be able to take my life immediately. I will be completely safe once I reach the stronghold." Sidu Feng had already sent a hummingbird to the Situ clan about what he discovered. The clan head would definitely be alerted and bring all the experts over. At that time, when the Situ clan fought with the Lu clan, an additional person would increase their chances of victory. With Xiaochun's strength, he was definitely worth roping in. If Sidu Feng could accomplish this, in addition to his earlier contributions, the clan head would reward him greatly. Xiaochun thought for a while before saying, "It doesn't matter. You lead the way. I don't want to walk too much." Situ Feng rejoiced in his heart. He quickly led the way to the Situ clan stronghold. The two of them moved quickly in the dense forest. Occasionally, spirit beasts would appear. Xiaochun released his aura and scared them away. He did not delay at all. Soon, a heavily guarded stronghold appeared before the two of them. Two Situ clan cultivators descended from the treetops. Sidu Feng revealed a smile and quickly went forward. He whispered a few words to them, and the two cultivators gave Xiaochun a deep look before returning to the stronghold. When Xiaochun saw this, he did not want to waste any more time. He said, "Goodbye. You are already completely safe. Friend, don't be in such a rush to leave." Seeing that Xiaochun still wanted to leave, Sidu Feng grabbed him by the wrist. He said somewhat anxiously, "Clan head, they will be out soon. There will be a great gift for you later." Xiaochun frowned slightly. His body moved slightly, and he shook off Situ Feng's grip. "Haha, this friend is the young hero who killed the Lu clan cultivators." Carefree laughter resounded. The many cultivators of the stronghold's entrance clustered around a dignified, gray-robed old man as he walked quickly toward Xiaochun. Situ Feng's face lit up with joy. He quickly went forward and whispered a few words into the gray-robed old man's ear. The gray-robed old man looked at Xiaochun with an increasingly grave expression. He waved his hand, indicating for Situ Feng to step back. A faint smile appeared on his aged face. "This brother looks unfamiliar. You must be from somewhere else. Speak, what reward do you want? Since you saved my Situ clan's people, I, Situ Lei, will definitely not mistreat you." The gray-robed old man stepped forward and spoke to Xiaochun. His tone was very imposing. However, Xianxia noticed that the Situ clan experts behind the gray-robed old man had already spread out, forming a fan shape. The formation they stood in was very ingenious. As long as Xianxia made any strange movements, this group of people would immediately seal off Xianxia's path of retreat and surround and kill him. Xianxia's expression did not change. He held the lunar shadow saber in his left hand and casually took a step forward. His entire body formed a strange stance. Instantly, all the cultivators who had spread out in a fan-shaped formation felt that Xianxia was staring at them. Clearly, there was only one person and one pair of eyes. However, the stance he formed was very strange. It was like he could instantly draw his saber and chop down everyone. Old sir is right. I am indeed from somewhere else. However, I was just passing by this place. Saving people is just something I did in passing. There is no need for any reward. Xianxia's expression did not change at all. When facing this half-sage Situ Lei, he did not show any fear at all. A boundless light flashed in the depths of Situ Lei's aged eyes. He wanted to see through this white-robed bladesman before him. This brat is clearly only a peak medial grade martial sage. Why is he not showing any fear before this old man? What trump card does he have for him to be so confident? Situ Lei did not show any dissatisfaction on his face. He smiled and said, "Young hero is of noble character and unquestionable integrity. This old man admires you. Since there is no need for any reward, let's have a drink in the fort. No matter what, we should have a good chat." A wily old fox was indeed a wily old fox. Situ Feng's careless and crude performance was laughable when compared to the unfathomable Situ Lei. Xianxia performed a cupped fist salute and said, "There is no need. I am in a rush, so I will take my leave first." When Situ Lei heard this, his expression did not change. He smiled faintly and said, "Take care. I will not send you off." However, Situ Lei made a gesture with his hand behind his back. That was the Situ clan's order to surround and kill Xianxia. Once the gesture was completed, it would be the order. The Situ clan cultivators would mercilessly attack Xianxia. Xianxia's spiritual sense clearly captured the movements of this person behind his back. Without waiting for Situ Lei's gesture, Xianxia took the initiative to make his move. As Xianxia lowered his cupped hands, he placed his right hand on his saber's hilt. The Qing emperor's drawing the saber was ready. The cultivators who had spread out in a fan shape all felt a strand of saber light flying at them. Wong! The 10-odd people quickly drew their weapons and dodged to the left and right. The originally perfect encirclement immediately turned chaotic. Xianxia released his hand and withdrew his killing qi. His lips curled up as he smiled and said, "I'm sorry, old sir. I was just joking. Don't take it seriously. I think the hand behind old sir's back was also a joke, right?" Situ Lei had only completed half of the gesture behind his back. Before he could complete it, something unexpected happened. Situ Lei could not help but feel startled. However, his expression did not change. Situ Lei quickly withdrew his hand and extended it to Xianxia. As if nothing had happened, he laughed loudly and said, "Indeed, heroes come from the youth. Little brother's courage is admirable." Xianxia took 2 steps back and calmly turned around. Then, he left under the unfriendly gazes of the group of superior-grade martial monarchs. After moving a kilometer away, Xianxia revealed an expression of luck on his calm face. That had been very dangerous earlier. 1 half-sage, 10-odd superior-grade martial monarchs, and more than 100 medial-grade and inferior-grade martial monarchs. If Xianxia had really attacked, he would not have been able to leave without paying a heavy price. Chapter 734. However, it was still fine. Situ Lei feared Xianxia's strength and did not dare to take risks, fearing that he would suffer too many losses. The people of the Situ clan are all bad people. You save that person, yet they still treat you like this, Ao Jiao said angrily from the immortal spirit ring. Xianxia entered deep thought. Then, he said, "Logically speaking, they do not know that I have treasure on me and that I am just passing by. Not only do I not have any grudges with them, but they also owe me a favor. They should not have reacted like that. Ao Jiao's eyes wandered, and she revealed an expression of understanding on her delicate face. She said, "You mean to say that there is something fishy about this?" Xiao Chan leaped onto a tree branch beside him and silently extended his spiritual sense back. He nodded and said, "There is definitely something strange about this. I want to see what exactly is going on." At the gates of a stronghold, Situ Feng felt surprised. He asked, "Clan head, why are we just letting him go? This person is very strong and cannot be of use to us. He will be a source of trouble and disrupt our plans." At this moment, Situle's expression had already turned completely sullen, looking extremely terrifying. He looked coldly at the surrounding people and said, "So what if we do not let him go? The encirclement is already broken. It will be too difficult to keep him here. We might as well let him go, lest we gain another enemy. I do not want anything unexpected to happen while we are fighting for the 1,000-year-old white nascent fruit." When Situ Feng heard this, he was greatly startled. Is that white-robed bladesman really that horrifying? Even the clan head said that it would be difficult to keep him here. However, it is not safe to just let him go. This person's origins are unknown. It is hard to say that he is not here for the 1,000-year-old white nascent fruit. An old man beside Situ Feng said worriedly. An old man said worriedly. This old man had a profound cultivation, and he was only a step away from the half-saint realm. He was the great elder of the Situ clan. Sidale looked into the distance and said coldly, "Naturally, we have to be on guard. Find 2 people who are good at tracking and have them follow him from afar. See if he's really just passing by. If he is not, we have to spend a lot of effort to kill him. The Liu clan's people are already having a headache. I will not allow anyone to fish in troubled waters." The voice was bone-chilling and emotionless, devoid of any warmth. Xiao Chun, who was on the tree branch, withdrew his spiritual sense and suddenly understood. He muttered, "So that is how it is." The white nascent fruit had similar effects to the earth essence fruit. It could increase a cultivator's cultivation without any side effects. However, normally, the peak white nascent fruit could only live for 500 years. The 1,000-year-old white nascent fruit was extremely rare. It would not be an exaggeration to call it a mutated fruit. Its effects could even tempt martial sages. If the clan obtained it and gave it to the Sidu clan to break through to half-sage, the martial sage Xiao would not be. 1 half-sage was equivalent to 50 superior-grade martial monarchs. In that case, the balance between the Situ clan and the Liu clan of Azure Peak City would be broken. No matter who, the Tian, the other clan would. The clan would be, and would be, and would. Chun, Lei would be, Chun. Tutu, hey, trash master, you can't be thinking of something, right? You have to think clearly. With the strength of the 2 families added together, it's impossible for us to win. Chun Yu Chin Shun to say. Chun, Chun, A. Chun, Chun, Chun. When Ao Jiao saw that Xiao Chun was tempted, she reminded him. Xiao Chun said softly, "I do have such intentions. To break through to superior-grade martial monarch, I would need at least 200 medial-grade spirit gathering pearls. That is an astronomical sum. This 1,000-year-old white nascent fruit is practically made for me." Ao Jiao continued to advise. However, it is too difficult to snatch food from the tiger's mouth from 2 half-sages. Furthermore, they have a group of martial monarch experts behind them. Xiao Qin leaped down from the tree branch and said calmly, "I know my limits. There are strong and weak half-sages. Clearly, these 2 are much weaker than by Wuxia and the others. The most important thing is that these 2 are not united. Given that, I have a good chance." Shua, shua. Soft footsteps resounded. Xiao Chun scanned the area with his spiritual sense and saw 2 black-clad men sneaking around. They stuck to a tree 500 meters away, watching him carefully. The 2 black-clad men withdrew their auras. They were like a rock, showing no signs of life force as they stuck to the tree. Their concealment skills were very impressive. Unfortunately, Xiao Qin's spiritual sense was much stronger than the mental energy that regular cultivators use to sense. At such a close distance, Xiao Chun could not keep any secrets from them. After withdrawing his spiritual sense, Xiao Chun continued walking forward as if nothing had happened. There did not seem to be anything wrong with him. However, a murderous intent flashed in his eyes. The stronghold of Azure Peak City's Lu clan in the Savage Beast Forest was also a heavily guarded mountain stronghold with many experts. There were many wooden houses in the mountain stronghold. The guards were stationed every 5 steps and 10 steps. Everyone had a tense expression on their faces. The Lu clan's upper echelon gathered in one of the wooden houses, anxiously discussing countermeasures. The rectangular mahogany table was filled with the elders of the Lu clan. Behind the tables and chairs stood a crowd of cultivators. For the sake of the 1,000-year-old white nascent fruit, the Lu clan sent out all its elites. Even the weakest Lu clan disciple here was a medial-grade martial monarch. Seated at the top of the mahogany table was an old man dressed in a black brocade robe. He had a dignified expression on his face. He was the Lu clan's patriarch, Lu Chun. Beside him stood a young man. This was Lu En's eldest son, Lu En's. He was already a peak superior grade martial monarch. If Lu En's obtained the 1,000-year-old white nascent fruit, he would use it to break through to half-sage. Patriarch, this subordinate is incompetent and allowed Situ Feng to escape in the end. The black-clothed swordsman, who only had his right arm left, knelt on the ground, not daring to get up. Lu Chun said expressionlessly, "Get up. It does not matter whether you catch him or not." After he discovered our goal, he immediately used a hummingbird to send the news to that old man, Situ Lei. An old man on his right said helplessly, "Our scouts have reported. Situ Lei has already led all the experts of the clan to the gathering point in the Savage Beast Forest. It looks like it will be even more difficult to pick the 1,000-year-old white nascent fruit this time." It was impossible for there to be no spirit beasts guarding the 1,000-year-old white nascent fruit. When it fully ripened, it might even attract spirit beasts from far away. Trying to obtain the 1,000-year-old white nascent fruit from among these spirit beasts was already difficult enough. Now, with the addition of the Situ clan, the number of variables had increased significantly. Lu Chun could not help but worry. A ferocious light appeared in Lu Chen's eyes. No one dared to look at him directly. He said coldly, "There can only be one clan in Azure Peak City. This old man has had enough of that old man, Situ Lei. Since he dares to come, this is a good opportunity to destroy him." A strange light appeared in Lu En's eyes. He said, "Father, a mysterious white-robed bladesman saved Situ Feng. That white-robed bladesman easily injured 5 martial monarchs. We have to guard against him." Hatred flashed in the eyes of the one-armed black-clothed swordsman. He said, "Indeed, clan head, that person has a strange background and is very strong. If the Situ clan supports the Situ clan when the white nascent fruit ripens, it will be very disadvantageous for us." The Situ clan and the Lu clan were evenly matched. If one side received help, the balance would be broken. This person was not lying. And bring some people to investigate. If it is just a passing cultivator, then forget about it. This is a critical period. Do not complicate matters, Lu Chun said after thinking for a while. The one-armed black-clothed swordsman said anxiously, "Clan head, he injured a cultivator of my Lu clan and chopped off one of my arms. How can we just let this go?" Lu Chen's gaze turned cold as he looked at the one-armed black-clothed swordsman. He said in a frosty voice, "You piece of trash. Not only did you let someone leak the news, but you even dare to question my decision?" The one-armed black-clothed swordsman's heart skipped a beat. When he felt Lu Chen's killing chi, his body trembled and he did not dare to say anything more. As dusk approached, Xiao Chun found an empty space and started a fire. Then he started to roast some spirit beast meat that he had hunted. The 2 scouts of the Situ clan silently hid in a tree 500 meters away. They withdrew their auras and only used their peripheral vision to observe Xiao Chun. They were very careful and cautious, afraid of attracting Xiao Chen's attention. Speaking of which, Ao Jiao, what is the relationship between that eternal heavenly sword school and the Thunder King? Why does he have the Thunder Light Fleeing Shadow sword? If Sidu Feng had not used this sword technique, Xiao Qian would have left long ago. It would be a lie to say that he was not curious. Ao Jiao, who was in the Immortal Spirit Ring, felt very suspicious as well. Her delicate face filled with confusion. She said softly, "I don't know. I don't recall the Thunder King establishing his own sect." Crunch, crunch. The golden beef of the golden savage ox, which had been picked up by a tree branch, gave off crunching sounds as the flames roasted it. The surface of the beef cracked open, and golden oil flowed out. The aroma of the beef whetted one's appetite. Xiao Qian twirled the tree branch in a practiced manner. As he looked at the golden beef, he asked, since he did not establish a sect, did the Thunder King leave behind any secret manuals? Ao Jiao replied without hesitation. He did leave behind secret manuals. However, I am sure that no one else obtained them. There is no possibility of them leaking out. Then, did he have any disciples? If he did, it would not be surprising if they leaked out, Xiao Qian continued asking. Ao Jiao shook her head and said, Sang Mu has always been a loner. He did not even have many friends. How could he have a disciple? There are no secret manuals or inheritors. However, 2,000 years later, when Ao Jiao came to the Kunlun realm again, she saw the Thunder King's thunder light fleeing Shadow's sword. This was indeed strange. The golden beef was already cooked. Xiao Qian tore off a piece of beef and enjoyed the delicacy. Then, he took out a flask of wine from the universe ring and drank it. Xiao Qian sat by the bonfire and ate large chunks of meat, feeling very carefree. After the meat and wine were done, Xiao Qian stood up and stretched his body. Then, he held the lunar shadow saber in his hand and said softly, Actually, we will know the truth after we make a trip to the eternal heavenly sword school. Of course, that is on the premise that I can survive and obtain the 1,000-year-old white nascent fruit. Right after Xiao Qian spoke, he quickly turned around and instantly drew the lunar shadow saber. The resplendent saber light instantly lit up the dark forest. 500 meters away, the tree hiding the two Situ clan cultivators exploded. The two Situ clan cultivators were completely exposed to Xiao Qian. Let's go. This person discovered us long ago. The two Situ clan cultivators were greatly startled. Without saying anything else, they split up and ran. Xiao Qian looked at the Situ clan cultivator on the left and smiled faintly. He pushed off the ground, and an azure dragon image appeared under his feet, carrying him into the air. The two scouts were good at hiding and tracking. Their cultivations were not high. They were only early-stage, inferior-grade martial monarchs. How could they be a match for Xiao Qian? Chapter 735. Even if Xiao Qian used only half his strength, he could easily kill two people. The dragon image moved up and down, and Xiao Qian instantly caught up to that person. Xiao Qian did not waste any words. He infused his vast, lightning-attributed quintessence into his saber and killed that person in one strike. The blood on the saber exploded into a red mist by the electric light. When spread out, a red light spread out. Xiao Qian narrowed his eyes and peered through the red light. Then, he started to chase after the remaining person. When that person heard his companion's miserable scream, he paled in fright. He died in one exchange. Who exactly was the person the clan head told them to follow? Blue Dragon Tail Whip. A strong wind blew, and Xiao Qian's body moved in an arc. He passed by many towering trees, bringing with him a strong gust of wind. With his so sound, he suddenly appeared in front of that person. That person quickly ran away. Xiao Qian's casual kick carried 500 tons of force. Everywhere it passed, space trembled. Bang! Xiao Qian's foot landed on that person's chest at lightning speed, breaking his sternum. The force surged through his body, rupturing his internal organs. That person vomited a mouthful of blood and flew back with a pained expression. His back crashed into a tree, and he could not help but vomit another mouthful of blood. Xiao Qian sheathed his saber and walked over calmly. As his footsteps got closer, that person's eyes filled with boundless despair and pain. Let me ask you a question. If you want to live, tell me the truth, Xiao Qian said indifferently as he looked at the other party, not showing any emotion at all. Xiao Qin's overwhelming strength and unparalleled sharpness caused this person's mind to be in chaos. He did not dare to disobey. What question? That person asked in a quivering voice as he leaned against the tree. Xiao Chan looked coldly at the other party and said, "Tell me everything you know about the 1,000-year-old white nascent fruit. Tell me everything in detail." That person's heart skipped a beat. He instinctively wanted to quibble, so he said, "I don't bang." Before Xiao Chan could say that he knew, he kicked this person's chest again. The powerful force caused the tree behind this person to break apart with a loud boom. His body was sent flying backwards. After landing on the ground, the man rolled on the ground. His internal organs were all damaged, and his sternum was broken. His face was pale, without any trace of blood. Xiao Qin stepped forward and said calmly, "Even if you don't tell me, I can find out from others. Now, I will ask you again. Are you going to tell me or not?" Seeing Xiao Qin's decisiveness, that person had a pained expression as he looked at Xiao Qin in fear. Not daring to hesitate any longer, he said, I'll talk. I'll tell you everything, just don't kill me." After listening to the other party's story, Xiao Qin had a thorough understanding of the matter. The 1,000-year-old white nascent fruit needed another 7 days to ripen. This was the reason why the two clans did not rush to make a move. There was also a rank 9 spirit beast guarding the white nascent fruit. When it ripened, it would attract even more strong spirit beasts. "Give me a message to Sido Lei. Tell him that he went back on his word. I am very angry." After saying that, Xiao Chan gently pushed off the ground and quickly left this place. "Are you really not afraid of him snitching? Are you really going to let him go?" Ao Jiao asked, feeling it was strange. If Sido Lei found out that Xiao Chan wanted the 1,000-year-old white nascent fruit, he would be seeking trouble for himself. Xiao Chan had a calm expression. He smiled and said, "Since I made a promise, there is no need to kill him. Furthermore, if he returns alive, he might even be able to help me." Sido Lei is a shrewd person with age. He is suspicious and cautious. This is a matter of life and death for his clan. He will be even more careful. From the Situ clan cultivators, Xiao Qin already knew where the 1,000-year-old white nascent fruit was. It was on a small slope near the savage beast forest. Without needing to think too much, Xiao Qin could guess that the Situ clan and Lu clan cultivators were near the slope. It would be irrational for him to go there now. After all, there were still 7 more days before the 1,000-year-old white nascent fruit ripened. There was no rush. After muttering to himself for a while, Xiao Qin took out the painting of the Qing Emperor, drawing the saber from the universe ring, and slowly unfurled it. When the painting was completely unfurled, it gently drifted over and hovered in front of Xiao Qin. The might of the Qing Emperor's drawing the saber in actual combat was extraordinary. Xiao Qin had experienced it firsthand. This was just a superficial understanding of it, and it already had such combat prowess. If it improved further, it would be even more incredible. Xiao Qin's interest in this mysterious painting deepened. Taking a deep breath, Xiao Qin looked at the person in the painting. The person in the painting wore blue dragon battle robes. His long hair fluttered wildly, and his appearance was delicate and handsome. If others looked carefully, they would discover that Xiao Qin looked very similar to this person. However, his eyes were filled with the vicissitudes of life, as if they were ancient. It was unknown how many years this person had experienced for such a deep gaze. Xiao! A saber light flashed, and the person in the painting suddenly moved. However, it was not clear whether the saber moved first or the person moved first. Xiao Qin had seen the trajectory of this saber before. Although he could not clearly see the other party's figure, based on his vague perception, Xiao Qin quickly drew his saber and blocked this saber. To others, Xiao Qin did not move at all, as if he was meditating. However, at this moment, Xiao Qin's mental state fluctuated intensely. This battle was even more intense than the one with Bai Wuxia, exhausting his mental state by several times. After 10 seconds, Xiao Qin's complexion paled, and he took 10 steps back. After a while, the horror in his eyes slowly disappeared. 10 seconds. I finally managed to block 32 saber strikes. I also discovered 2 different trajectories of the saber strikes. Xiao Chun put away the painting and closed his eyes. Then he started to comprehend the intense mental state battle. Time passed slowly. At some point in time, Xiao Chen's hand had already grasped the saber hilt at his waist, forming a strange stance. Many illusionary figures leaped out of Xiao Chen's body, hacking at the towering trees in front. All sorts of scenes appeared in Xiao Chen's mind. Saber lights danced around, and electric lights shot out. Each figure had a different trajectory of the saber strike. The saber lights chopped the trees in half in Xiao Chen's mind. Leaves flew everywhere, and strong winds blew. When the 34 figures leaped out, Xiao Chun opened his eyes at an appropriate time. His aura blended in with the surroundings. Xiao Chun clearly only had a pair of eyes, but he locked on all 34 trees in front, unable to distinguish which were real or fake. Xiao, following the feeling in his heart, Xiao Chun naturally drew the saber in his hand. The saber light was resplendent and dazzling. In the dark night, it was like a blazing sun shining brightly. Kassier, Kassier. The 34 trees in front were instantly chopped in half at the waist. Rows of trees fell with a loud rumble. The remaining tree trunks were all of different heights and gaps. When Xiao Chun saw this scene, he could not help but rejoice. It turned out that the saber could really be drawn like this. If it was just the instant the saber was drawn, one could split the saber chi into 34 parts. Although such a technique was difficult, it was still possible for an expert bladesman of the younger generation to do it. However, to achieve a different trajectory, position, and strength for each strand of saber chi, aside from a true Grandmaster level senior, no one else in the younger generation could do it. First young master, there is some movement over there. Let's go over and take a look. Suddenly, Xiao Chen's sharp ears picked up footsteps and the voices of cultivators. He could not help but frown slightly. Xiao Chun scanned with his spiritual sense and discovered 8 superior grade martial monarchs of the Lu clan 3 kilometers away. Under the leadership of a young man, they were rushing over here at high speed. Saber lights danced around, chopping the trees in front into pieces. Then, Xiao Chun wiped away the traces of his training. Xiao Chun leaped into the air and withdrew his aura, hiding in a nearby tree. Dong! 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 The footsteps drew closer. The people led by Lu Enz appeared at the place where Xiao Chun had practiced his saber. Lu Enz casually looked around. The trees in front had been chopped into pieces by the saber chi. Then, he closed his eyes and sensed the remnant lightning-attributed quintessence in the air. After a while, he opened his eyes and said, "Look around. They look similar to the target. They are lightning-attributed bladesmen." After discovering them, sound the alarm immediately. The one-armed black-clad swordsman followed beside Lu Enz and did not leave with the others. The black-clad swordsman was not strong in the first place. Now that he had lost an arm, his combat prowess decreased even more. Lu Enz brought the black-clad swordsman mainly because he wanted the black-clad swordsman to help him identify the target. Lu Enz held his sword and asked interestedly, "Lu Hua, how strong is that white-robed bladesman? Tell me objectively." Hatred flashed in Lu Hua's eyes. When he recalled Xiao Chen's attack, he could not help but reveal an expression of horror. Very strong. His cultivation is not high, but his saber techniques are very strange. I clearly judged the trajectory of his saber. However, I still missed when I was about to attack. Lu En's lips curled up in a smile. He said, "Changing moves at the last minute? It looks like he is a bladesman with sharp eyes and extremely fast attacks." When Lu Hua heard this, he hesitated for a while. Then he said, "First young master, he was indeed very fast." However, this subordinate felt that he did not change his move at the last minute. Lu En's expression turned grave. He could not understand. He said, "Since you already judged the trajectory of his saber, and he did not change his move at the last minute, logically speaking, you should have been able to receive that saber strike." Lu Hua could tell that Lu Enz suspected that his judgment was wrong, that he had been fooled by a feint. He quickly denied it. "First young master, I dare say that this subordinate's judgment was correct." Lu Enz glanced at Lu Hua's mutilated arm and smiled in disdain. However, he did not say anything. So, so, so. After the 8 superior-grade martial monarchs who went out to search failed to find anything, they shot back like arrows and landed before Lu En's. Reporting to First Young Master, "We did not find that person," the black-clad men reported in unison. They looked at Lu En's, showing their absolute loyalty. They should be death-sworn soldiers trained by the Lu clan. Xiao Chun, who had already hidden himself in the tree, heaved a sigh of relief when he heard this. He was not afraid of these 8 people. Instead, he was afraid of being discovered and exposing his strength. Before the white nascent fruit ripened, the Lu clan would target him. Lu En's asked doubtfully, "Not even a single trace." "Not a single trace. We did not discover anything." When Lu En's heard this, he laughed loudly. He said, "How could there be no trace at all? Even if he heard our footsteps and left in advance, he would have left some traces in his haste." Chapter 736. Lu Enyin withdrew her smile and showed a sullen expression. She shouted, "This person is definitely nearby. Destroy all the trees within 500 meters. Do not leave a single one alive. Blast them all to pieces." Yes, the 8 black-clad martial monarchs leaped into the air and quickly carried out Lu En's orders. Surging sword lights swept out in all directions. Bang, bang, bang. The sword chi rampaged in all directions, and the towering trees were instantly turned into sawdust in the face of this heavy sword chi. The tree Xiao Chun was hiding in was the first to be attacked. He sighed and had no choice but to reveal himself. Tree shards filled the air like snowflakes. Xiao Chun flew backward and landed on a tree branch. So. Lu En's led the 8 superior-grade martial monarchs and leaped into the air. They landed on a few trees that were not attacked and surrounded Xiao Chun. Lu En's looked at Xiao Chun and asked the one-armed black-clad swordsman on the ground, "Lu Hua, is that him?" Lu Hua was very excited. His body trembled as he shouted, "First Young Master, it is him. He is the one who saved Situ Feng and injured our brothers." Lu En's raised his head and looked at Xiao Chun. His expression turned sullen as he said, "You are rather bold. You injure my Lu clan's people, yet you did not mix with the Situ clan's people and did not leave quickly. You're doing this for the white nascent fruit, right?" Xiao Chun's expression did not change. Even though he was surrounded by 8 people, he did not panic. He said calmly, "I do not know what you are talking about." A murderous intent flashed in Lu En's eyes. When he thought of his father's instructions, he said coldly, "You better not know. I'll give you a chance now. Scram out of the savage beast forest immediately, and the matter of you saving Situ Feng will be written off." Trying to threaten Xiao Chun to leave? Too naive. Xiao Chun smiled coldly to himself. He said indifferently, "It is not up to you to decide who I save. It is even less up to you to decide whether I leave or not." Lu En's expression turned cold as killing intent surged in his eyes. He placed his right hand on the hilt of his saber and said, "I dare you to say that again." It was a very common line, but Xiao Chun had no intention of paying attention to him at all. There were some words that he had always disdained to say a second time. "Since you say that I don't have the guts, then I'll use my actions to prove it. Whether I have the guts or not, there's no need to talk so much." Xiao Chun placed his right hand on the saber hilt and quickly condensed the aura of the Qing Emperor's drawing the saber, merging it with the surrounding environment. Xiao Chun instantly drew the lunar shadow saber. The resplendent purple saber light was as bright as the sun, shining brightly. Xiao! 9 strands of purple saber chi instantly flew out from different trajectories. The saber lights were dazzling, and the saber chi looked like rainbows flickering with electricity. All 9 of them, including Lu En's, were astonished. Xiao Chun's saber aura had enveloped all of them. It seemed that everyone could become his target. However, logically speaking, he only had 1 saber and 1 pair of eyes. It was impossible for him to attack 9 people at once. All of this was just an illusion. However, the reality defied common sense. Xiao Chun's saber really struck 9 people. Furthermore, The trajectory and strength of each saber strike were all different. At this moment, common sense was completely overturned. Clang, clang, clang. The sword light and the saber chi collided, and quintessential essence exploded, emitting a powerful shockwave that directly chopped down a large tree. With one slash, he easily disrupted the formation of the 9 people, throwing them into chaos. Soaring Dragon. Xiao Chun rode the dragon and flew up. The cyan dragon image carried him and directly flew in front of Lu En's, quickly using ghost image chop. Thunder roared without end. The saber lights were like ghostly shadows, hard to distinguish between the real and the fake. Lu En's flicked his wrist, and a blue sword flower appeared, blocking the saber light. However, the veritable essence, energy, and immortal state of thunder contained in the saber far surpassed his expectations. With each saber strike, Lu En's retreated 100 meters in the air. After 72 attacks, he had already retreated more than 7 kilometers. A strong wind formed by veritable essence energy swept out. Everywhere the two passed, towering trees were uprooted, and long gullies appeared in the ground. After the 72 attacks were completed, the saber chi containing the immortal state of thunder immediately formed a vast sea of lightning that exploded. Lu En's reaction speed was very impressive. Before the sea of lightning formed, he quickly executed his heaven-ranked martial technique. 9 dazzling blue balls of sword light surrounded Xiao Chen's body and quickly spun around. Xiao Chen glared, his hair scattered, and his clothes fluttered wildly. Boom! The sea of lightning clashed with the 9 balls of veritable essence energy. A surging energy surged out, and the ground actually sank. After that, countless specks of dust shot out like cannonballs, forming a huge pit around the two. Lu En's held the advantage in terms of veritable essence energy. However, Xiao Chen's state was immortal, and his physical body was much stronger. In such a head-on clash, while the two looked equal, in reality, Xiao Chen's injuries were much smaller than Xiao Chen's. Puxi. In the end, Lu En's could no longer hold on. The 9 balls of blue veritable essence energy shattered, and he vomited a mouthful of blood as he went flying back. Xiao Chun, who was hidden in the sea of lightning, revealed a cold gaze. Then, an untraceable saber light flashed. Dang! The saber light originally wanted to pierce through Lu En's heart. However, Lu En's hid a tough, heart-protecting mirror on his chest. It was unknown what rank this secret treasure was, but it completely blocked Xiao Chen's saber light. Xiao Chen managed to survive. However, the veritable essence energy contained in the saber could not be blocked by the heart-protecting mirror. The huge impact caused Lu En's to vomit another mouthful of blood. Lu En's body flew high into the air and tumbled on the ground before he climbed back up in a sorry state. Lu En's looked at Xiao Chun with some horror in his eyes. Now, it was clear whether Xiao Chun dared to say that or not. Lu En's scanned the area with his spiritual sense. The 8 black-clad martial monarchs, who had shaken off, would arrive soon. This Lu En's did not look like a good-for-nothing young master. It was not worth dragging things out for the sake of killing this group of people until the other side's main force arrived. Xiao Chun sheathed his saber, and the blue dragon under his feet circled around. Then, he soared into the sky, carrying Xiao Chun. First young master, are you all right? The 8 black-clad martial monarchs did not chase after Xiao Chun. Instead, they quickly surrounded Lu En's, protecting him tightly. Lu En's coughed, and blood leaked out of a corner of his lips. He said with some lingering fear, Lu Hua was right. This person's saber techniques defied common sense. His state contained mysteries, and his physical body was terrifyingly strong. Aside from my father, no one in the Lu clan can suppress him. We have to send news back quickly. We have to eliminate this person. Savage Beast Forest, Situ clan's stronghold. When Situ Lei heard the news from the scout, he was astonished. He said, "Are you saying that not only did the white-robed bladesman discover you, but the other person also died at his hands?" The scout lowered his head and said, "He is too strong. We're not a match for him at all." Sidu Lei looked suspiciously at this person. He asked sullenly, "Since that is the case, why did he let you return?" The scout's heart trembled. When he thought of Situ Lei's horrifying means, he quickly explained. "He told me to bring back a message." He said that the clan head went back on his word and that he was very angry. As for Xiao Qin's interrogation about the white nascent fruit, he had leaked the secret in the end. Naturally, he would not say anything. Otherwise, he would not be able to escape death. Sidu Lei thought quickly. What does he mean by saying that I went back on my word? Is he blaming me for sending people to follow him? He is very angry. Is he threatening me? Never mind. It is not wise to offend a ruthless person at such a crucial moment. As long as he is not here to snatch the white nascent fruit, it is fine. So what if a scout dies? However, just as Sidu Lei was about to speak, he noticed that the scout's hand, hidden in his sleeve, was trembling violently. "Kneel!" Sidu Lei's expression changed as he suddenly shouted. His voice was like thunder and as majestic as a mountain. The majesty that Situ Lei had accumulated over the years suddenly erupted, causing the guilty scout to panic. He immediately knelt on the ground and kowtowed, begging for mercy. "Clan head, please spare me. That person forced me to say the matter of the white nascent fruit. I definitely did not take the initiative to say it." Situ Lei's face sank. He said in a cold voice, "What a deep scheme. I nearly fell for it. Letting him return alive is better than killing him. This is clearly a better way to eliminate my suspicions. Strong strength, calm, and decisive mind. This person must be eliminated." Situ Lei casually kicked the scout in front away. Then he instructed his subordinates, "Pass down my orders. Search for that white-robed bladesman with all your might. I will personally lead a team to kill this person." On the other side, a similar scene played out in the Lu clan stronghold. When Lu Chun heard Lu En's report, he was greatly startled. After a while, Lu Chun instructed, "Search for this person with all your might. I will personally lead a team. How can we let someone take advantage of the 1,000-year-old white nascent fruit?" It was easy to understand why the two of them made the same decision. They were not afraid of an enemy in the open. They were afraid of a strong opponent hiding in the dark. Anyone would fear such an enemy. There were still 7 more days before the white nascent fruit matured. By eliminating a variable, they would feel more at ease. When the sky brightened, Xiao Chun clearly felt that the atmosphere in the forest was different. The Situ clan and the Lu clan, these two clans that had feuded with each other, seemed to have come to a tacit understanding and worked together. With the hillside with the 1,000-year-old white nascent fruit as the center, the Situ clan spread out in a fan shape and started a thorough search. With such a dense search, no matter how well Xiao Qin hid, he was discovered in the end. The ones who discovered him were a group of cultivators from the Situ clan. Their cultivations were not high, so Xiao Qin did not have to spend much effort to kill them all. However, the other party had also successfully sounded the alarm, exposing Xiao Qin. Xiao Qin felt 2 extremely strong auras heading for him. They did not hide their auras at all. Everywhere they passed, the spirit beasts gave way. As Xiao Qin looked in the direction of the approaching people, he frowned and said, "The 2 clan heads actually made a move personally. It looks like they are determined to get this 1,000-year-old white nascent fruit." Xiao Qin was probably in trouble now. The thing that he worried about the most had happened. With a half-sage leading the team and the trump cards in his hands, it would be easy for him to escape. However, with 2 half-sages working together, unless he used all his trump cards, it would be impossible for him to leave easily. Xiao Qin pushed off the ground and leaped onto a tree branch. Then, he nimbly moved through the forest. With one gentle leap, he traveled 500 meters. Xiao Qin left many trees behind him. Chapter 737. Not long after Sidu Lei left, he appeared where Xiao Qin had been. The ground was strewn with the corpses of 5 or 6 Situ clan cultivators. All of them had died in one strike. Some of them had not even drawn their weapons. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The superior-grade martial monarchs of the Situ clan, who were slower, landed one after another. When they saw the corpses on the ground, They were greatly startled. What a fast saber! Sitolei's expression turned somewhat grave. He felt a chill run down his spine. If such a horrifying person attacked him from behind, it would be extremely dangerous. Xiao! Sonic booms resounded. Sitolei did not even turn his head as he said, "He is here." The person who arrived was Sitolei's nemesis, the Azure Peak City's Lu Clan's clan head, Lu Chun. Lu Chun did not say a word. He only looked calmly at the corpses on the ground. However, the Situ clan cultivators behaved as though they were facing a great enemy, feeling incredibly nervous. Soon, the superior-grade martial monarchs of the Lu clan landed one after another. When they saw the corpses on the ground, they revealed similarly horrified expressions. Sitolei turned around and looked meaningfully at Lu Chun. He said calmly, "Old fogey Lu, you and I have fought for decades. You should know what I am thinking now, right?" Lu Chen's wrinkled eyes squinted slightly. He smiled and said, "Given our characters, we are not willing to let others take advantage of us. I know what you're thinking. Good. Before the white nascent fruit ripens, our clans will put aside our past grudges and deal with this person with all our might. What do you think?" Sitolei said sullenly with a bright gleam in his eyes. Lu Chun revealed a sinister smile on his aged face. He said, "That is exactly what I am thinking." The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. The two clans, which were like fire and water, were actually prepared to work together to deal with a common enemy under the pressure of Xiaochun. If news of this spread, it would startle the entire Azure Peak City. Sitolei looked in the direction that Xiaochun had taken. He said calmly, "Aside from you and me, no one else can stop this brat. My opinion is that once we discover this brat, we should immediately attack together. You and I, let's attack together immediately. Don't hold back, lest we increase the number of casualties." Last night, Luenz had already told Lu Chun about Xiao Chen's strength. Now that he saw the corpses before him, Lu Chun could not help but feel astonished. Even though Lu Chun had not seen Xiao Chen before, he had a rough guess of Xiao Chen's strength. He felt that Sitolei was not exaggerating. Cultivators of the two clans filled this small area. Furthermore, Xiao Chun was not familiar with the Chun. Even if they had the advantage of speed, they would still be discovered by the cultivators of the two clans from time to time. They could not truly calm down. 3 days later, even after Xiao Chun did everything he could, he still could not shake off the cultivators of the two clans. After a while, Sitolei and Lu Chun finally blocked his way. In front, Xiao Chun smiled. Sitolei's Chun. Behind him, Lu Chun held a sword as he looked expressionlessly at Xiao Chen's back. Several cultivators hid in the forest on both sides. They leaped around and formed a huge encirclement, blocking all of Xiao Chen's paths. "Little brother, you really made this old man look for you for the past few days," Sitolei said sullenly as he pointed his spear at Xiao Chun. In the past few days, the number of cultivators of the two clans that died at Xiao Chen's hands was uncountable. The people who came here were all elites. They had spent a lot of resources to nurture them. Anyone would feel frustrated if they died like that. Even though 2 half-sages blocked his path, Xiao Chun did not panic. He smiled and said, "The two of you really think highly of me. To think that you are working together to deal with a junior. Huh, I want to see if you can still smile later." Old Fogey Lu, attack. Sparks flew on the tip of the spear. Sitolei pushed his wrist forward, and the spear became like a dragon, roaring as it carried Sitolei. In that instant, sand and pebbles flew, and a strong wind howled. Sitolei unleashed his half-sage aura. Even the sky changed color. Lu Chen's gaze turned cold as he attacked at the same time. An icy blue light flickered on his sword, and a strong sword intent spread out. Lu Chen's hair fluttered wildly as his clothes fluttered. He pushed off the ground, and his sword hummed as he thrust it at Xiao Chun. When the 2 half-sages arrived, the auras of 2 half-sages pressed towards Xiao Chun like mountains. Regular martial monarchs would not even need to make a move. Under the pressure of such auras, they would find it hard to move. They would not even be able to breathe and would be instantly blasted into bits. However, These two were too naive to think that they could suppress Xiao Chun, who had consumed 10-odd monarch bloodgrass, with their auras. After activating the power of his bloodline, the ancient sovereign's aura in Xiao Chen's body surged out. A noble, ancient, vast sovereign's aura spread out, clashing with the half-sage auras of the two without any fear. Bang! 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 The formless auras clashed, giving off loud sounds in the air. Suddenly, small hurricanes formed and surged out in all directions. The hurricanes swept through the trees on both sides. The lush leaves were immediately swept away, leaving only bare tree trunks. The cultivators of the two clans hidden in the trees quickly moved out of the way. Before the ancient sovereign's aura, Sitolei and Lu Chun could not help but pause for a moment. They were clearly caught off guard. Xiao Chun squinted and took advantage of this opportunity. He quickly drew his saber with his right hand. This was the Qing Emperor's drawing the saber, which he had gained a basic understanding of. The boundlessly resplendent purple saber, Qi, split into two, moving in two different trajectories as they attacked the openings the two revealed. Dang! 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 Two metallic clangs resounded. Situ Lei and Lu Chun, two half-sages, were actually forced back by Xiao Chen's saber. However, a half-sage was still a half-sage in the end. After Xiao Chun adapted to the sovereign's aura, he charged over again. The overwhelming attacks carried vast quintessence, looking like dark clouds covering the ground. Their auras were startling, and their might was unparalleled. Xiao Chun received 10 moves head-on. His qi and blood surged, and his arms went slightly numb. Although he did not suffer any substantial injuries, the situation was not good. He could not retaliate at all. The difference in cultivation is too great. Even if I exhaust all my trump cards, I cannot take down two half-sages for now. At best, I can fight them to a draw. There are still so many cultivators eyeing me covetously. If I run out of quintessence, I will not be able to escape death. I have to think of a way to get them to give up on chasing me. After all, their ultimate goal is the 1,000-year-old white nascent fruit and not to fight with half-sages. Amid the strong wind, Xiao Chun received the attacks of the two. He quickly thought about what to do. Unknowingly, 100 moves had passed. Beside the forest, the cultivators of the two clans widened their eyes as they watched. They all had incredulous expressions. Unexpectedly, this fellow lasted 100 moves against the attacks of two half-sages without showing any signs of weakening. Situ Lei's spearlight trembled as he said sullenly, "Old Fogey Lu, it's time to make your killing move." Their opponent was unexpectedly difficult to deal with, causing the two to lose some patience. Lu Chen nodded and said, "Kill him in one move." Xiao Chun suppressed the energy in his body. With a thought, the two are going to use their heaven-ranked martial techniques. My chance might be here. 9 ring starburst. Lu Chen shouted ferociously, and 9 blue balls of sword qi appeared around him. Each ball of sword qi was compressed and contained horrifying might. The balls of sword qi circled around Lu Chen frantically. Lu Chen's aura sword and strong winds blew in all directions like sabers. Ka! 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 Without any time to react, the towering trees were chopped into pieces by the wind blades. The surrounding cultivators of the two clans revealed horrified expressions as they quickly fled. The might of this move in Lu Chen's hands was more than 10 times stronger than Lu En's. They were on a completely different level. Lu Chen pointed his sword into the distance, and the 9 balls of sword qi merged into one. A dazzling light shot toward Xiao Chun. 10,000 swords hummed in the air, clanging endlessly. On the other side, 9 berserk flaming dragons soared up behind Sitolei. The flaming dragons were 100 meters long, and flames surged out. They reared their heads back and roared with a startling aura. Situ Lei grasped his spear with both hands and shook it. 9 flaming dragon-shaped spear qi shot out, roaring ferociously. Flames blazed in the air, and the temperature soared. Even the dust in the air melted away, looking very horrifying. Countless strands of energy clashed in Xiao Chen's body. That was the after effect of receiving 100 moves from the two half-sages head-on. If not for the golden light barrier on his bones, he would have already been severely injured. Fortunately, as long as he recuperated after the battle, he would be able to recover immediately. After suppressing this energy, Xiao Chun watched the two execute their heaven-ranked martial techniques. Xiao Chun suppressed this energy and looked at the heaven-ranked martial techniques executed by the two. He quickly made a decision and instantly executed the dragon's subduing slash. Return of the Azure Dragon. Vast waves surged behind Xiao Chun, looking at the boundless sea. 999 pillars of water soared to the sky as the blue dragon leaped out of the sea. The dragon might gathered on the saber and formed a surging dragon-shaped saber chi. Auspicious clouds covered the sky, and dragon might spread out. Then it clashed with the resplendent sword chi and the horrifying 9 flaming dragons. Bang! An earth-shattering explosion occurred on the ground. The sword pill and the fire dragon saber chi exploded at the same time. Countless cracks appeared on the ground in an instant, spreading out like a spider web. Huge rocks soared into the sky and shot through the air, covering the sky and the sun. After that, the shockwaves shattered the rocks in the air and scattered them with the wind, forming a surging, boundless sandstorm. A white figure could be seen in the dust that filled the air. He vomited a mouthful of blood and flew back miserably. Clearly, using Return of the Blue Dragon, rising from a sea to clash head-on with the heaven-ranked martial techniques of two half-sages was too much. Xiao Chun only lasted for a moment before the shock waves knocked him back. Sido Lei and Lu Chun had unsightly expressions as well. The shock wave knocked them back 500 meters, and the quintessence in their bodies turned somewhat chaotic. When the dust settled, a white figure riding on the blue dragon quickly fled into the distance. As for Situ Lei and Lu Chun, they looked at the white figure and did not rush to give chase. After a long time, Situ Lei said unhurriedly, "Old Fogey Lu, unexpectedly, you are still so black-hearted. If you really dare to execute your killing move, 9 Heavenly Star Burst, this brat would be a corpse by now." Lu Chun smiled faintly and said, "Likewise, you still did not execute your boundless sea of flames." After chasing Xiao Chun away, the two of them, who had fought for most of their lives, immediately became hostile with each other. This made sense when one thought about it. These two were mortal enemies. How could they trust each other absolutely? If one side used their killing move and the other side did not, wouldn't that give the other side a chance to kill them on the spot? Chapter 738. Situ Lei smiled gently and said, "This brat is already crippled. Earlier, he received 100 moves from us. Now, he received 2 heaven-ranked martial techniques. He will not be able to recover within a month." The 1,000-year-old white nascent fruit would ripen in only 4 days. By the time Xiao Chun arrived a month later, the white nascent fruit would be gone, and it would be useless. This was also why the two were not in a rush to chase after Xiao Chun. Unless one was a martial sage, no one could recover within 4 days from the heaven-ranked martial techniques of 2 half-sages. No matter what, they managed to get rid of a hidden danger. Although they paid a high price, it was all worth it. Lu Chun turned around and smiled. "Old Fogey Situ, there's a tricolored flame python guarding the 1,000-year-old white nascent fruit. How about we work together later?" Situ Lei laughed loudly and said, "That would be for the best. We cannot let others watch from the sidelines. Naturally, we cannot let a beast take advantage of us." It was rather funny. The two had relaxed expressions and calm gazes. They did not look like mortal enemies who had fought for decades. After the discussion, both sides retracted their forces, no longer paying attention to Xiao Chun. A white figure swayed as he descended from the sky above a small river in the periphery of the savage beast forest, landing on the riverbank. Xiao Chun raised his head and looked at his pale reflection in the river. He coughed intensely a few times, and blood flowed out of the corner of his mouth, dyeing his white robes red. This time, Xiao Chun was severely injured. His internal organs all cracked. He had truly sustained internal injuries. However, his injuries were not as severe as Lu Chun and Situ Lei made them out to be. Under martial sage, indeed, no one could withstand the attacks of two heaven-ranked martial techniques and recover quickly. However, Xiao Chun was an exception. His physical body had already reached the standard of a martial sage. Furthermore, his bones had formed an internal defense. In terms of resistance to attacks and recovery, it would not be an exaggeration to say that a regular inferior-grade martial sage could not compare to him. Ao Jiao, who was in the immortal spirit ring, looked at the pale Xiao Chun, who occasionally frowned due to the intense pain. Feeling confused, she asked, "Xiao Chun, if you had used Soaring Dragon, you would not have suffered such severe injuries, right?" Xiao Chun swallowed a healing medicinal pill and squeezed out a smile on his pale face. "There is no need. My goal is the 1,000-year-old white nascent fruit, not to fight to the death with two half-sages. Continuously exposing my strength will only make the two of them more wary of me. Why don't I get injured at the right time and let them think that I can't fight anymore? At that time, I'll give them an unexpected surprise." Being chased by the two great clans for the past few days had left Xiao Chun mentally and physically exhausted. He had not been able to relax for even a moment. The two half-saints were pressing down step by step, and it caused his mind to be strained at all times. It was too exhausting. If this continued, and Xiao Chun kept putting on a brave front, not only would he fail to obtain the white nascent fruit, but he might even lose his life here. Ao Jiao frowned heavily. She still said with some reluctance, "However, it is still too dangerous for you to continue like this. If they really steeled themselves to continue chasing you, you would be in real danger now." Xiao Chun analyzed calmly. "That won't happen. The two of them fear each other. If I were no longer a threat, they would not have worked together to suppress me. Furthermore, riches come from danger. Even if they chase me, I will accept it. No one in this world can predict everything." After 3 days, Xiao Chun's strong physical body completely recovered. Xiao Chun, who was at the riverside, opened his eyes. His delicate face had a ruddy glow, and he looked spirited without any signs of illness. Xiao Chun radiated a sharp aura, and his eyes were bright and spirited. His gaze was as sharp as a knife's edge. After stretching his body, Xiao Chun took out a black cloak from the universe ring and draped it over himself. He looked into the distance and muttered to himself, "In another day, the 1,000-year-old white nascent fruit will ripen. The white nascent fruit will definitely be mine." Xiao Chun stretched his arms and soared into the air like a huge bird. Just as he was about to land, a blue dragon image appeared under his feet. Xiao Chun pushed off with his feet, and his body flew forward again. In an instant, he crossed a kilometer. Xiao Chun moved like a black arrow as he quickly moved forward in the forest. After 1 hour, a hill more than 800 meters tall appeared at the limits of his vision. The cultivators of the Situ clan and the Lu clan hid at the foot of the hill. They looked at the summit with fervent gazes. The white nascent fruit was about the size of a fist. With such a long distance, Xiao Chun could not see it with his eyes. He could only keep extending his spiritual sense forward. Finally, Xiao Chun saw the white nascent fruit hiding at the edge of a crack in the wall. The 4 black petals made the white spirit fruit look exceptionally eye-catching. The spirit fruit was snow white and as soft as a baby's skin. No one could bear to touch it. Xiao Chun extended his spiritual sense and soon discovered the tricolored flame python guarding not far away. The tricolored flame python was covered in flame tattoos. It was not very thick, only 100 meters long. It could not be compared to the 300-meter-long python that Xiao Chun once saw. However, the bewitching tricolored snake crown on its head was like an evil poppy flower, and it was emitting a strange aura. It reminded people that this was a genuine 9th-grade spirit beast that could be compared to a semi-sage realm expert. Xiao Chun's spiritual sense noticed Situ Lei and Lu Chun in the air. The corners of Xiao Chun's lips curled up slightly. He pulled down his hood and crossed his arms. Then, he stood on a tree branch and waited quietly. Before a storm, there would always be a period of calm. The wind would not blow, and the beasts would not cry out. Everything would be exceptionally quiet, so quiet that it would make one feel sad. At this moment, the hill with the 1,000-year-old white nascent fruit was undoubtedly in this period of calm. Situ Lei and the Lu clan cultivators hid themselves in the grass and trees below the hill. They held their breaths and remained motionless, cautiously watching each other. Everyone knew that no matter which side obtained the 1,000-year-old white nascent fruit, the other side's clan would suffer a calamity. The families on the other side would suffer a calamity and be expelled from Green Summit City. Their hundreds of years of family business would be completely destroyed. No one could accept such a result. A battle with the other side was unavoidable. The clan heads of the two clans chatted cheerfully, standing side by side in the air. Those who did not know what was going on might even think that the two were old friends. Situ Lei looked at the slope and slowly said, "When the 1,000-year-old white nascent fruit ripens, it will definitely attract many peak rank 9 spirit beasts. At that time, the disciples of our clans will go and block these foreign spirit beasts. The two of us will work together to kill the tricolored flame python. After that, the fight for the white nascent fruit will depend on our own abilities." "Brother Lu, what do you think?" Lu Chan smiled calmly and said, "Based on Brother Situ's tone, it seems like you can defeat me and obtain the white nascent fruit." When Situ Lei heard this, his expression did not change. He put on a superficial smile and said, "Brother Lu must be joking. If I were really confident, your Lu clan would have been chased out of Azure Peak City long ago. Why would I wait until now?" "Sly old fox." Lu Chan cursed in his heart. He did not linger on this topic. He said, "Sure, let's go with your suggestion." Situ Lei had trump cards, but so did Lu Chan. If they relied on their own abilities, Lu Chan was not afraid. As the two waited quietly, time slowly went by, and the sky slowly darkened. Normally, the roars of all sorts of beasts could be heard in the savage beast forest at night. Strangely, there was not a single roar tonight. Under the night sky, many pairs of eyes stared at the small hill. No one relaxed at all. In the boundless darkness, time and scene seemed to freeze. Situ Lei and Lu Chan stood side by side in the air, each with their own ulterior motives. The tricolored flame python beside the white nascent fruit. The cultivators of the two clans hid at the foot of the hill like statues. Even further away, there was Xianxia, dressed in a black cloak, leaning against a tree trunk with his arms crossed. Everything formed a strange picture. All that was left was for the white nascent fruit to ripen. When a mountain torrent erupted and a storm arrived, the picture would shatter. Amidst the silence, it was already midnight. Suddenly, the white nascent fruit's 4 black leaves glowed with light. The black leaves were a boundless starry heavens. The motes of light were the twinkling stars in the starry heavens. At this moment, the people who had been waiting for a long time could not help revealing faint excitement in their eyes. The 1,000-year-old white nascent fruit was about to ripen. The tricolored flame, python guarding at the side, moved its body slightly. It stuck out its forked tongue as it looked greedily at the crystalline, snow-white fruit. Situ Lei's and Lu Chen's eyes lit up. Even people as astute as them could not help taking a step forward. Even they themselves did not notice it. The cultivators of the two clans hiding at the foot of the hill leaned forward, advancing 5 or 6 meters in unison. At this moment, some ripples appeared in the quiet picture. Aside from a young, black-cloaked bladesman standing on the distant tree trunk, who remained as calm as before, everyone else in the picture could not resist the temptation. All the people in the picture could not resist the temptation and took a step forward. The motes of starlight on the leaves increased in number and grew brighter. In this boundless darkness, they became even more eye-catching. Xiao Chun, who was far away, could see them clearly. The thousands of motes of light flickered, looking very beautiful. They overshadowed the white nascent fruit's luster, giving off the feeling of a guest stealing the spotlight. However, everyone knew that this was only temporary. No matter how bright a supporting character was, he was just a supporting character in the end. Suddenly, a fiery light appeared in the middle of the flickering motes of starlight. The light was like the blazing sun, instantly suppressing the motes of light. It was like the sun quietly hiding in the night sky. When it released its light, Even the dazzling stars would lose their brilliance. How could the light of a grain of rice compete with the sun and the moon? The moment the 1,000-year-old white nascent fruit released its light, it shone brightly. A vast and boundless spiritual energy surged out into the surroundings. The multicolored light in the sky looked like snowflakes drifting down, filling the sky with auspicious signs. Roar! The five-colored auspicious sign and the spiritual energy that leaked out from the spirit fruit spread far and wide in an instant. The powerful roar of a beast resounded throughout the sky and earth. The ground trembled. As the peak rank 9 spirit beast ran for its life, the shock waves actually reached this place in an instant. My Situ clan disciples, heed my orders. Guard the hill. Do not let any spirit beast near. My Lu clan disciples, heed my orders. Guard the hill. Do not let any spirit beast near. Sito Lei and Lu Chun shouted at nearly the same time. The instant they spoke, their figures moved like lightning, arriving beside the 1,000-year-old white nascent fruit. Chapter 739. Without saying a word, they each sent a palm strike, sending the tricolored flame python, which wanted to swallow the 1,000-year-old white nascent fruit, flying. The tricolored flame python tumbled in the air before landing at the foot of the slope. Then, it glared angrily at Situ, Lei, and Lu Chun, who were plotting against it. Move further away and deal with this beast. If we destroy the white nascent fruit, it will be over. Situ Lei's spear trembled. Before the tricolored flame python could react, he took the initiative to attack. Lu Chun quickly followed with a surging, killing chi. The tricolored flame python was about as strong as the two. Normally, if they met alone, they might not be able to deal with this beast, even after putting in a lot of effort. However, today they ran into 2 half-sages determined to obtain the white nascent fruit. No matter how strong the tricolored flame python was, it could not reverse the situation. 2 men and 1 snake started an intense battle on the slope. With the 2 working together, they suppressed the tricolored flame python until it could not cause any trouble. At the same time, the battle at the foot of the slope also started. Hundreds of elite cultivators of the 2 clans worked together to defend against the rank 9 spirit beasts rushing over frantically. The battle at the foot of the slope was much more bloody than the one at the top. Although there were no peak rank 9 spirit beasts, there were more of them. The cultivators of the 2 clans defended bitterly, but they still paled in comparison. Casualties occurred at every moment. At this moment, the peaceful scene was completely torn apart. Miserable cries, beast roars, quintessence explosions, and all sorts of chaotic noises rang out endlessly. Under the hood, Xiao Chun stared at the white nascent fruit, which still gave off a bright light. He entered deep thought. After a while, Xiao Chun gently pushed off the ground like a ghost in the night. He silently flew forward, flying higher and higher until he hid himself in a cloud. Xiao Chun controlled the wind and carried the cloud to the top of the white nascent fruit. The people in the intense battle all had nervous expressions. No one noticed this scene. A dark cloud in the sky slowly approached the white nascent fruit. When the cloud descended to 2 kilometers, Xiao Chun stopped and looked at Situ Lei and Lu Chun, the 2 half-sages that posed the greatest threat to him. The tricolored flame python was already covered in wounds. The poisonous flames it spat out were growing thinner, and the threat it posed to the 2 was diminishing. Seeing that the tricolored flame python was about to die, Situ Lei and Lu Chun's movements gradually slowed down. The distance between them had unknowingly increased. A strange light flickered in their eyes as they stared at each other. Their main focus was no longer on the tricolored flame python. The pitiful tricolored flame python had nearly died. Due to various reasons, Situ Lei and Lu Chun had hung it up, refusing to give it a quick death. Situ Lei's spear light swept out, and the 3-colored flame flew up. The momentum was astonishing, but in fact, it did not use much strength at all. Lu Chun kicked the tricolored flame python, flying at him back. Then, he smiled indifferently and said, "Brother Situ, I'll leave the final strike of this beast to you." Situ Lei smiled calmly and said, "Brother Lu, you go first. With your movement technique, you will definitely be able to easily dodge the counterattack of the tricolored flame python before its death." Haha, Brother Situ, you go first. How can this old man's strength compare to yours? Before any spirit beast died, it would make a desperate counterattack. These two were crafty. Clearly, they did not want to endure this final strike. Just as these two were pushing each other away, a black figure suddenly descended from a cloud above the white nascent fruit. This figure moved astonishingly fast. The direction in which he appeared caught everyone off guard as well. A figure flashed. Situ Lei and Lu Chun, who were chatting with each other, could not react at all. Someone snatched away the glowing white nascent fruit. When the two of them looked back, they saw a black figure carrying the white nascent fruit, rushing down the mountain quickly. Situ Lei's and Lu Chen's mouths gaped open in shock. When they reacted, they became enraged. How bold! How dare he snatch away the 1,000-year-old white nascent fruit from under our noses? Situ Lei roared ferociously and chased after the black figure in a frenzy. After planning for such a long time, someone snatched away the treasure at the last moment. No one could accept such a disappointment. Boom! Spear lights trembled, and sword lights flickered. In their rage, Situ Lei and Lu Chen each sent out a move. A blue ball of sword light and a roaring fire dragon charged at the black figure, trying to block him. The black figure seemed to have eyes on the back of his head. He pushed off the ground and leaped up, easily dodging the two fatal attacks. The fire dragon and the ball of sword exploded, creating a strong shockwave that surged out. The two raged. In order to block that black figure, they frantically ran, sending all sorts of attacks at Xiao Chun. Bang! 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 Quintessence surged and rocks flew out. The horrifying shockwave created a strong wind, cutting the surroundings like knives. Although Xiao Chun dodged all these attacks, the black cloak he wore was already in tatters. It was no longer useful, so he casually took it off. The moment the white clear wind robes appeared, Situ Lei and Lu Chun immediately recognized Xiao Chun. They were dumbfounded. How can this be? He is so severely injured. How can he appear in such a short time? The shock in the two's eyes was extreme. They could not help but stop what they were doing. They stared at Xiao Chun in a daze. After so many schemes and plans, after so many rounds of searching, in the end, this 1,000-year-old white nascent fruit still ended up in the hands of an outsider. Ignore those spirit beasts. Block him. When the two recovered their wits and saw that Xiao Chun had already run far away, they shouted at the disciples at the foot of the mountain. Instantly, hundreds of martial monarchs abandoned the spirit beasts they were fighting and launched themselves at Xiao Chun. So. Many figures flew out, their quintessence surging. 200 or 300 martial monarchs appeared together. Their auras merged into one, looking like a vast mountain range before Xiao Chun. There were close to 300 martial monarchs. Although their cultivations varied, if they attacked together, even a half-sage would not dare to clash head-on. Xiao Chen's face sank, and his sea of consciousness surged. He quickly circulated the dragon tone art in his body, draining his quintessence and mental energy at the same time. The dragon-shaped quintessence circulated in his body, and resounding dragon roars resounded continuously. When Xiao Chun felt the explosive energy in his chest, he opened his mouth and roared. The vigorous true dragon's voice immediately surged out. The wind howled, and dragon's might spread out. The resonant dragon's voice was like a clap of thunder, ear-splitting. When the sound wave spread out, the trees in the way gave off criss-cracking sounds as they all snapped in half. The close to 300 martial monarchs felt a strong wind blow at them. They could not even open their eyes. Those with weaker cultivations were even knocked back. What was even more horrifying was that the dragon's might contained in the sound wave, infused with surging mental energy. When it entered these people's seas of consciousness, it sounded like thunder roared in their minds. His entire head was in a daze, and the movements of his hands stopped for a moment. Taking advantage of this moment, Xiao Chun stood on the blue dragon image and charged over. The ferocious impact knocked the people in front of him into the air like sandbags. By the time these people recovered their wits, Xiao had already taken advantage of this moment to cross the crowd and run far away. When Sita Lei and Lu Chun saw this scene, they were flabbergasted. Even though they were very knowledgeable, they had never heard of such a strange martial technique in the world before. By the time the two of them regrouped and chased away all the rank 9 spirit beasts around the slope, Xiao had already disappeared without a trace. How hateful! Sita Lei clenched his teeth, and his complexion turned ashen. He stomped heavily on the ground, causing the mountain to tremble. Even if Lu Chun had snatched away the white nascent fruit, Sita Lei would not have felt so sullen. However, he could not accept a nameless brat snatching away the 1,000-year-old white nascent fruit. Lu Chun's expression was scarily unsightly as well, even worse than Sita Lei's. Originally, his Lu clan was the first to discover the white nascent fruit. In his heart, the Lu clan had already treated the 1,000-year-old white nascent fruit as their family treasure. The Lu clan had put in a lot of effort, mobilized many people, and lost many elites. In the end, it ended up benefiting someone else. How could Lu Chun accept this? After the white nascent fruit is picked, it has to be consumed within 12 hours. Any storage space is useless. This person cannot get far. We still have a chance, Sita Lei said with a sullen expression when he thought of something. If one did not pick the white nascent fruit in its entirety, it was best to consume it right after it was picked. Otherwise, the spiritual energy contained in it would slowly leak out. If one did not consume it within 12 hours, the 1,000-year-old white nascent fruit would become an ordinary spirit fruit, no longer as miraculous as before. Lu Chun's eyes lit up with hope. That's right. He will not be able to leave the savage beast forest within 12 hours. If our two clans work together, we will definitely be able to find him. The two clans both had strongholds in the savage beast forest. They had far more people than Sita Lei and Sita Lei. The cultivation of the others might be weaker, but there were not many requirements for them to search for someone. On the other side, Xiao ran for 5 kilometers before he stopped. He felt something wrong in the universe ring. He sent his spiritual sense in and discovered spiritual energy permeating the space within the universe ring. It was like a mist spreading everywhere. When he looked carefully, it turned out that the vast spiritual energy contained in the 1,000-year-old white nascent fruit was leaking out continuously. Even though a large amount of spiritual energy leaked out from the dazzling spirit fruit, it did not show any signs of dimming. This made one sigh. No wonder the two clans would use their entire clans to fight for it. However, continuing to leak out was not a solution. Even a fool could tell that something was wrong. Xiao asked doubtfully, "Ao Jiao, what's going on?" Ao Jiao said with some pity, "Quickly consume it. Otherwise, its effects will be greatly reduced. It would have been great if we had uprooted it. It would have been even better if the roots were intact. That way, we could have transplanted it into the immortal spirit ring." Xiao smiled bitterly. Ao Jiao made it sound easy. At that time, it could be said that he had plucked it from the hands of 2 half-sages. If not for these 2 half-sages fearing each other and harboring ulterior motives, he would not have stood a chance. It would be very difficult to refine this 1,000-year-old white nascent fruit in a short time. The two clans would definitely send people to search for him. Chapter 740. If someone interrupted him during the refinement process, the consequences would be dire. At best, he would be severely injured. At worst, he might even lose his life. Unexpectedly, after obtaining the 1,000-year-old white nascent fruit, there would be so much trouble. The joy in Xiao Chen's heart slowly cooled. He felt conflicted. The two clans were very familiar with this place. No matter how well he hid, they would find him. 3 days ago, when he was being chased, he had not been able to relax for even a moment. Ao Jiao urged, "Stop dilly-dallying. Quickly refine it. Otherwise, the medicinal effects will weaken." Being afraid of wolves in front and tigers behind was not Xiao Chen's character. Steeling himself, Xiao Chen looked around and found a dense bush. After making some simple disguises, he sat down cross-legged and took out the 1,000-year-old white nascent fruit from the universe ring. A regular white nascent fruit could live for 500 years at most. A 1,000-year-old white nascent fruit was definitely a mutated fruit, comparable to a rare treasure. It was not much less valuable than dragon marrow. After calming himself, Xiaoqian's expression turned completely calm. Then, he swallowed the white nascent fruit. The white spirit fruit was fragrant and sweet. It melted in his mouth. Before Xiaoqian could savor the taste, the white nascent fruit turned into a warm current flowing through his body. Boom! The medicinal energy took effect in a moment. Xiaoqian's skin and hair all turned crystalline, flickering with light and giving off a radiance. This was especially so for Xiaoqian's head of black hair, which fluttered in the wind. He looked like ancient jade, filled with a boundless charm. The surroundings of Xiaoqian's dantian surged. The warm current that the 1,000-year-old white nascent fruit turned into fell like rain. Every drop of rain contained surging heaven and earth spiritual qi, and they fell without stopping. Xiaoqian's cultivation soared continuously, showing no signs of stopping. Soon, he touched the formless bottleneck of superior grade, martial monarch. The spiritual energy contained in the 1,000-year-old white nascent fruit far surpassed Xiaoqian's expectations. It would not be an exaggeration to say that it contained a vast amount of spiritual energy. Now, Xiaoqian even regretted using this 1,000-year-old white nascent fruit to break through to superior grade martial monarch. Perhaps it would be even better if he used it when he was trying to break through to the half-saint realm in the future. However, this thought passed in an instant. Not to mention the fact that the 1,000-year-old white nascent fruit could only be found and not sought. The purple thunder divine incantation that Xiaoqian cultivated required far more quintessence than ordinary people. The white nascent fruit that others could use to break through to half-sage might not have the same effect on him. Boom! The vast spiritual energy gushed like a river. After a few hits, it broke through the formless bottleneck of superior grade martial monarch. However, the jade-like luster on Xiaoqian's body did not weaken at all. His 3,000 strands of hair flickered with fluorescent light, fluttering in the wind. A surging energy flowed through Xiaoqian's body. He felt very carefree. At this moment, he finally advanced to superior grade martial monarch. However, what delighted Xiaoqian even more was that the spiritual energy in the 1,000-year-old white nascent fruit did not run out. In the world around Xiaoqian's dantian, droplets of rain fell continuously. Just one drop of rain was equivalent to 1 day of cultivation. Xiaoqian's cultivation continued to advance. After 1 hour, as he continuously refined the spiritual energy, he completely stabilized his cultivation as a superior grade martial monarch. The spiritual energy in the 1,000-year-old white nascent fruit had not run out yet. Xiaoqian quickly made a decision. He would make use of this opportunity to break through to late-stage superior grade martial monarch. After making up his mind, Xiaoqian started to refine his quintessence. He turned the unending but slightly loose spiritual energy into thick and heavy purple lightning-attributed quintessence. Time slowly went by. With the help of the white nascent fruit, Xiaoqian's quintessence was completely solid in less than 1 hour, becoming as heavy as a mountain. Without hesitation, Xiaoqian took out a quintessence gathering pill and swallowed it. Then, he started to refine his dense purple quintessence a second time. The carefree feeling in Xiaoqian's body vanished. Replacing it was the intense pain of refining quintessence twice. Bean-sized beads of sweat rolled down Xiaoqian's forehead. He clenched his teeth and endured bitterly, silently enduring the pain of the quintessence gathering pill. Even though Xiaoqian had already experienced it twice, this experience still made his soul tremble. His entire body ached, and he wished he could stop immediately. Since ancient times, countless people had tried to refine their quintessence twice. Most of them could not endure it and gave up. The remaining few could not endure it and died from the pain. A strong physical body and an indomitable will. Only by having both could one successfully refine their quintessence twice. Otherwise, even if one was a demonic genius that only appeared once in 10,000 years, it would not work. The heart-wrenching pain constantly questioned Xianxia's heart, asking if he had clearly seen his own path, if he really knew what he wanted. The path of a cultivator was filled with thorns and endless bumps. No matter how much effort and sweat one put in, one might not reach the peak in the end. Would one's heart waver? Would one still have the courage to endure this boundless pain? Xianxia's heart did not waver. His past beliefs became even firmer as he questioned himself. Xianxia never doubted his own path. Not in the past, not now, not in the future. Dong, dong. Look around. The clan head said that as long as we find that brat, we do not need to capture him to obtain a great reward. Urgent footsteps resounded. At this crucial moment, the cultivators of the Situ clan and the Lu clan had actually arrived. If someone injured him while he was consuming the quintessence-gathering pill, he would definitely enter a berserking chi deviation. Xianxia quickly thought about it and decided to give up on this opportunity. Although the loss was great, compared to entering a berserking chi deviation, he had no other choice. Don't move. Focus on refining your quintessence. Absorb all the medicinal liquid in the 1,000-year-old white nascent fruit. I'll block these people for you. Before Xianxia could reply, Ao Jiao, who was in the immortal spirit ring, flew out with a whoosh. The simple disguise that Xianxia laid immediately tore a hole. The cultivators of the two clans immediately discovered Xianxia's jade-like luster in the dark forest. We found him. Quick, inform. The person who spoke was incredibly excited, attracting the attention of the search team. But before he could finish speaking, a beautiful figure flickered over, blood splattered, and his head flew into the air. Only now did the others notice that at some point in time, a pretty girl with a frosty expression was hovering in the air. Ao Jiao held two short sabers made of light in her hands. Without saying anything, she charged at the remaining people. Most of the search team were only martial kings. How could they be a match for Ao Jiao? Lights flickered, and they fell one after another. This startled the leader of the search team. He turned around and ran, quickly activating the alarm mechanism hidden in his sleeve. An ear-piercing, buzzing sound immediately radiated in all directions like ripples. The sound swept through the many trees. After a while, all the cultivators within 50 kilometers heard the commotion. Wuxia. The lightsaber in Ao Jiao's hand flew out and nailed the person who successfully triggered the alarm to a tree. The search team of 11 people died in a few breaths of time. The temporary danger was resolved. However, an even greater danger was about to arrive. Sensing two strong auras flying over at lightning speed, Ao Jiao could not help but frown slightly, feeling very worried. Two clumps of light descended from the sky, releasing horrifying energy ripples. They blasted many trees into pieces and filled the air with dust. Situ Lei and Lu Chun walked out of the dust cloud expressionlessly, holding their weapons in their hands. The two looked around and immediately discovered Xianxia, whose entire body gave off a jade-white glow. Rage burned in their eyes. This brat was actually refining the 1,000-year-old white nascent fruit. Now, even if they killed this brat, they would not be able to retrieve the 1,000-year-old white nascent fruit. In their rage, the two rushed forward, wanting to chop Xianxia into pieces to vent the hatred in their hearts. Chong! Chong! Ao Jiao descended calmly from the sky. She brandished the two sabers in her hands and blocked the attacks of the two. Her exquisite saber techniques were executed miraculously. The cold light was piercingly cold, and it forced the two of them, who were not prepared for it, to retreat in a single exchange. Item Spirit. After they landed, Lu Chun and Situ Lei exchanged strange glances. Then, they rejoiced and looked at Ao Jiao with a fervent gaze. Situ Lei's spear trembled as he laughed softly. I have long felt that this brat's saber is strange. Unexpectedly, it actually gave birth to an item spirit. Lu Chun smiled sinisterly and said, a treasured saber with an item spirit. Even if we split it evenly, it would be more than sufficient to make up for our losses. As half-sages, the two were naturally more knowledgeable than ordinary people. They immediately figured out Ao Jiao's identity and rejoiced in their hearts. Ao Jiao floated quietly on the ground. When she saw the greedy gazes in the two's eyes, she could not help but smile coldly. Who do you think you are? After receiving the Thunder King's inheritance, the lunar shadow saber, do you think that just anyone can grasp it? Situ Lei's eyes lit up as he laughed loudly. No wonder this brat is so strong. So, he is the inheritor of the Thunder King. It looks like we're going to make a big profit this time. Watch how I subdue you. Xiao. Situ Lei's figure flashed, and his spear turned into a fire dragon as he charged at Ao Jiao. The strong state of fire was accompanied by vast quintessence. Its might was incredibly startling. Lu Chen did not want to fall behind. A blue light surged on his sword as he quickly followed. Since the Thunderwood sword broke, Ao Jiao had not recovered her strength. She had been reborn in the lunar shadow saber. Even so, she barely reached the combat prowess of a medial-grade martial monarch. In terms of cultivation, Xiao Qian was no match for the two. Fortunately, her saber techniques and combat techniques far surpassed theirs. She could still deal with the two for a while. However, as time dragged on, the situation slowly turned for the worse. Under their relentless attacks of quintessence exhaustion, Ao Jiao found it increasingly difficult to hold on. Bang! An opening appeared in Ao Jiao, and Situ Lei took advantage of it. His spear swept out and sent Ao Jiao's weak body flying. Little girl, you still dare to boast? Do this old man have the qualifications to wield the lunar shadow saber? Situ Lei laughed maniacally and took advantage of the situation to attack. A fire dragon circled his spear, forcing Ao Jiao to retreat again and again. Chapter 741. Boom! A blue sword ball gave off a metallic sword hum as it flew towards Ao Jiao, who was being held back by Situ Lei. This sword ball was made up of thousands of strands of sword chi. If struck, it would feel like someone had swung thousands of swords. This was Lu Chen's unique killing move. He wanted to take advantage of this opportunity to take down Ao Jiao in one move and force her to submit. Just at this critical moment, the jade-like Xiao Qian in the bushes behind suddenly opened his eyes. His eyes gleamed with an unparalleled sharpness. The light withdrew, and Xiao Qian's gaze turned cold and emotionless. He leaped up and gathered a vast, lightning-attributed quintessence in his right hand. Xiao Qian clenched his fist and punched, striking the blue sword ball flying at him. Electric light exploded like a flame, and the boundless sword chi hidden in the blue sword ball was scattered by this punch. It turned into sword winds and scattered in all directions. After shattering Lu Chen's fatal strike with one punch, Xiao Qian looked at Situ Lei, who was attacking Ao Jiao relentlessly. His cold eyes did not contain any emotion. An azure dragon image appeared under Xiao Qian's feet and carried him forward. Then, Xiao Qian punched without hesitation. Thunder roared in the sky, and the flickering electric light on his fist looked like it would last forever. Xiao Qian's long hair fluttered in the wind. Under the illumination of the electric light, he looked like a war god descending, filled with might. The instant Xiao Qian got close, he activated the ancient sovereign's aura. A vast and epic aura pressed down like a mountain, causing Situ Lei's movements to pause. Bang! Taking advantage of this fleeting opportunity, Xiao Qian's fist, flickering with purple electric light, quickly smashed into Situ Lei's chest. Bang! When Xiao Qian's fist landed on Situ Lei's chest, it gave off a thunderous sound. The lightning streaked across the sky, and a vast lightning-attributed quintessence poured into Situ Lei's body through his chest. Situ Lei's head, full of black hair, chi, all of them were electrocuted, his face was pale, and his body flew backward. Ao Jiao, come in. I'll help you fight back how these people beat you. Looking at the two people in front of him expressionlessly, Xiao Qian's eyes surged with killing intent, and his aura continued to rise. The flickering lightning illuminated his delicate face, making it look particularly eye-catching. A smile appeared on Ao Jiao's pale face. This sentence was enough for her. There was never a need to doubt Xiao Chen's words. Once he said it, he would definitely do it. The weakened Ao Jiao turned into a beam of light and entered the immortal spirit ring. Sito Lai and Lu Chun looked at Xiao Chun with bewildered expressions. As half-sages, they actually felt a little timid before Xiao Chun. Xiao Chun shattered Lu Chen's sword ball with one punch and sent Situ Lai flying with another. The strength that Xiao Chun displayed after consuming the 1,000-year-old white nascent fruit far surpassed the two's expectations. Xiao Chun gently waved his left hand, and the lunar shadow saber appeared in his grasp. Then, he looked at the two and said indifferently, "Make your move. Let me see what qualifications you have to take my lunar shadow saber." Lu Chun and Situ Lai exchanged glances. They could see incredulity in each other's expressions. The white-robed bladesman, who they chased twice and forced to flee miserably, actually took the initiative to challenge them. "Since you want to die so much, I, Situ Lai, will grant your wish." Situ Lai could no longer endure the disdainful gaze in Xiao Chen's eyes. He roared ferociously and brandished his spear, taking the initiative to attack. 9 berserk fire dragons soared behind him. Guided by the spear, they quickly flew toward Xiao Chun. Lu Chen's expression turned cold. He glanced at the lunar shadow saber in Xiao Chen's hand, and a greedy expression appeared on his face. Then, he quickly followed up and launched 9 starlight blue sword balls. The two's attacks were the heaven-ranked martial techniques that defeated Xiao Chun previously. They intended to severely injure Xiao Chun again, not giving him any chance to flee this time. Unfortunately, the two did not know that Xiao Chun had purposely lost the previous time. Now, Xiao Chun's cultivation had improved greatly. Not only had he advanced to superior-grade martial monarch, but he had also refined his quintessence twice. The current Xiao Chun was no longer the same as before. How would he care about these two moves? Grasping the saber hilt with his right hand, Xiao Chun leaned forward slightly. He circulated his energy for the dragon, subduing slash. The soaring aura slowly withdrew and hid itself. Xiao Chun remained as motionless as a mountain. He was like a true dragon in hibernation, continuously calculating the trajectories of the two's killing moves with his eyes. Only when the two heaven-ranked martial techniques were only 8 meters away from him did Xiao Chun suddenly make a move. He turned into a true dragon and took a light step forward. With just one step, the ground split open with a loud bang, and a black crack spread out in front of him. Hidden dragon in the abyss. A gentleman plans before taking action. Soaring dragon in the sky, shocking the world with a single brilliant feat. Xiao Chun soared into the air. Following the feeling in his heart, he naturally drew the lunar shadow saber. It was like a true dragon furiously swinging its claws. The might of a true dragon soaring into the air, the rage of a true dragon, unstoppable. Bang! The saber light was very dazzling. Situ Lai's 9 clumps of flames howled miserably at this soaring saber strike. They turned into sparks and scattered. Lu Chen's 9 sword orbs that resembled starlight directly exploded, and the sword chi hidden within them shot out in all directions like a celestial maiden. The shock waves of the sword chi blasted deep pits on the ground, creating a scene of devastation. After breaking the killing moves of the two, Xiao Chen's momentum did not decrease. He launched a great counterattack at the two. Xiao Chun had refined his quintessence twice. Now, when it came to competing with quintessence, he no longer feared the two. By relying on his strong physical body, he dared to fight, not fearing injury. In the air, Xiao Chen's aura flourished. He brandished his saber and executed all sorts of martial techniques, forcing Situ Lai and Lu Chun to continuously retreat. After 100 moves, Situ Lai and Lu Chun felt their blood churning. Their internal organs trembled violently. The flowing electric light rampaged in their bodies. In the past, the two of them had used their cultivation to suppress Xiao Chun, forcing Xianxia into a sorry state within 100 moves. Now, the situation was reversed. With the same level of quintessence, the advantage of Xianxia's physical body showed itself. Similarly, after receiving 100 moves, his strong physical body blocked most of the energy. As Xianxia's long hair fluttered, his delicate face appeared very relaxed. The show was just beginning. Spring thunderchop, burning to desolation. Fated person in autumn water, grieving frost. The four-season saber technique, which was only slightly weaker than a heaven-ranked martial technique, was easily executed by Xianxia like he was eating or drinking, forcing Situ Lei and Lu Chun into an even more sorry state. Cycle of seasons, endless growth. The cycle of seasons, which could rival most heaven-ranked martial techniques, swept out endlessly with the power of the cycle of seasons. The thunder of spring, the fire of summer, the wind of autumn, and the frost of winter. The mysterious phenomenon of the cycle of seasons was perfectly infused into Xianxia's saber technique. When he swung his saber, he sent the two, whose chi and blood were already unstable, flying back while vomiting blood. The two of them landed on the ground with a loud bang. The huge impact caused the ground to tremble and dust to fill the air. The two pairs of eyes filled with fear as they looked at Xianxia. If they had only been shocked earlier, then now, they were filled with utter horror. Unexpectedly, two half-sages were suppressed by a superior-grade martial monarch to the point where they vomited blood and could not breathe. Since when did such a demonic genius appear in the Tianwu domain? Unexpectedly, they did not know about it. Situ Lei struggled to his feet and held his spear. He said in a deep voice, "Old fogey Lu, even if you underestimate me, you really cannot hold back." As you say, Lu Chen's expression was equally grave. He said indifferently, "If we do not kill him today, given his talent, the two of us will not stand a chance in the future." In the air, Xianxia stood on the blue dragon image. His white robes fluttered as he watched the two half-sages prepare to use their trump cards. His delicate and handsome face did not show any fear. It was as Xianxia had said in the past. There were strong and weak half-sages. Muron Lingfeng had casually slaughtered Gumu and the others like him like pigs and dogs. Clearly, the two people from before were only on the same level as Gumu. They were much weaker than the seven giants. As long as Xianxia could close the gap in quintessence, he would not fear these two. Since they wanted to kill him, he did not want to leave any loose ends. This time, Xianxia would put an end to all his grudges. Boundless sea of fire. 9-star heavenly explosion. Situ Lei and Lu Chun shouted at the same time. The two of them no longer held back, executing their killing moves without holding anything back. When facing the current Xianxia, holding back would be no different from sending themselves to death. Whether it was success or failure, the two of them placed all their bets on this final move. A boundless sea of fire spread out from Situ Lei's body. Blazing flames stretched as far as the eye could see. The mysterious phenomenon looked very real. The heat waves coming from it made everyone feel a scalding heat. It felt like even the air would melt under this sea of fire. A huge wave of fire surged over the sea of fire. As Situ Lei stood on the sea of fire, a ring of red flames appeared around him. His entire body was immersed in the flames as he tossed out the spear in his hand. It carried a boundless might as it flew towards Xianxia along with the boundless huge waves. The fire wave wanted to drown Xianxia, and the spear light wanted to pierce through Xianxia. The boundless hatred in Situ Lei's eyes was all focused on this move. On the other side, Lu Chen's 9-star heavenly explosion had a horrifying might. It did not look any weaker than Situ Lei's. 9 dazzling blue balls of swords as bright as the sun formed a ring in the sky and spun rapidly. Lu Chun stood in the middle of the ring with his sword upright. He placed his left hand on the sword and circulated his quintessence continuously. The 9 blue balls of swords spun rapidly. In the end, there were no longer 9 balls of swords. Instead, they formed a ring-shaped storm of swords. Within the ring-shaped storm of swords, the buzzing of countless swords could be heard. 10,000 swords clashed with each other, clanging endlessly. Die. In an instant, the two of them completed their killing moves in practically an instant. They carried an overwhelming might as they charged at Xianxia. Only a scarlet flame and a huge ring-shaped storm of swords could be seen. Xiaoqian's body was instantly drowned in it. Chapter 742. After executing their trump cards, the two appeared extremely fatigued. Their quintessence was drained, and they placed all their hopes on these two moves. Situ Lei panted slightly as he muttered, "It's time to end this." Even the strongest half-sage would not be able to escape unscathed from a medial grade heaven-ranked martial technique that exhausted all our quintessence. No matter what, this brat was just a superior grade martial monarch. No matter how demonic he would not be able to escape death after two half-sages cut off all means of retreat. Wuxia had the same thought in his heart. His gaze was urgent, anxious to know how badly Xiaoqian would end up when he was swallowed up. Bang! Suddenly, a bright golden light shot out from the sea of fire. The two, who had lost the protection of their quintessence, felt a stinging pain in their eyes like needles. A loud explosion resounded in the boundless sea of fire. The horrifying shock wave formed thick clouds that soared into the sky. A deep, spiral-shaped pit a kilometer wide appeared in the ground. When all the dust and debris soared into the sky, Situ Lei and Wuxia finally saw the situation inside. The white-robed Xiaoqian had his hair fluttering in the wind. His delicate face was in high spirits. He did not look injured at all. A strange flame diagram hovered in the air in front of Xiaoqian. It flickered with golden light and materialized everything in the world, including the entire world. That's impossible. Unexpectedly, he is not injured at all. What kind of strange martial technique is that? Unexpectedly, he blocked the full-powered heaven-ranked martial techniques of two half-sages. Situ Lei and Wuxia goggled. It was like they saw the most inconceivable thing in the world, something that surpassed their understanding. Xiaoqian's gaze turned cold. He did not give the two much time to react as he gently waved his right hand. The Taiji Yin-Yang flame diagram shot forward. The 8 trigrams, the 4 divisions, and the world all entered it. 1 yin and 1 yang. The two flames chased each other, making the golden light of the Taiji Yin-Yang flame diagram even more dazzling. It looked like the sun, eternal and inextinguishable. Bang! Bang! 2 loud sounds rang out. Wuxia and Situ Lei, who did not have any quintessence left, could not resist at all. The Taiji Yin-Yang flame diagram knocked them into the air one after another. His body was like a kite with a broken string, swaying in the air. Xiaoqian's face sank, and he pushed down with a flip of his hand. Pooh! As dust flew up, 2 half-sages, who were once famous, were crushed into meat paste by Xiaoqian. With a thought, the Taiji Yin-Yang flame diagram stuck to the ground slowly disappeared. Finally, it turned into 2 beams of light, 1 white and 1 purple, returning to Xiaoqian's eyes. Xiaoqian closed his eyes and staggered, almost falling down. After the Taiji Yin-Yang flame diagram reached great perfection, this was the first time Xiaoqian used it in actual combat. Due to his lack of experience, he had exhausted too much mental energy. If he could control it well, he could completely reduce the power and not waste his mental energy. 5,000 meters away, the Situ and 2 clans' cultivators had already arrived. However, the battle between Xiaoqian and the 2 half-sages had already reached its climax. They could not interfere at all. Originally, everyone thought that Xiaoqian would die for sure. However, the result exceeded their expectations. Unexpectedly, a superior-grade martial monarch managed to kill 2 half-sages. Furthermore, he did it in such a tyrannical manner, crushing them into meat paste. When the cultivators saw Xiaoqian resting with his eyes closed, they were horrified. They did not dare to advance at all. After a long time, Xiaoqian opened his eyes and gently drifted over. Soon, he arrived before the 2 corpses that no longer resembled human corpses. When Xiaoqian thought back to his encounters in the past few days, he realized that he had fought a battle of wits and courage with these 2 strong old foxes. He had been in danger of death several times. By relying on his solid foundation and extraordinary calmness and decisiveness, Xiao Chun had the last laugh in the end. Not only had Xiao Chun obtained the rare 1,000-year-old white nascent fruit and advanced to superior grade martial monarch, but he had also killed 2 half-sages. After taking the 2's spatial rings, Xiao Chun no longer lingered here and headed for the exit of the forest. As the cultivators of the 2 clans watched Xiao Chun's departing figure, they stared at him. However, none of them had any intention of following him. After the matter was over, Xiao Chun left, hiding his scholarly achievements. He carried his pride and went on his way alone. 3 days later, the news of a white-robed bladesman killing Sidu Lei and Lu Chun, the 2 tyrants of Azure Peak City, spread like wildfire to every corner of the city. These 2 clans dominated Azure Peak City for a long time. Sidu Lei and Lu Chun were peak experts who had already shaken the entire city decades ago. In this small green summit city, the 2 of them were godlike existences. When people suddenly heard that these 2 people died at the hands of a young white-robed bladesman, no one believed it. They thought it was just a joke. However, as the cultivators of the 2 clans spread more news, whether intentionally or unintentionally, it was verified. Everyone in the city was shocked. Several old people sighed. The new generation replaced the old. To think that Sidu Lei and Lu Chun died just like that, making someone else famous for nothing. As for Xiao Chun's identity, all sorts of rumors spread. Some of them were so exaggerated that people found it funny. The largest restaurant of Azure Peak City was bustling with people. Business was booming. There was not a single empty table in sight. Do you know that the identity of the white-robed bladesman has already been revealed? It is the famous by Wuxia's challenge. What's going on? Could this white-robed bladesman be the person that by Wuxia officially acknowledged? That should be the case. The cultivators of the 2 clans have already compared the portraits. They look at least 70% similar. Furthermore, they are both bladesmen and wear white robes. How could there be such a coincidence? If it is this person, then Sidu Lei and Lu Chun's deaths are not unjust. After all, even one of the 7 giants by Wuxia officially acknowledged this person. The most discussed topic in the hall was none other than the white-robed bladesman. The place was extraordinarily bustling. Xiao Chun, who was wearing a black cloak, sat at a table by the window on the 2nd floor. He appeared very calm about all this, not showing any complacency. He had only killed 2 half-sages who were as strong as Gumu. Any one of the 7 giants would have been able to do so. Furthermore, they would have done so much more easily than Xiao Chun. After putting down his wine cup, Xiao Chun focused all his attention on a round purple crystal coin. The purple crystal coin felt very textured in his hand. There were 3 mountains hidden in the clouds on the back and a figure of a person on the front. In total, Xiao Chun had obtained 10 million superior grade spirit stones from Sidu Lei's and Lu Chun's spatial rings. This was much lower than Xiao Chun had expected. The 2 of them had their own clans and were not loose cultivators. Despite being half-sages, they only had slightly more than 5 million superior grade spirit stones. This was completely incomprehensible. Aside from spirit stones, Xiao Chun's greatest harvest was the purple crystal coin before him. There were about 100,000 of them. The purple crystal coin should have been made from some mysterious, or it was very valuable. As for what exactly it was, even after studying it for a few days, Xiao Chun could not figure it out. In the noisy restaurant, Xiao Chun held the purple crystal coin and finally asked Ao Jiao, who was in the immortal spirit ring, "What is this crystal coin?" Ao Jiao, do you know? Ao Jiao was currently taking care of the most valuable lunar cassia tree in the immortal spirit ring. Under her care, the white lunar cassia tree had already doubled in height from its initial 10-meter-tall sapling. The tree trunk had also become thicker. Xiao Chun had to wrap his hand around it before he could barely wrap his arms around it. The branches and leaves were lush, glistening with spiritual light. It looked very beautiful. Ao Jiao stopped what she was doing and narrowed her eyes. Then she smiled craftily and said, "Naturally, I know. However, you have to throw in some more spirit stones. Right now, The spirit trees in the herb garden are growing too slowly with just the rank one spirit vein's origin. Xiao Chun smiled bitterly, feeling a headache coming on. Honestly speaking, he had not paid much attention to the spirit trees in the immortal spirit ring. In reality, an ordinary tree would take 10 or 20 years to grow. What more spirit tree? It would take hundreds or even thousands of years to grow. However, Ao Jiao worked tirelessly. She kept saying that it would be very useful to Xiao Chun in the future. The earlier he managed the immortal spirit ring, the better his advantage would be when he met Emperor Wu, who was of the same generation. Xiao Chun spent most of his superior grade spirit stones on it. This time, he had just obtained 10 million superior grade spirit stones. However, Ao Jiao immediately asked for 3 million. This made Xiao Chun's heart ache. After that, no matter how much she asked, Xiao Chun ignored her. Now that he heard Ao Jiao mention this matter again, Xiao Chun fell helpless. He could only agree to throw in another 2 million superior grade spirit stones. Only then did Ao Jiao smile in satisfaction. She said, "This is an astral coin. It is widely circulated among the high-ranked cultivators of the 5 major races of the Kunlun realm's 5 domains. Normally, Emperor Wu would use astral coins to exchange for treasures." Xiao Chun held the purple crystal coin and asked doubtfully, "Astral coin? Doesn't that overlap with spirit stones?" Ao Jiao smiled and said, "How can it overlap? Even in the human race's Tianwu domain, it would not overlap. I already said that this is the currency used among high-ranked cultivators. Martial sages and the various peak auctions all use astral coins as their currency. The most important thing is that spirit stones are most useful to human cultivators. They are not very useful to the other races. For example, the deity race mainly cultivates mental energy. The cultivation resource they require is demonic soul stones. The fiend race cultivates fiendish energy. The efficiency of converting spirit stones into fiendish energy is far inferior to that of blood soul stones. Only astral coins are made from the astral crystal mines of the Milky Way. They are essential for forging spirit weapons and secret treasures. They are a scarce resource among the various races. It is most suitable to use them as the currency used to communicate with the 5 major domains." After this explanation, Xiao Chun finally understood the value of astral coins. Due to the different body structures of the major races, the astral coins were extremely rare. Although they all cultivated the martial Tao, the cultivation resources they required were different. Spirit stones, which could be used widely in the Tianwu domain, would be hard to find in the Fiend domain or the deity race. At this moment, they urgently needed a common resource that could be traded between the various races. Hunluo province was at the border of the Tianwu domain, bordering the Fiend domain. Bushan Palace's control over it was very weak. The number of Fiend race and human cultivators in the province was roughly equal. Chapter 743. Finding astral coins on Sidu Lei and Luchun was easy to explain. The 2 clan heads definitely had dealings with fiend race cultivators. Xiao Chun wondered how much 100,000 astral coins were worth. Xiao Chun thought for a while before asking, "How many spirit stones can 1 astral coin be exchanged for?" Ao Jiao thought for a while before replying, 2,000 years ago, during the Thunder King's time, 1 astral coin was worth 1,000 superior grade spirit stones. However, it was not fixed. For example, if you used astral coins to exchange for spirit stones in the human race, it would definitely not be as much as in the fiend domain. There should not be too many changes now. It should be around 1,000 superior grade spirit stones to 2,000. When Xiao Chun heard this, his heart could not help thumping heavily. Based on this exchange rate, 100,000 astral coins could be exchanged for at least 100 million superior grade spirit stones. How could the 2 clans accumulate only 10 million superior grade spirit stones after hundreds of years? This was impossible. Now that the 2 clans were fully stocked up, Xiao Chun was in a good mood. He revealed a smile and tossed an astral coin on the table. Then he said loudly, "Waiter, the bill." However, Ao Jiao laughed to herself. While 100,000 astral coins might seem like a lot, it would be nearly used up to purchase 1 or 2 high-rank superior-grade secret treasures. The consumption of resources between high-rank cultivators was far beyond what Xianxia could imagine. When the waiter heard that the bill was being paid, he rushed over quickly. However, when he looked around, he discovered that the people on the table were long gone. Just as the waiter was about to curse out loud, he suddenly noticed the purple astral coin on the table. His eyes immediately lit up. He held in his hand and examined it carefully before laughing joyfully. Astral coin. It really is an astral coin. I have not seen such a forthright cultivator in a long time. Hunluo province bordered the Fiend domain. Astral coins were not rare in Hunluo province. Hence, the waiter recognized this astral coin with one glance. Knowing the value of astral coins, the waiter nearly jumped up in joy. Outside the city gates, Xiaochun removed his black cloak and took one last look at Azure Peak City before continuing on his way. After spending more than a month in the Savage Beast Forest, he had completely recovered in the past 3 days. Xiaochun's destination did not change. It was still the Devil region, the forbidden land where the Thunder King had comprehended his will. At this moment, everyone in the Lu residence in Green Summit City was listless. Lu Chun was dead, and the clan had lost a half-sage. Everyone could predict what would happen to the Lu clan in Green Peak City in the future. It would be difficult for them to continue their glory. If it weren't for his prestige, his enemies would have come to kill him long ago. But his peaceful days wouldn't last long. Unless Lu Ins, the successor to the family head, was willing to cut off more than half of the family business. Young Master Lu, what do you think? As long as you say that you will leave the Eternal Heavenly Sword School, our magnificent Fiend Hall will immediately help you deal with that brat. In the brightly lit main hall of the Lu family, a burly man in a yellow robe with a rough appearance and an ominous glint in his eyes said to the indecisive Lu Ins. Although Green Peak City was a small city, its proximity to the Savage Beast Forest was excellent. It had always been one of the strongholds that the major factions of Hunluo province fought over. On the surface, it was in the hands of the Situ clan and the Lu clan. However, everyone in the known knew that the two clans were backed by the Eternal Heavenly Sword School. The Eternal Heavenly Sword School was the reason for the conflict between the two clans. They did not want one of the clans to grow too strong. In reality, if one thought about it carefully, one could understand. Given Sido Lei and Lu Chen's half-sage cultivation, without a strong backer, any martial sage would be able to subdue this place. However, such a situation did not happen. Clearly, everyone knew that touching these two clans was equivalent to offending the Eternal Heavenly Sword School. Things would not end well for them. The yellow-robed man appeared very confident. He smiled and said, I believe you have already reported the situation here to the Eternal Heavenly Sword School. However, they will not offend the Haotian sect for the sake of two small clans. They are even more afraid of the human race's Bushin Palace, taking revenge on them if they kill this genius. However, we fiend race cultivators do not have so many scruples. If we kill him, so be it. As long as we do not break the tacit understanding between us, it will be fine. Lu In's expression slowly relaxed. He had indeed reported the situation to the Eternal Heavenly Sword School. The other party's reaction was exactly as the yellow-robed man said. They only placated Lu In's and said that they would send experts to take over the Lu clan temporarily. Then, they would take Lu In's in as a true inheritor. After Lu In's finished his studies, he would take revenge for his father's death. They had not mentioned taking the initiative to attack that brat. However, Lu In still hesitated. After all, as a human, he could not accept the fact that he was a fiend race faction. However, when Lu In's recalled the scene of his father, Lu Chun, being smashed into a meat patty by Xiao Chun, boundless hatred surged in his heart. He clenched his teeth and made a decision. Very well, I promise you. As long as your magnificent fiend hall can kill that brat, I will help you gain complete control of Green Peak City. The yellow-robed man stood up and laughed loudly. He said, How delightful! In less than a month, that brat's head will appear before you. Hunluo province was located at the border of the Fiend domain and the Tianwu domain. The humans and the Fiend races had already infiltrated each other, forming a special, chaotic land. Be it the Tianwu domain's Bushin Palace or the Fiend domain's Heavenly Fiend Palace, they could not manage this place well. As time passed, they abandoned this place. This made it a completely lawless zone, and the chaos intensified even more. There were 6 major factions in Hunluo province. The human race's Eternal Heavenly Sword School, Bone Tomb Sect, and Blood Shadow Sect, and the Fiend race's Magnificent Fiend Hall, Heavenly Tiger Sect, and Soaring Serpent Mansion. These 6 major factions were all rank 8 sects with strong peak martial sages holding down the fort. In terms of accumulations, they were much weaker than the 9 ranks of the great families. However, among the rank 8 sects, any one of these 6 major factions would rank at the peak in any domain of the Kunlun realm. This was just one province, and there were 6 peak rank 8 sections. The chaos and conflict there was easy to imagine. Furthermore, the Bushin Palace and the Heavenly Fiend Palace made this place seem weak. Several loose cultivators who committed great crimes in the Tianwu domain and the Fiend domain did not want to flee to the distant Primal Chaos domain. If they didn't want to run to the remote Primal Chaos domain, they would hide here to avoid being hunted down. Here, be it the famous bandits of the Tianwu domain's evil cultivator ranking or the great evil fiends of the Fiend domain, they could be found everywhere. On a mountain peak outside Azure Peak City, strong winds blew away white clouds, causing them to drift about. That yellow-robed man from the Magnificent Fiend Hall stood at the summit, looking calmly into the distance. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A nimble figure leaped up from the foot of the mountain like a monkey, continuously climbing up. With a single kick, he would leap 500 meters. This person's kick was clearly very strong. However, when he landed, he was as light as a feather. None of the rocks on the mountain peak tumbled down. This person climbed the 5,000-meter-tall slope in a few breaths of time before landing on a huge rock at the summit. This person also wore yellow robes. However, his clothes were messy, and he did not care about his appearance. His long hair was a mess, as if he had not combed it for a long time. With one glance, the word sloppy would immediately appear in one's mind. Only his eyes were spirited, bright, and clear. These eyes were like luminous pearls that had suddenly popped out of a pile of trash. They were very dazzling, making everyone forget about the pile of trash and only remember this pair of luminous pearl-like eyes. The sloppy youth half-squatted on the huge rock, not bothering with his image at all. He stuck his finger in his ear and said breathlessly, "First uncle, why are you looking for me so urgently? I did not come to Hunluo province to sightsee." The yellow-robed man turned around and said with a smile, "Feng, I called you over this time to help our Magnificent Fiend Hall with something. As you know, Azure Peak City is the city closest to the Tianwu domain in Hunluo province. The Magnificent Fiend Hall has long been interested in this city." The sloppy youth with the single word "Feng" removed his finger from his ear and casually flicked it a few times. He said lazily, "What does it have to do with me? You joined the Magnificent Fiend Hall and no longer have anything to do with our giant ape race." The yellow-robed man felt somewhat frustrated in his heart. He said, "Little brat, you have already grown up and your wings have hardened. Now that you have the title of Little Heavenly Monkey, have you forgotten how I raised you?" Feng's lips twitched as he stood up from the huge rock. He said helplessly, "Very well, tell me what you have to say. If it does not interfere with my matters, I can do it in passing." The yellow-robed man smiled and said, "Help me kill someone. Of course, if everything goes smoothly, you might not need to do anything." Feng's bright eyes stared at the yellow-robed man and said, "Kill someone? Given your cultivation as an inferior grade martial sage, you still need me to help you kill someone?" The yellow-robed man said softly, "Sometimes there are some tacit understandings that cannot be broken. With my status, if I were to kill a junior genius, Bushin Palace will definitely find trouble with me. The Fiend Domain's Sky Fiend Palace will also find trouble with me." The situation was easy to understand. The major races were hostile to each other due to the competition for resources and other issues, but they also had their own tacit understanding. If your family sends out their older generation experts to kill the younger generation geniuses on my side, and my side does the same, then the two families can forget about developing. Sooner or later, there would be a shortage of successors, and their legacies would be severed. They would all perish. The matters of the younger generation should be left to the younger generation. If there were no great benefits, no one would break this unspoken tacit understanding. I have already contacted Wu Yuankai, one of the 10 great evildoers of the Hanluo province. This kind of loose cultivator does not fear anything. If he fails, you'll have to take action. The yellow-robed man said indifferently. Feng shrugged his shoulders and said, "Up to you. However, I am curious. Who exactly are you going to kill? Even after inviting the 10 evils, you are still worried. Could it be the 7 giants of the Tianwu domain? Don't worry. They are not at that level yet. Just wait for my news. If I do not come looking for you in 10 days, the mission will end." The yellow-robed man leaped off the peak and vanished from Feng's sight. Feng, the genius cultivator of the giant ape race, who is known as the little heavenly monkey in the fiend domain, had messy hair and loose robes. He smiled and said, "How disappointing. If it were not the 7 giants, this mission would be very boring." At this moment, Xiao Chun did not know that someone had killed Sidu Lei and Lu Chen for him, creating a huge disaster for himself. He was currently rushing to his next destination, the Hanluo province's provincial capital. After that, he would make a trip to the Eternal Heavenly Sword School's headquarters to see if the Eternal Heavenly Sword School had any connection to the Thunder King. Along the way, Xiao Chun gained a better understanding of the Hanluo province. This Hanluo province actually had 6 rank 8 sections. This surpassed Xiao Chen's expectations.